words for Simifi.
They've driven it back to pits. There they are, actually, just coming down the lane. And this is going to take them back multiple laps. And effectively, Adidas up to 4th. And Mag Performance now will move inside the top 5. So this is the replay. So they have a wiggle there through turn 3. And, oh, it's on 5. Fighting for traction on the exit. And that's hard into the barriers there on the left-hand side. So cold tires, we saw Gabby Montoro run into troubles, and the rejoin is a little circumspect as well in front of Adidas, but they then have to limp that car home under the Gurney Bend. And that pretty much tells you all you need to know about the story of Simifi. Looked great to start, but halfway, it's day donezo.
And don't forget, earlier, Simifi were battling for that podium against Adidas, the number 97, with Lucas Lindquist in the car right now. They were having that great run for laps upon laps. Nearly an hour they went back and forth, and unfortunately, this is endurance racing. One small moment, and it can absolutely come unraveled. And unfortunately for Gabby Montoro, that is what's happened now. And for Simifi, they're going to fight to come back, if I'd say for even a top 10 at this point, if they can even get that far.
Yeah, so this is basically their day written off with the way it's gone. Still a battle on for 8th. Welcome, of course, for those who are joining us for part 2 of our coverage here with RaceSpotTV on the 24-hour series Esports Championship here, the finale from this wonderful Sebring International Raceway, as we focus here with Sweden, SimRace Sweden Esports right now for the moment. Some wonderful drives that have gone through from many a different team over the course of this, but championships to be decided. 2 of which comfortably in the hands of Grid and Go right now, and the other one in the hand of Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. Has been a truly magnificent case of battling out there. The gap's now over half a minute in each and every single category, as the leaders have just been slowly building on their charges to go and get themselves where they need to, as the likes of Piotr Kwasnikovski will be down in the pits then for the 434 team at this point in time, which is Thomas Enger Sim Racing. So a lot that has gone through, and we're just about to have a switch of commentary teams in the next couple of minutes or so. But Jake Sperry and Brad Dalton here, who have been bringing you all of the coverage so far of the last hour or so. We've had Lorenzo Bonda in for the last, or through hours 3 and 4. And then, of course, it started off with Arjuna Kankapati and Ewan O'Leary, then who brought us through the early start of the race in the first 2 hours. But here, Brad, with just an hour 45 before our stint ends, really it's been about who has just kept themselves quiet, really, that's been giving themselves the platform to go out there and be successful. It's not been a case of, I would say, loud noises and big overtakes and marauding charges through the field. This has been very much a slow burner in terms of, we'll quietly build our Lego blocks, and I'll put this piece in, and by the formula, you know, we'll end up building a very extravagant piece by the end of play.
Yeah, it very much has felt like a Lego set here, going through in those builds. And the one thing I will say, the less the commentators have talked about you, the better of a day you've had, is what I feel like. The better or the worse of a day you've had. So I feel like the teams that we haven't talked a lot about are the ones that are currently leading. And the ones that we've talked more about have had some very unfortunate, heartbreaking moments through. Again, I go back to Simifi Esports. I mean, they had such a great run, and then unfortunately it's all come unraveled at the halfway mark. 45 seconds to go here, and the one thing I'll say to watch for the next 6 hours is just the consistency. That is the thing that is going to be demanded for this unknown for this season. Every race has stopped in 30 seconds this season, but coming up now, you've got a whole nother race distance to go. You have to continue to be smooth and consistent and manage traffic, and if you can do that and get to the end, you're going to be in a good position here. It's been so much fun, and I can't wait to watch the next 6 hours.
Just as we hit a pit stop cycle in the Porsche 992s, this is where Brad Dalton and myself, Jake Sperry, step away from this racing coverage. Joining you now for the next hours of this race are Jeremy Scott and the wonderful Braveheart that is Peter Mackay.
Thank you, Jake. That's a wonderful introduction. I don't know if I've ever been called a Braveheart. I've certainly never been called wonderful before, so that's very kind on both counts. Yeah, Peter and Jeremy joining you now for the next couple of hours as we tick over the half race distance here at the 12 Hours of Sebring, the season finale for the 24-hour series esports. Of course, 24-hour series, a busy day today because racing out in Abu Dhabi in the outdoor world for the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi, the first race of 2026. And Jeremy, that New Year feeling is great, and I feel like we're just turning the clock forward a little bit to be talking about Sebring in January, but I'm all for it. I talk about Sebring any month you like. We'll bring Jeremy in just a moment for you as we get a few technical issues rectified at our end. Do let us know where you're watching from around the world. Who are you cheering from? Who are you? What are you having? What snacks have you got for watching the race? Thank you for all of you who have moved across from the first part of this broadcast to the second part. And at the moment, it is strong showing from Scherer Esport because they sit with a 37-second advantage, but also only 4 laps into their stint, whereas the chasing car, Grid and Go Esports of Sean Campbell, they're 11 laps into their stint, but obviously have that time disadvantage as well. So Scherer Esport looking very, very good with their number 16 car at the moment. Altitude Free M Esports, they sit in third with James Boumé at the wheel, the former World GT champion. Good run from them so far. Adidas Racing by WSR, Lucas Lundqvist sits in fourth. And then rounding out the top 5 in GT3, it's Mag Performance 24H Series with Mark Calver doing the driving at the moment. In 992, it's Grid and Go Esports 24-hour series Peak Up 2. Adrian Garrick at the wheel at the moment, leading by pretty much exactly half a minute, and on an identical strategy to Impulse Racing, who sit in second. Then it's Grid and Go Esports Peak Up 1 with their car number 1, Roger Felstad Christensen, about 20 seconds further back in third. Fourth place in 992 is Team Checkmate Wallach Group, and then in fifth it's Fast Repair Motorsport, who've just ducked into the pits at the end of their stint. In GT4, it's Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, who look very, very strong at the moment. They lead by 30 seconds on a similar strategy to Altitude Free M Esports, maybe a little bit behind on strategy to the tune of about 5 laps, but looking good at the moment. Then it's Team Floral by Impulse that sit in third. Williams Sim Racing Academy GT are fourth, and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, their 475 car of Adam Isaacson, rounds out the top 5. Jeremy, a warm welcome to the broadcast. I feel like we've turned the clock forward a little bit here, talking about Sebring in January, but this place is, I'll talk about Sebring in any month of the year you want. An amazing venue.
It really is, and I told Ramiro a backdoor that, you know, it helps when you unmute something, and when you have coffee, of course. Also, the long-standing joke between you and I, figured we'd go an extra 4 minutes without talking to each other. But hey, this is absolutely fantastic, having the season-ending race here at Sebring. You know, I remember when ALMS used to have their season-opening race at Sebring, so it's almost fitting. Of course, it's nice to have the 24-hour series here at this legendary facility, basically half airport, half regular roads. If you're not familiar with the history of the former airfield in World War II, of course, lots of great battles happening here, especially if you are in the 992 class. This is the battle for 5th place between Bike 500 and Fast Repair Motorsports. Behind those drivers are Ivan Lindestro in the 999, and Fast Repair has Javier Berengel in the 903. Of course, one thing that I love about this facility is anything is competitive here. You run a GTP, you're going to be quick. You run a GT4, you're going to have somebody to race with. Heck, right now in real life, you have SCCA who's racing here at Sebring. And one of my favorite classes at Sebring is going to be those Spec Miatas. So if you have a car you really want to run there, you really can. And it's absolute mecca for someone, especially in the Southeast.
It's no surprise that the teams come here to test, because the weather is usually pretty good, but also because it puts your car through the ultimate test. If it can survive any laps at Sebring, but particularly if it can survive the 12 hours at Sebring, you can take it pretty much anywhere. That is very, very true. It's 999 Porsche Cup machine trying to cut through some traffic going into turn 1. That's the bite machine that just got by the fast repair motorsport machine, which had just come out of the pits. A good indicator of how tricky it is on those cold tyres coming out there, trying to get them up to their temperature and pressure. Start working through Gurney Bend here, absolutely flat out down here towards the hotel, and then hitting the brakes for the hairpin. Turn 7, slowest point on the track, about 45 miles an hour in a GT3 car, and then back on the power through the Fangio chicane, and then all the way around to Cunningham, named after Briggs Cunningham, who was one of the really influential figures not only in this circuit but also of sports car racing in North America, and taking North American interest over to Le Mans as well. He really was a trailblazer, was Briggs Cunningham. Now through Collier and up through towards Jean de Bienne Bend, really quick through here, and then towards the S's and the Le Mans curve. You're right, Jeremy, it's a flat circuit, former airfield of course, but so much character.
It really is so much character, and it's not just, you know, on the track surface that has so much character. If you go down for the 12 hours here in a couple of months, really take some time to go around the infield portion and get yourself as close as you can to the racetrack. You know, I've had the opportunity to be there for the 12 hours and other club weekends, so it gives me a chance to really look around and see the history that exudes from this facility, and it's really, really neat. The infield, of course, used to be living quarters for the airfield, so it makes things just a little bit more interesting. Also, for those international viewers, every December, the Historic Sports Car Racing Association, they have a Pistons and Pilots weekend where they fly in planes. They sit on the Ullman Strait for, you know, almost like a Concours d'Elegance, and they show them off and they race. You know, obviously they don't have the planes on the Ullman Strait during the race, but it's so interesting to see that kind of history go through one another. It's one of the few tracks here in North America too where, yeah, they've had to make some safety changes. There's been some tweaks to the facility, but for the most part, it's practically same layout over the past several years, as we see Renhofer going around the inside, taking another car one lap down with that 37-second gap. Of course, it's still 5 hours, 51 minutes left to go, so anything can happen here. You know, it could be just one wrong move. As Sean Campbell, one of the faster Americans in the gridandgo.com Esports number 2, sits there in second place. 37 seconds over a 12-hour race almost means absolutely nothing at some part, but Sebring really takes the fans in peace of mind. You know, they've rebuilt this bridge over here that we're coming up on through turn 6 around Big Bend right there. The past couple of years, they're putting a new bridge over the Ullman Strait. So it is, in my opinion, as somebody who calls Road America their home track, one of the fan-friendly tracks in and around North America. So definitely make that a bucket list track.
It is, yeah. It's a really special place to go. Dripping in sports car racing history, really brought sports car racing at the international level to the United States. Raphael Renhofer here putting in a really top job at the wheel of the Scherer Acura, the Acura NSX GT3 car that had, in its day, had a lot of success in IMSA, winning championships with the Marshank Racing outfit, but probably a little bit past its absolute peak now. But here on iRacing seems to be the car of the day, or certainly Scherer Esport are getting the best out of it. Renhofer 37 seconds to the good. Last lap by was half a second quicker than Sean Campbell. Really, anything under 2 minutes in a GT car around Sebring is really, really quick. And Renhofer, the Austrian, makes his way past some GT4 traffic onto the Ullman Strait, named after Alec Ullman, who was the real visionary behind bringing sports car racing, endurance racing, to the United States after visiting the Le Mans 24 Hours before the war, and after the war brought it to here at Sebring. In fact, he wrote a great book about it in the 60s called The Sebring Story. If you can find a copy of it, it's well worth it. It's one of my prized pieces in my book collection. Some great stories of how they got it running, and the levers of power that they had to pull in different directions to get everything to work. Renhofer making light work of traffic, really a masterclass of how to do it.
I guess it's nice seeing an Acura in anger here in the server, because you don't see, like you said, you don't see many teams use it these days in the different sports car series that we have here on iRacing. I was just looking at my book collection. It's, I need to get that book because I'm actually going on vacation and I'm going to need something to read. And I realize how indie-centric my book collection is, in spite, and you'll appreciate this, in spite of 2 personally autographed copies of Crashed and Burned by Tommy Byrne in my bookcase.
Yeah, that's certainly an interesting read, isn't it? A life well lived and more for Tommy Byrne.
I actually have a story. The first copy I got off YouTube because one of Tommy's close friends is a personal friend. I would even call family member of mine. And I knew that he was going to be in town for a while doing some coaching at one of the local road courses where I used to work. So I got this copy on eBay. Turns out it came from a secondary school library. And I go to Tommy, I go, hey. So I picked this up. Oh, by the way, there was a secondary school. I forgot where it was. It was in the aisle somewhere. It was a secondary school that actually I got this from. And he looks at me, looks at the book. He goes, "Who the would have this in their school library?"
Yes, probably not appropriate for any school library.
No,
definitely
it's not.
Definitely not. Although I had that at my school library. There was some Irvin Welsh books which were very, very sweary. I remember my mum getting quite angry when I brought one of those home from school. So there you go. Okay, be safe, schools. Don't have rude books in your library. Renhofer here lapping very strongly last time by 158.561. In fact, get this is how close it is at the top level of sim racing. Raphael Renhofer last time by 158.561. Second place Sean Campbell 158.561. Not a thousandth to separate Scherer Esports and Grid and Go Esports on that last lap. Sean Campbell running the Ford Mustang GT3. 2 years of competition under its belt now, and a Rolex 24-hour win last year. 3rd year of the program imminent now. We'll be starting at the Rolex 24 in the next 2 weeks, and a car that's getting better all the time. Adrian Gereich for Grid and Go Esports leading the way by 32.1 seconds over Impulse Racing last time by a 2:01.4. That is very, very fast in a 992 car. It shows you actually in a traffic scenario, Jeremy, very difficult for the GT3s to get past these pesky Porsche Cup cars, because particularly down the straights, they're very, very quick.
Yeah, it's amazing how close the Cup cars and the GT3 cars are. There's a lot of similarities, so that's why you have those issues, and you got to do your best, especially in this little sector 3, sector 1 area, because that's where you're actually going to have those problems. You really got to work your way around, as Gerke showing that speed and that number 901.992, and the jumps as well. There was a series that I was actually doing on Thursday night as well. And something, I'm watching these cars come off of turn 17, Sunset Bend, and the longer we get in this race, I think that little rise there right by the tire walls might come into play just a little bit, because that rise, even though it's kind of newer, it really loves when those cars just come closer, because those tire walls are hungry.
They are, and they are aggressive here at Sebring. This is an old school old school track. Now, for our race leader, for the number 901 crew, came into this race eyed on points with their team car, with the number 900. But the number 900 at the moment is nowhere to be seen. So it's, I mean, looking pretty good for Grid and Go at the moment in their quest for the 992 championship.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. There's so many points scenarios involved. I actually got to pull that up here because even on the GT3 side of things, it's just so tight. You know, we're talking about 20 points, and that could mean anything, especially when you may not even score points. One wrong move and you end your race. Well, guess what? That's championship over here at Sebring for such a long season that you had and you worked for to get to this point of the year. Let me just pull those up real quick, Peter, and see where we're at least in points before this round.
Yeah, at the moment in GT3, it's Grid and Go Esports number 2 who lead the way by 10 points from BS Competition number 89. Falcon Sim Racing are in third on 60 points. Simifi Esports number 33, 54. And Simifi 14, 46. So it's at the moment Grid and Go Esports in second position. Yes, they're not in the lead of the race right now, but they're really where they want to be with their kind of nearest rivals not really, they're kind of really missing in action, with Falcon Sim Racing team number 44 running down in 10th position. So Falcon have got a lot of work to do from where they are, and Grid and Go are the ones that have well, it's in their hands to not make the errors. In 992, Grid and Go 901 with the position they're in, leading the race right now and being tied for the championship lead, that would put them into a winning position in the championship. But Impulse Racing are threatening them. Impulse Racing only trail them by 8 points in the championship, so sitting there in second, keeping the pressure on, they're making sure that these next 5 hours and 42 minutes are very, very uncomfortable indeed. JD4, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, who lead the way in the race. They lead the way in the championship as well by 9 points over Grid and Go number 400, who are out of the race. So for Team 75 Bernard, who hit their marks now, they're in a good spot. Jacks go up, so full tank of fuel going in there, brought in by Kieran Harrison, switching over to Corentin Guinness. And this pair, Jeremy, they've been a long-standing partnership and are a really formidable force in that GT4 machine.
Well, as you know, that is half the battle right there, especially because 9 times out of 10, you're not in the same room with somebody unless you're at a sim competition. But if you can find a teammate who you jive with, it's half the battle right there. As we see the 476 lose that lead momentarily to Dennis Grabowski. He'll get the lead back in the Altitude Frame Esports White. Gotta say, covering Grabowski in GT3 competition it's very strange to say, oh, he's leading in GT4, but it's not that surprising because Grabowski and the Altitude Frame team, they also just click. Here's the battle for 4th place in GT3. This is the number 97 Adidas Racing by WSR of Lucas Lindquist and Mark Culver in the number 50 Mag Performance 24-hour series. You've got some fans here in the YouTube chat, Peter, which is no surprise. Adam Watson with a do. Peter McKay. I don't know how that works that well, but it kind of does, I guess. But I could be careful. It's like me. I can tune a piano, but I can't tune a fish.
I think it's because it's Mackay. So it's Mackay.
There we go.
I've never had that before. So thank you, Adam Watson. We need to call him Adam Hollywood Watson because it's never boring when you watch him in a race car.
Oh no, watching Watson behind the wheel is pretty good, and we got to get him back behind the wheel here as well soon because it is appointment TV watching when he is on the track, and Culver really closing in here through Sunset Bend, but yeah, not going to be able to make that happen heading into 1, and that's even kind of a dangerous spot to make a pass. But you see how good these cars handle around the bumps. At least the Astons, the McLaren's not so bad either. Of course, Peter, I've got to say, I don't know if I have seen a car on iRacing click as good as the new Evo package in the Aston Martin, because we saw it come out in the middle of the last quote-unquote season for this game, and it was, you know, not that fast at first, but within the next 3 to 4 weeks, it really became one of the favorites.
Yeah, sometimes it takes people getting on top of the package, finding out the tricks of how to set it up right. I mean, it's been a pretty successful car in its competitive life, you know, winning the Spa 24-hour back in 2024, and of course with the heart of racing, lots of wins, particularly at Watkins Glen, strangely, is where they've always had very, very good success with that car. But great package, twin turbocharged V8 in the front of the car, but the engine tucked really nice and low, and as far back towards the bulkhead as it possibly can be. The car is developed by a Scotsman, actually, amongst a few others, but Johnny Adam, one of the long-standing Aston Martin factory drivers, had a lot of input into the car, and the idea being was to try and get it to have more of a wider window for non-professional drivers, which the jury's out, actually, if they've achieved that or not, because some customers talk about how that has been achieved and others talk about how it isn't. I know one Spanish team that have the car, and they find it quite nervous and quite pointy. It's almost like an F3 car with a roof, which is a strange feedback, but whereas others love it. So it's interesting how different teams find it in different ways.
An F3 with the roof, yeah, I've never heard that before.
No.
James Boomey sits in second GT3. Go ahead.
And I was saying, Raphael Renhofer has really opened up the taps even more. The gap's now up to 43 seconds, so I think James Boomey may well have had an issue there, because it's gone from 37 to 44 very, very quickly. So something I think has been afoot. In fact, something is definitely... that's right, yes, but of course I tell a lie. It's Grid and Go. They've taken their pit stop, so now we're a little bit off stagger, a little bit in terms of the pit strategy. So Sean Campbell has come in and back out again for the Grid and Go Ford Mustang crew. So they're now back in third position, but we will be owed a pit stop soon by Altitude Esports, so we move up to second, at least temporarily.
So they will most likely dive into this battle that we're watching right now for fourth place between Lindquist and Culver, as Campbell, he's got 5.7 seconds ahead, and that's without him just, you know, having those warm tires. And, oh, that could have been nasty. Good move on Lindquist to put somebody between he and Culver for position. And that 992 just getting in the way. No harm, no foul. It just happens with multi-class racing. So now we'll see Culver go to the inside of the 992, work his way around, and has to really set up once again to catch up to Lindquist. Lost about 0.4 of a second. He's lucky that he lost that much in that back portion, but hopefully he can try and catch up through Sunset Bend. You see the side-by-side, the on-board still sitting there as well, and he's in the pits.
Back performance, Mark Calvert brings the Aston Martin in. Going down, you can see all the former winners of the 12 Hours of Sebring from 1952 all the way. Fraser Nash, the first winner, all the way through to last year's winners. That was Porsche, of course. First win for Porsche since 2008, actually, in the overall standings. Mark Calvert, of course, putting new tyres on, the fuel going in while the tyres can be changed. Still the fuel going in, so new tyres on. It just takes a lap or two to get the tyres up to their proper working temperature and pressure. Off he goes, no driver change, so it's a double stint then for Mark Calvert. He can get nestled in, get comfy for another hour at the wheel.
And of course, once those Pirellis are up to temperature, they like to stay there. And he's back out on the circuit. Oh, you know, you see the winners there on the tower. But if you get a chance and go by the main entrance, they also have all the winners up front. And it's really neat to see. Last time I saw that was actually my first time at Sebring, about some 10, 12 years ago. And I know it's probably changed since then, but that's a neat little bit of history there to take a look at that. As Colfer coming down through the hairpin, trying to get those tires up to temp, going a little gingerly through there. And yeah, you don't want to screw up there because it just messes up the rest of your lap through there.
Yeah, getting that exit out the hairpin, very, very important. The story about the hairpin is back in mid-1950s, I think it was 1957, where Stirling Moss was driving around, and he came round that corner, and a photographer handed him a bottle of Coca-Cola as he drove by. The photographers got a bit closer in those days, and he drank the bottle of Coca-Cola on the way around the next lap, and then chucked the empty bottle back to the photographer when he passed by. So different days, different times, a little bit safer now with catch fencing and barriers, etc., but a little bit more rough and ready in those days, in the early days of the Sebring International Raceway.
Well, as it was described to me by some now old timers, it was always safety second. So you just got to think about that. But yeah, you know, seeing the vintage pictures of everything that happened there, it's really neat to see, you know, not only how far we've come, but how it used to be back then as well. And it's not just here, it's all the other circuits that, you know, sports car and, you know, North American and really international racing have been a part of over the past, I would say, close to 7,500 years, all throughout motorsports. But yeah, I mean, you take a look at how much has changed, you know, even in the past 10, 15 years here around the circuit. And while it may not look like much, it really has. And I think that we've all done it for the better. We've all learned about, okay, well, if we do this, this is going to happen. So we got to make sure that this doesn't happen. Because as a young corner marshal myself, I was always taught, if one car can get there, another car can find a way there itself.
So true. Yeah, so true. Pit stops going on in GT4. Dennis Grabowski's just brought in the Altitude 3M Esports car. Corentin is 4 laps into his stint, has just gone back into the lead for Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. So Sim RC running that car on behalf of Team 75 Bernard, the team owned by Timo Bernard, who won this race overall in an LMP2 car in 2008, alongside Romain Dumas and Emmanuel Collard. Beat the big diesel Audis, beat the big diesel Peugeots with the lightweight Porsche Spider. One of the best races of his career. Lucas Lindqvist brings the McLaren in, car number 97 for Adidas Racing by WSR. Running fairly strong at the moment, running in the top 5. 0-7 in the pits.
So we're seeing the start of the GT3 pit stops. This is the battle for 16th with Hyperion and Simifi Esports. Your drivers there, Floyd Kerr in the number 4 Hyperion, with Gabby Monteiro in the number 33 Simifi Esports. Now, granted, they are 5 laps down, but still you want to make sure to get every position that you can, because you never know in the waning hours here at Sebring, anything can break. And like Peter was saying earlier, if you just tuned in, with the teams that test here, they usually test here for the 24-hour, you know, of Le Mans or any other big endurance race to make sure that their parts will definitely work. Ooh, a little wide there as Kerr gives Monteiro just a little hint of daylight, but Monteiro taking that Mustang just a little too hard, can't get there, but he's still going to get under the rear wing of the Aston Martin. Look to the inside. I think he's too far away to make anything happen. The only thing Monteiro can really hope for is that those two catch that 992 up ahead and catch him basically at the wrong time.
Right, with Gabby Monteiro then in the Simifi Ford Mustang. This is that Coyote V8 roar. 17th at the moment. move up the order. The brakes down into the hairpin at turn 7. Very good move there. Leaning on the ABS as hard as possible. Goes past the Aston.
Yeah, not bad. That was actually a fantastic pass. I thought we were going to see probably just a little bit of tears through the hairpin, but I don't think Kerr was too content with just giving that position away too soon. So now it's Kerr's turn to hope that Monteiro catches up to that 992 at the wrong time. He possibly could, headed towards the Ullman straight here in just a couple of corners as we see Defron into the pits in GT4. Still lots to play for, and indeed. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the RD Sim Sport car, the 458, that's come in fighting down, unfortunately a little bit down the order in GT4. Likewise, the two cars on your screen right now going past the Impulse Porsche Cup. That's running in second place at the moment, but it seems like the Simifi car of Gabby Montoro has got quite a bit more pace and starting to pull away already from the number 4 Hyperion Aston. Few cars, high-profile cars you would expect to be further up the front. BS Competition running 4 laps off the lead. That's not where we would expect them to be, one of the top teams in sim racing. Not their day so far. And thing is as well, Jeremy, without safety cars like we would see in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, there's just, and at this level when the pace is so tight, it's very, very difficult to really make any kind of inroads into that deficit to the leader.
And I've noticed that more and more of these series are going, going away from the safety car, but then again, a lot of it too is the talent that we've seen over even the last 12 months here in the service. And I want to touch on something that Brad touched on a little bit earlier on before we got on, is how we're starting to see a shift in some of these teams. Yeah, the Grid and Goes, the Hyperions, the 07s, they're starting to realize that they're going to have to battle a little bit harder because you have your sharers, your altitude frames. They're starting to get up near the front, your faster pairs as well. So there's a little bit of a seismic shift, but at the same time, that could be part and parcel of some drivers saying, you know what, yeah, this is great that we're at the front, but kind of want a new challenge and try and build a team up. So it's interesting to see how the shift has been from the front runners in the past couple of months into what we see today in some of these bigger events. There's Christensen sitting 4th in the 992 class, and looks like he has a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, that's Roger Feldstad. Christensen, not so good for them at all. But their team car in a much better position, of course, leading the way by 33.5 seconds. On the podium at the moment, it's Team Checkmate Volak Group with Konrad Zeribczek. 16 laps into the stint at the moment. You would expect there to be well over 30 laps on the stint for the Porsche 992 category. It's coming through now, through towards the S. Is much more tricky corner actually in a 992 car. You've not got quite the same aerodynamic performance of the GT3, and having the rear wing bent out of shape certainly won't help either. That will not give the aerodynamic performance you'd want.
No, definitely. That makes things just a little bit harder as we see the one Grid and Go Esports through 3, and yep, there he goes. Just poof. Almost like a genie was given a wish and said, I want them out of the race. So there was one of the 3 wishes at least. Wasn't their wish, that's for sure. Yeah, unfortunately, connection issues, which is really sim racing's version of an instant engine failure or a total electrical shutdown. So that's a real shame for Grid and Go, for one of their cars at least, and that then puts the 901 into the driving seat, you could say, for the championship. They've got to try and get it home from here. There's a lot of racing still to go. 5 hours 25 minutes left on the clock, so that's a long run to try and close out a championship. And because
Impulse Racing are the next car behind them, 34 seconds behind. And then in points, they are only 8 points behind. So any kind of slip up at all for Grid and Go, an Impulse could pinch it from them. So it is far, far from done in 992 as far as the championship goes.
And while, you know, we talk about Grid and Go having 2 cars up at the top of the 992 class, you know, I'm sure it would have been great to have at least one of them play defense to make sure the Impulse stays a little bit further back. But again, still plenty to race for here in 992. So we shall see what happens in the coming hours that we have left as more GT3s end up into the pits. Rotel in the number 45. We'll see if there's a driver change there as well. But you know, this just happens. You have one of the, you know, you have a special event going on. You have a big event like the 24 hours, and unfortunately, you know, that's technology, and this is just some of the problems we're going to have to run with in, you know, in sim racing altogether. And your GT3 leader also in the pits. So the Scherer Esport number 16, Renhofer deciding to come down and answer the call. We'll see if Boomy can keep up, or if he decides to pit, because he's getting close to that stint marker as well in the number 12.
22 lap stint there for Raphael Renhofer for Scherer Esport in their Acura. Best lap of the race for them, a 157.430, ever so slightly slower than Altitude Free M Esports, who at the moment have the fastest lap of the race, certainly of those front-running cars. Yep, they have the fastest lap of the race of anyone who do Altitude Free M Esports. So Scherer Esports making a driver change as well. Look at Alpert getting into that Scherer Acura and back out onto the circuit as Altitude 3M also take their pit stop. James Boomy brings in that number 12 machine. So Scherer looking strong at the moment. Their advantage over Grid and Go is actually a little bit less than it was before that pit stop cycle. In fact, it's come down quite a bit. In fact, it's coming down quite a lot according to our timing screen. So difficult for Scherer Esport to get those tires back up to temperature and pressure. That's something that a pain that everyone has to go through. The gap to the front now from Grid and Go to Scherer, 42 seconds now. The 3M Ford for Altitude Esports goes back out onto the circuit, then right behind Grid and Go. There you go. So that's not quite the same on strategy. Of course, Grid and Go are 8 laps into their stint, so Altitude maybe just ahead of Grid and Go, you could say, on fuel. 8 laps ahead, and Scherer, of course, 8 laps ahead as well, but 42 seconds up the road.
And the good news is here that Zane Khan has 55 seconds for 4th place to catch up. So, barring a major incident, Khan can really focus on getting those tires up to temperature and seeing if he can get to Sean Campbell, which he's going to get around that GT4 McLaren, and indeed will now have a clear shot to that number 2 Grid and Go Esports machine that Campbell is racing. You know, the undercut can be very, very powerful here at Sebring, but at the same time, with the surface changes and how rough it is from turns, we'll call it 15 all the way over to turn 1, you know, that has a lot to play in it. And if I'm thinking correctly, this is probably the North American racetrack that has not had a good pavement change in a very, very long time. I think it's the oldest racing surface right now compared to everything else, because, you know, you had Road America that just had a repave, Mid-Ohio just had a repave, so it's a very weathered surface, but the atmosphere and the climate here in Central Florida kind of preserves it from needing what the more of the sports car racetracks have to have in terms of maintenance.
I think that's what makes Sebring what it is. The bumps of Sebring are legendary, and yeah, you want to preserve that as much as long as you possibly can, but it is hard on tyres here. Very, very hard on tyres. That low grip surface really does make the tyre wear. It does make it difficult. Really, you get a lot of sliding, a lot of bumps, which then spikes the temperature through the tyre as well, which really doesn't help. Lucas Lindqvist sitting in 4th at the moment for Adidas Racing by WSR. Mark Calver for Mag Performance Aston right behind. They are pretty similar on strategy at the moment. The Adidas McLaren pitted 5 laps ago, whereas the Aston Martin of Mark Calver pitted 7 laps ago, so they're fairly similar in terms of strategy. So this is very much a battle for position right now for 4th place. So go back on board with Mark Calver into turn 1. Very, very quick there, just down the 4th gear, and then hard back on the power into Christensen corner. Very easy to get it wrong on the curb there, and then that curb, bang, you can ride right over it, then through turn 5, and then back on the power underneath the bridge at Gurney Bend. Very evenly matched, this pair so far. Last time by the Adidas McLaren 1:59.4, and actually Mark Calver a bit quicker, half a second quicker on the last lap. Generally evenly matched. You look at their best lap time, they're within a 10th, but on pace at this exact moment, Calver really on the charge, and that could be that he's got his tyres into the window and the McLaren is still yet to put the tyre into its absolute peak window and burn off a little bit of fuel to put that ultimate lap time in. But Calver now making Lucas Lundqvist's life a little bit more uncomfortable to head along the Flying Fortress Straight and through Bishop End.
Yeah, I'd say give it another lap or two before Lindqvist has that optimum tire as they work their way heading towards Ullman Straight. But yeah, this has been a great battle these past couple stints between Lindqvist and Calver, the McLaren and the Aston Martin. And now we start to see Lindqvist open up a little bit bigger gap, car length by car length, heading into Sunset Bend. But let's see if Calver can close in on the McLaren. And yeah, indeed he does. So Lindqvist still a little ginger in those braking zones. That gives the Brit a chance to have his Aston Martin close in as Jesper Eriksson decides to answer the call for 992s. We'll see if he decides to swap cars or swap drivers, or if he's going to go out and do another stint. Yeah, now that gap peters down to 0.2 of a second, so Lindqvist still pretty unsure in that braking zone, and I don't think that those Pirellis are up to snuff just yet.
Well, it was just a 10th of a second quicker for Calver on that previous lap. Is he close enough to start making a move, or does he feel he's significantly quicker to try and make a move, or is he happier to sit there, save the tyre a little bit more, try and think of the long game across the whole stint, and crucially do fuel saving as well? Fuel mileage can be so important in endurance racing. They brake hard into Cunningham Corner, then round Collier Curve. Green Park just to the left of your screen right now, driver's right. So pretty unsavoury things go on there during Sebring 12-hour race week. Well, that's a bit about part of the charm of Sebring International Raceway.
Yeah, but if you ask some of the old timers, it's tamed out over the years. You know, we're not lighting buses on fire. We're not lighting RVs on fire. We might be lighting a couch on fire afterwards, but that's part of the fireworks ceremony, from what I've heard.
Yeah, I think that's a nice balance. We're still setting stuff on fire, just not ruining significant bits of people's property.
Again, that's the charm of endurance racing. So Lucas Herman comes out in the BS competition number 15. as this battle for fourth really heats up. Slower traffic really coming into play here. And yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about fuel save around here because it means a lot. Now we'll see if the Grid and Go 992 has a part to play in this, as you see Culver knocking at the door of Lindquist. Let's see if he can make something happen heading into the hairpin. It is a long run here from Big Bend, and they'll set themselves up. Drivers left down the straightaway. Will Culver use the 992 as a pick? No, he's going to think better of it and decide that discretion is the better part of valor and make his way around. But also, it's that delicate balance, Peter, you know, of, okay, I want to save fuel, but at the same time, I want to make sure that I'm still in the position where I need to be. I'm not really getting passed over.
Well, it's also Sebring as well is a tricky place to pass. Getting by here is not easy. So trying to set that move up is tricky. Now you're right, they're coming across the 992 leader of Adrian Gereich. So they need to be wary of that, because through this part here, this is where the 992 is much slower than the GT3. In the straights, it's pretty much equal. But in the corners, this is where the McLaren there will really be getting held up. And is there an opportunity now for Culver to gas up the Aston and try and get a run down the Ullman straight? You can see it's really difficult. Look at that, stalling out as they hit the basically wall of air. The GT3 much more draggy, but then when you come through the corner, the 992's not got the downforce that the GT3 has. So there are different ways to make up their time, and this is giving a very nice piece of respite for fourth place McLaren, the Adidas McLaren of Lucas Lundqvist. It's Culver having to dive up the inside into turn one, slightly different line, and through there you cannot believe how bumpy it is. You stand there at turn one, on the outside of turn one, and watch cars come through there. GT is impressive. You watch a prototype go through there, you just can't believe what the suspension can cope with as it tries to pogo the car out of the other end of the circuit. It is so bumpy through there. Culver recovers quickly, straight back onto the rear of Lucas Lundqvist in that McLaren.
Well, it's not just turn one. I mean, I didn't get a chance to go over there last year, but, you know, for practice and qualifying, last year I was able to stand at the right by pit in and to watch the prototypes and the GTs just, you know, hit the exit there. Yeah, even there it's really bumpy. Sometimes the GT cars would hit their limiters heading onto the straightaway just because it is so darn bumpy through that stretch. So yeah, I mean, that, like I said, the last half of the third sector, first half of the first sector, it really tests man and machine through there. And by the way, my favorite place to view, especially at night, is the hairpin, because it's so dark. You get to see so many cars and trying to, you know, deal with cooling conditions, and you know, they're 10-12 hours running straight. So you know, the cars are hot, they're dirty, you know, parts aren't working right. So if you get a chance to go, like I said, if you get a chance to go to Sebring this year, that's one of my favorite places.
Yeah, I'm lucky to be going back again this year. It's a really cool spot. And RaceSpot's very own Arjuna Kankapadi, of course, will be there in the pits for Into Radio. And we're going to play some golf for a couple of days beforehand, so making the best of everything Florida has to offer. Now, if you're Mark Culver here, what do you do in that Aston Martin, that number 50 car? Because he's right there on the case of the Adidas McLaren. 5 hours, 11 minutes to go. How should he approach this, do you think, Jeff?
Honestly, if I'm Mark Culver, I'm in the catbird seat because I don't have to push. You know, yeah, I'll try and make some moves, but at the same time, you want to save your equipment because, you know, 1 hour at Sebring is 2 hours everywhere else, just because of how rough this circuit is. So you really got to make sure you save your equipment. And of course, now he's fallen back to about 0.6 of a second. So he knows it's like, you know what, it's not worth pushing. Let's just get out there and preserve our equipment, because we keep saying it. Anything can happen here at Sebring, and it always does. It always brings the strangest parts. So, I mean, Peter, I would sit here and just let bygones be bygones. Something's going to happen. Just know that. Just stay back and just run your race.
I think that's a sensible call. If you don't feel like you've got outrageous amounts more pace, then sometimes it is better to sit in and play the long game. I mean, the fastest lap set by the Adidas McLaren in this race is a 1:57.711, and pretty much exactly a tenth quicker than that is the Mag Performance Aston. So the cars wise, there's very, very little to separate them. I mean, last lap by them was very little to separate them by. The Adidas McLaren was 3,000ths quicker as he just nudges past the GD4 leader, and Calver has to go round the outside. There he goes. Oh, that was a bit of a moment there for Mark Calver there in that GT4, going round that GT4 leader, excuse me, but still remaining in touch.
Couple of warnings. The Falcon number 44 and the gridandgo.com Esports 1 both got warnings for exceeding track limits. That's something you and I haven't mentioned, although I know that you and the entire IMSA radio crew talk about track limits constantly. So it's kind of rare to actually mention something like that with 5 hours left to go here at Sebring. And you think, well, do we have track limits here? Yeah, there are track limits, especially on the backboards. We see Taldson into the number 901. So Gerke, his stint is done, but yeah, track limits, they are important. They're not as stringent as you would see in Formula One, but you can't go over the limit.
No, definitely not. I mean, I think it is something you tend not to talk about too much at Sebring, because it is quite a fearsome place. If you're over track limits, generally you're on the grass already, and if you're on the grass, usually you're on a one-way ticket to the wall, because the walls are pretty close too. So yeah, generally it's pretty self-policing, but there is still points where race controller are keeping an eye on it to stop the abuse of that limit. Their leader in 992, pit stop complete there for the number 901 Grid and Go car, in a good position to win a championship here, but they're being hunted down by Impulse Racing, who are also in the pits at the moment. So Gunonso Tasdalen for Grid and Go takes that car back out into the lead, and it will be Adam Kotarski who's going to take out the Impulse car. They're running they've just started their pit stop, just getting service now. So Grid and Go in control in terms of time, but any mistake at all and Impulse will be all over them.
Checking the YouTube chat here, number 893, I should say, saying respect them sea bumps. That would be an interesting thing to put on, any kind of material there at Sebring, whether it be, on the walls, on a shirt, on a hat. So a little bit of free marketing advice for the front office there at Sebring. Yeah, maybe that's why I'm sitting here broadcasting and not on a yacht somewhere off the Gulf of Mexico, enjoying my weekend, because I give out too much free marketing advice. But this battle for 4th and GT3, yeah, I don't think it's going to be that much between Lindquist and Culver. I think both those drivers realize, you know what, let's just get on through our stints, as both those drivers well within the stint range. Lindquist pitted 12 laps ago, Culver 14 laps ago. So I think both of those drivers are realizing it's a long race. If anything happens, they'll be there to pounce. But still, it's nice to see the McLaren, nice to see the Aston, and even hear it. And heck, I mean, it's not a Valkyrie, but I'll take a V8 Aston.
Yes, all Astons are good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's for certain. Yeah, the Valkyrie is a special thing. howling V12 engine, the Cosworth V12. It sounds superb, and survived its first 12 hours of Sebring. They're going to Daytona next weekend, or 2 weekends from now, excuse me, for the first time in race conditions anyway. But you're right, it seems that my performance, Mark Calver deciding, yeah, we're on a fairly similar pace, fairly similar strategy to the Adidas car. And the thing is that if Adidas can, excuse me, if Mag Performance can save a little bit of fuel while being there, they can make the jump in the next pit stop. And I think maybe if they've got the track position, they can pull away. Oh, Michael Zeal getting it wrong coming out the last corner. Does he keep it out the wall on the 986 car? Oh, straight the wheel up. Oh, just a tiny, tiny little impact there, but that could well bend the suspension and the steering. Oh dear. He nearly had it, but it's so difficult because the car is bouncing all over the place when you're coming out of that corner. Very, very easy to get it wrong.
And that's something I mentioned. We're starting to get into that time where, yeah, if you just hit that exit wrong, as I'm taking a look at my replay here, yeah, he looks like that he lost it there going on that little the crest there of the exit, because it has just that little bump, and yeah, the car was just set up all wrong, and one thing led to another. And you mentioned, yeah, it might be just a little bump, but even those little bumps, they can really mess with parts that you don't see and will fail later on in the race. So Julian Fernandez, Jacob Magnowski into the pits as well. I saw the man, the myth, the legend, Jake Kaminskas say that he was back behind the wheel, see how much time he regains. And Jake, I'm kind of surprised you're not out here right now. I'd love to see what you can do behind one of these cars, especially in the GT4 class. But yeah, there's the depth of talent here in this race is absolutely fantastic. And of course, this is the season finale, so drivers will be chomping at the bit to get ready for the 2026 season here in the 24-hour Esports series. And yeah, plenty of time to get ready for this. Carter James out. Nice pit stop, 37.8 seconds.
Yeah, quick work there from the crew for Hyperion Racing. They sit in 9th at the moment in GT4. Carter James taking on driving duties. But it's Team 75 Bernard by SimRC in that category, who lead the way by 33 seconds from Denis Grabowski. Konstantinez versus Dinos Grabowski. Team Floral by Impulse, Timo Hayden in 3rd at the moment. Only 10 seconds behind the Altitude 3M Esports crew, so it's reasonably tight for 2nd position right now in the GT4 category, where it's the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 that leads. The Evergreen Cayman GT4. This car's been on the iRacing platform for many, many years now. Must be 6 years now. Of course, it's now been replaced in the real world by the GT4 RS 718. But it's still a great little car. The base package is still very, very similar. Flat 6 in the middle, rear wheel drive, and very, very close to the road-going 718 Cayman GT4, which I've had the great privilege of driving one, with a manual shift as well, which was very fun.
Well, I can remember when they first came out, and that's about the time when the PDKs came out with the Caymans. And look, they've always been a head turner. Had the privilege a couple of years ago to call the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America with the Caymans, and to see a field of those work their way, at a start, it's absolutely fantastic. And it's a great training ground, especially if you want to get into the Porsche landscape. The drivers talk about how good it is. I mean, take a look at, Patrick Dempsey coming back into racing. What did he run? He ran a Cayman. So if you want to get involved in the Porsche, landscape, get into one of those. They're absolutely wonderful cars to drive, as you've mentioned yourself.
Yeah, really special machine on road or track. In fact, Porsche actually, it's 8 years ago now, made a rally car out of it for the then RGT category in FIA rallying to go up against other privately entered Porsches, but also 911s, but also Alpines and Abarths and things like that. And it was quite a machine. And Roman Duma told me, he said that car was going to make a fantastic RGT car, and he said the very base prototype, they could have easily saved a lot of time out of it and take a lot of weight out of it and made it a really compelling package. It had been planned to be sold as a customer car, but the project was sadly cancelled, unfortunately. And in comes our leader then over the pit entry line. Cornzangena, solid stint for the Frenchman. 18-lap stint there, which seems a little on the short side for a GT4 car.
I was going to say, because you of course also have Grabowski, who pitted 14 laps ago. So now the altitude free Esports white, they've really got to run. I think they have to almost run qualifying laps at this point, as Gunez will get out of the car. We'll see who hops in the 476. But either way, very, very interesting. See if there's any reason why. But Grabowski now takes the lead in GT4. So I guess you can say that 411 in a good position here in that Mercedes-Benz to capitalize on it. Yeah, I'm kind of confused on why they're pitting so soon, because Team Impulse is on 19 laps now with Timo Hayden behind the wheel.
Very, very unusual anyway. Normally a GT4 would go quite a bit longer than that. So Grabowski into the lead in the AMG GT4 machine. Front engine V8. Grabowski, driver who's had a lot of success in the past and class champion in the World GT Championship, where he got in with the Altitude Esports guys. Running well at the moment, so is GT4 a little bit more wide open than we thought?
I would imagine. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't. So Gunez is actually back in the car. 37-second pit stop as Alex Moore is into the pits. Kai Dial's also into the pits. So you've got the Williams Sim Racing Academy in 19 laps. So they ran their full stint. And it's kind of curious to see how that's working. We'll see how the strategy plays out as Hendrik Augustine also running through the pits. And Dial and Moore. Dial comes out. Augustine's out. Wow, 54-second pit stop by the 960. That's a long stop, though. Then again, that could be limited by the fuel taken on by the 992 as well. And once again, take a look at the battle for fourth place, which has been really hot and cold throughout this sit between Lindquist and Culver. And both these drivers, that was close for the GT4 coming out in front of this battle. That could have been real nasty.
Fans of Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC, you needn't panic, because there is a 75% fuel limit on all of the cars for GT3, for 992 and GT4, which of course will shorten up their stint length quite dramatically, of course. So that is why the GT4 came in a lot earlier than we anticipated. So no panic, no reason to panic there for Team 75 Bernard fans. And it won't be long, just a handful of laps before Altitude Free M Esports White and Dennis Grabowski needs to come in also.
And this is why we pay you the big bucks. This battle for fourth in GT3, as we mentioned, a little hampered by GT4 traffic coming out. But who's that? Sean Campbell into the pits as well. And we'll see how far down Campbell falls, if he can possibly get out in between this battle. But now we're going to start to see the window open up for GT3 pit stops with 4 hours 56 minutes left to go in this race. Mark Perez also deciding to answer the call. So yeah, the 21 stint, I think that's the hard and fast rule so far for the middle of this race.
4 hours and 55 minutes to go then in this season finale for the 24-hour series Esports with VCO. We are well into the second half of the race now. Hello to you all watching on RaceSpotTV around the world. Thanks for joining the second part of the broadcast, second half of the broadcast. We've got plenty more voices for you from the RaceSpotTV team. We'll be joining you with just over 4 hours to go in the race. You'll have commentary from Jeremy. You're staying on, aren't you? You're doing a double stint.
Yeah, I'm going to double stint and slide on over to your seat in less than an hour here. So when you go take a break from your duties, I know you've been all over the place today, so give you a little bit of a rest at least.
Yeah, we've got a big team. Of course, you'll hear me and Arjuna Kankapati for the last 2 hours of the race. Brad Dalton joined us earlier on, as did Ewan O'Leary, Jake Sperry, and of course Lorenzo Bonder too, the international man of mystery as he is. And bringing you all these beautiful pictures, Ramiro Agustin Cisneros, our producer behind the switches, shall we say, for this 12 hours of Sebring. Tom Euler coming into the pits in the number 492 car from 7th in the GT4 category, GTUnit.de. Hyde Fortin jumping into the GT Unit McLaren. Running a little bit down the order, running a lap down on the ultimate pace set by the leaders at the moment. That's going to be pretty soon returned back to Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC, because Altitude Esports White are about to be coming in for their pits.
Oh, this battle's heating up here. We mentioned that lap traffic and slower traffic is really going to come into play. And now we see Mark Culver jump all the irons hot, gets around Lindquist for position. That's going to be interesting to see if we can get a replay on how that happened. But, man, Culver deciding that now is the time to make the pass, uses the AMG as a pick, and both cars get around the 992. But, Peter, that was an absolutely fantastic pass coming out of 3.
Yeah, using that traffic to full advantage there. So Culver finally breaks the deadlock in that Aston Martin. Now, can he pull away from that McLaren and try and get a stronger hold on 4th position? Classic Sebring move, actually, into turn 3. Oh, was there contact? Oh, I think there was. All fair though. All fair and firm. Through he goes. Great move there from Culver. Didn't really leave any opportunity for Lundqvist to bite back. Placed that Aston Martin in the right place. Now got to try and pull away as best he can.
I would say almost textbook, yeah, for Sebring, especially going through turn number 3. Kind of give your competitor enough room to abide by the book, but then again, give them enough room to where they can't really defend too much. We'll keep an eye to see if Race Control decides to rule on that. But yeah, I think that was a pretty clean and fair pass for what it was, as now we see the Aston go right into the pit. So Culver deciding, you know what, that was a nice pass, but I think I'm going to get some service. Of course, he is at 21 laps as well, so no surprise that he's just a little bit lighter on fuel down into the pit. So job well done by Mark Culver to really stay and be the thorn in Lindquist's side throughout that entire stint. Hits his marks, car goes up on the Jackson, and it looks like he will have a driver change, so Culver's out. Jacob Toffs is in. So you go from one fast driver to just an equally quick driver, and this is going to be an interesting stint for the number 50 here.
Jacob, a superb driver, former class winner in this championship in the past with Porsche Sport, but also a very, very good real-life racer. Races Porsches in the real world. and super quick in the sim. Off he goes. Jacob comes from a family of Formula Ford racers. Made his name in the running the Duckham's Formula Ford, and then moved up into Porsche GT4, but in the virtual world in the GT3 today for Mag Performance. Keeping himself sharp in the off-season. So 4 hours and 50 minutes to go then. It's Adam Watson taking over the number 411 Altitude 3M Esports machine from Kamil Grabowski. It's the gap now just over half a minute, so they're staying fairly steady in terms of gap between them and the race leaders, Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. And the hope is that they try and keep the pressure on and hope for a mistake, but right now Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC, doing what they do. Guinness and Harrison, a pairing that have been together for so long, and so many great race wins they've had. And they are so difficult to beat in GT4. They just do not make mistakes. So do let us know where you're watching from around the world here on RaceSpotTV. Let us know who you're cheering for. We'd love to hear from you. And let us know what in-race snacks you've got on the go.
I've got to say, so I don't know. So when it comes to races, I know you have to sometimes fly here to the States. But I'm lucky enough because I'm Midwestern. I like to drive. So one thing I like to do for my commentary team when I do work with somebody is I like to go to Buc-ee's and grab beaver nuggets. I should get some because I have some downstairs. But that, in my opinion, is probably my absolute favorite in-booth treat.
Beaver nuggies.
Yes.
Beaver nuggets or beaver nuggies?
Beaver nuggets. So basically, it's maple. They're basically maple flavored corn pops on steroids.
Right. Sounds interesting.
It's really good. I have to say, if we end up near each other commentary booth or anywhere racetrack, I'll have to bring some for you because they're. My wife likes to say they're like crack.
They're like legal crack.
They're like legal crack. Once you open the bag, you're not going to be able to stop. I think, ask when you see Ryan Marine next, ask him about that because I brought some in a booth. It was myself, Ryan Marine, and Joe Peak working together a couple years ago here at Sebring.
And you brought the nuggies. I like it.
I brought. Yeah, it's either that or I bring my wife's cookies. Both of those, it's,
Now you're talking. Hello to Jake Kaminsky, who's in a chilly Wisconsin. I thought it was cold here in Scotland, but I think Wisconsin's probably going to be chillier. Cheering on Jacob Mignowski in the 444 car for Hyperion Racing that sits in 9th in class at the moment. A little bit of tyre warm-up required for the Adidas Racing McLaren that has come back out. Interesting. Nathan Paris has come out in front of Jacob Tofts. So Mag Performance, although they got that move done on track after the pit stops, they're back behind the McLaren. So Jacob Tofts going to set his sights on Nathan Paris and try and get that position back again.
Yeah, take a look at the pit stop gap. So Nathan Paris, 31 on the nose. Jacob Tofts, 31.799. So that's exactly how they were able to flip-flop over one another.
So yeah, just a little fuel advantage. So maybe the McLaren actually a little bit of a fuel sipper as opposed to a Glugger. Maybe the Aston Martin just a little bit heavier on the fuel, but Jacob Toft's already making himself very, very known in the mirror of that Adidas McLaren. Again, Jacob with a lot of as mentioned, a real-world experience, and you'd think, Jeremy, that racecraft-wise, that's got to play a factor. I mean, if you're going to be successful in the Formula Ford racing, you know, you've got to. That's one thing you need is racecraft.
Yeah, and that's huge. I know overseas where you're at, Formula Ford, absolutely huge. I know a couple people who've actually gone over from the States to race in that series, you know, for a reason. I wish that the Formula Ford and 1600 category here in the States will be a lot bigger than it is, because we have at least one Pro 1600 series, and the racing's absolutely spectacular, not only because you're learning car craft, but because of the low aerodynamics, you're learning how to draft with somebody, which at a track like this, Daytona, Road America, you're still, that's something that's going to be huge, and it's going to make you an absolutely fantastic race driver. So every day, and I have this conversation with several people in the series, I'm like, guys, this is like the great secret here in the States, that 1600 racing isn't bigger than what it is, because you see all these festivals over in the UK, and how they draw hundreds of competitors from all over the country. So 1600 racing, if you get a chance to go watch it, definitely go out and watch it, because at a track like this, it's everything.
It's pretty violent in a Formula Ford around Sebring. You'll feel everything. Wow, yeah, that would be pretty uncomfortable, I could imagine. So at the front of the field, Scherer Esports actually building their gap right now. It's a little bit off kilter, because Good and Go, Sven Hasse now aboard, is 6 laps into the stint, whereas Scherer Esports should be bringing in their Acura any minute now. One more lap, I would think, before we see them coming down pit road, maybe 2 possibly. But they're looking strong right now. Also, Altitude 3M Esports, they will be coming in shortly too, for Zainar Khan.
Hey, what, Scherer Esport really holding on to their own in the lead, and we've seen that the altitude-free Mustang at the time with James Boomey behind the wheel, self-admittedly about 35 seconds behind. That gap has now grown to about 53 seconds, and that's in spite of Khan running a little bit faster than Luca Alpert at this time. Of course, it's still technically early in the race, and the Mustang just absolutely flying here around Sebring. You see Zaire Khan running at the ragged edge. Last time by 58.467. What does he do across the line here? A little slower, but then again, you see how many out-of-class traffic that he had to deal with in the past lap. And it looks like back there, Peter, that they're doing a lot of battling. So you really have to make sure that you're tiptoeing your way. I know that the Altitude Frame team, this car exactly, had to file a protest here in this race with some slower traffic. They admittedly won, but you really got to be cognizant of it, because even though the track looks wide, it's really narrow, especially in these parts.
And I think it's when you step off the track where the problems are, where there's not much runoff in places here at Sebring. You put a couple of wheels on the grass, that wall's waiting for you very shortly afterwards. So, yeah, it's when you're in that fight, good to stay away from it. Hayden Noah Mamasi for Grade and Go. Car number 1 sitting 4th place at the moment in 992. 2-minute flat last time by. Got a little bit of pace in hand from there, maybe around 4/10 or so away from their absolute fastest lap of the race, which is pretty strong pace considering the track temperature sitting around 26 Celsius. So good pace right now, looking to try and hunt down the podium. To get to the podium, they're 35 seconds away. The problem is they're due a pit stop, so they're a little bit off that battle at the moment, but having to work hard with 4 hours and 40 minutes left to go in this race, coming into early afternoon, 9th of January in sim time.
Absolutely spectacular conditions. Chamber of Commerce weather here in Sebring, Florida, as that battle for 4th turned into a battle for 5th really quickly with Nathan Paris and Jacob Toffs. Of course, impulse number 57, Tobias Gruncoder, has to come in for a pit stop here, I would say within the next lap or so, but some GT4 traffic kind of coming into play here. You're also taking a look at this battle for 7th place between Jonas Rutten in the number 44 Falcon Sim Racing team and the 707, that's number 707 Racing of Alessio Bonino, sitting there in 8th place. So lots to play for here in this battle. Of course, that's a 3-car battle for GT4 as well. That's 8th place. Adheed Fortin in the 492, trying to get around Julian Fernandez. And the number 412, fiercely forward pink McLaren down around Big Bend. Look at how close everybody is here down that straightaway. Oh, just love the slicing and dicing by the WSR McLaren there. And that gives a little bit more of a battle here. Ooh, maybe possibly some rubbing through hairpin, but that's just going to happen there through that stretch.
And that WSR McLaren is driven by Ross McFarlane, making his way quickly through, who won the iRacing Roar TCR category earlier on today. So he's jumped out of the Honda TCR, did a 2-hour 24-minute race there, and not that much later, to be honest. I was on commentary for it. So Ross has jumped out of one car and straight into the other here. So this is what he'd look at that. Look right ahead. 2 GT4 cars, quickly dashes over to the right-hand side, knowing that he's got the right-hand corner coming up. And not exactly the optimum line, of course, but in terms of a fast lap, but he gets through the traffic safely and cracks on. At the moment, they are sitting in the top 10, 9th in category at the moment. Raphael Renhofer has just taken another pit stop for Scherer Esport, and he's gone back out. So he's now on at least a triple stint in that Scherer number 16 car. Zainar Khan for Altitude, Freem Esports also in the pits at the moment. So they should filter out behind the Grid and Go Esports car of Sven Hasse.
I should have known that was Ross McFarlane, because that is a Ross McFarlane-esque move there. That was absolutely fantastic, and one of the few drivers who can get that done without any sort of collateral damage. As he said, Khan into the pit, so hopefully will come in for a double stint. I think he's going to, which is pretty smart this time. He'll get out there and rest some drivers, make sure that they are ready for the final push to the finish. Still, this battle for 7th and GT4 looking pretty good between Fernandez and Fortin, as Khan comes out in 3rd place, albeit 7-8 seconds, but that gap between he and Sven Haas is going to really grow as those tires are not up to temp. Of course, Haas running 9-lap fresher tires. Next driver in GT3 who's set to come in and answer the call is that number 44 Falcon Mustang. I would not be surprised to see him in the pits, and yeah, he's going to dive to the inside and A, try and make the pass, but B, going to signal that he's coming in this time by. And that's something in the driver's briefing that the stewards kind of said you need to do because of the way that turn 17 is around here. Come into 17 and signal you're coming to the pits by going drivers right. And indeed, the Mustang of the number 44 Jonas Rutten is into the pits.
A little bit of a gap now forming, though, between the Mag Performance Aston of Jacob Toffs and Nathan Paris in the Adidas Racing by WSR McLaren. Gap between them now 1.4 seconds. He's got to get settled in now. Very similar strategy. The Adidas McLaren 1 lap newer tyres on than Jacob Toffs on his Aston Martin.
I'm just sitting here listening to that acid, and it sounds absolutely fantastic. Working around as Rutan is back out in 10th in GT3. It's the only one that pit stop was 32.233 seconds. So a great pit stop out of the Falcon team as they work their way around. Still, looks like the next GT3 driver we could expect in is Lucas Herman. Take a look at the pit strategy for some of these 992s. It looks like that we might see the #1 Gridgo Esports in 4th place into the pits, and of course we're right in the middle of the stint of the GT4s. And yep, there we go. Right, it's almost like I've been sitting here looking at my crystal ball, saying they're going to come into the pits. How do you know Mimasi coming in? See if they decide to double stint.
Yeah. An idea then, a bit more where they sit in the order. Real kind of mix-up of different stints lengths that the 992s have, or where everyone is on their stint, I should say more accurately. Hayden Noah Mamasi taking on tyres and fuel at this stop. We'll crack on. I don't see a driver change happening, so it looks like Hayden Noah Mamasi is going to carry on. Keep lapping away in this mid part of the race. And always, if you've got, I mean, these teams are all so good, all the drivers are so strong that there is often very little difference in pace from one driver to the next. But if there is an ever so slight difference, you definitely want to keep your your best driver fresh for that run to the end for sure. You probably want them in at the start as well to deal with the real hand-to-hand combat. But when things kind of even out, then maybe you want to keep them a little bit fresh. Let them go off, have a rest, have something to eat, and get ready for action later on. Or in the case of WSR Esports, if you're one of your drivers is too busy winning the iRacing Roar TCR category, then that maybe more determines the stint plan.
Yeah, WSR just spreading themselves all over the place as you see one of the altitude frame. I believe it's going to be the #12, and yeah, that is going around some of this GT4 traffic. So Khan making his way through the field from 3rd place in GT3. So I'm going to pose you this question as things have kind of settled down, knock on wood, stays that way. If you were a team manager and you had a 2 to 3 car lineup, how would you kind of sort things out knowing how Sebring normally plays itself out?
Hard to say. Yeah, very, very hard to say. Yeah, Sebring's it's a unique animal, isn't it? Where tyre wear is always something we talk about. You know, the tyre wear is usually pretty high, grips low. I'll tell you one thing though, Jeremy, is probably because of the sim time is matching up with the real date, the 9th of January, or yesterday's date, is that we don't have the absolutely excruciating heat which we sometimes get for the 12-hour in March, which puts the track temperature through the roof.
I was going to say, yeah, last year was absolutely excruciating for, and I would say the first half of the race where it was just so hot. I guess the only upside we had was once that sun went down, it cooled off quite nicely last year. So, yeah, I mean, this time of year is really nice, you know, as you know. Ooh, of course, also, as we see for, you know, the Roar and the Rolex, once that sun goes down over the Atlantic, that's when it really starts to cool off. So it's going to be interesting to see how far and how fast the temperatures drop near the end of this race as Lucas Herman is into the pits in that number 89 BS competition. And yeah, no surprise here, 22 laps on a stint. So we're not going to see pit stops for another 10 laps or so, probably right until your portion of the stint ends here, Peter. But yeah, you don't have to worry too much about the atmospheric conditions right now compared to 2 months from now.
Yeah, a little bit different, I'm sure, by that point when things really do heat up. It's still a good place to come testing. You see a lot of teams taking the cars here. I mean, really, because it's a circuit that puts the car through its ultimate paces. I mean, Audi used to just roll their car off the finish line, basically, of 12 hours of Sebring and roll it out the next day and then do a 24-hour test. So they'd done a 12 hours of Sebring and a 24 hours of Sebring run. And if the car could survive that, they knew they could take it to Le Mans and go and win. And usually they did in those days.
Well, didn't someone recently do a 48-hour test there at Sebring?
Oh yeah, quite possible. Quite possible. Yeah, you think of the cost of that as well.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, by the way, we're going to keep you here at the track for 48 hours, and there's going to be at least one car running the whole time. So Ross McFarlane making his way around the circuit, 8th place. It's about 4.5 seconds behind Eliseo Bonino, and of course he's running a half second behind. So those 4 seconds might get eaten up just before we get into the pit stop window. A little bit slower this time, but then again, he's been running amongst a lot of 992s and GT4s. So now that he has some open track, let's see what the Scottish driver can do. We know what he can do under great conditions like this, but taking that McLaren up to the front is McFarlane.
Certainly doing his best, isn't he, at the moment? Is the WSR Esports driver, very, very experienced in the iRacing world in lots of different things. One of the very best on the service in a touring car, as he proved earlier on today at the Roar, but also strong in GT3 machinery. Many times a World GT champion. Series we broadcast here on Monday evenings on RaceSpotTV. Gap at the front now that we can take a read on the gap between Scherer Esport and Grid and Go. Sven Hasse for Grid and Go, Raphael Renhofer still in the Scherer Acura, 44 seconds. So just over these last few couple of stints, the gap has increased about 7 seconds. I mean, it's very fine margins when you think 7 seconds over 40 laps. It's not much. It's just it's a tenth or two per lap that's making the difference for that, Jeremy, and that's all that Raphael Renhofer needs, and to keep increasing that gap up, because Grid and Go, as much as they try, they have not been able to run that gap down.
No, they haven't, and that's even with Hasse behind the wheel, who also is a very fast driver in, like you mentioned, the WSR Championship here on Race Spot, which we will be starting another season of that in February. Myself, Jake Sperry, will be on the call for that, so I'm really excited. It's one of my favorite racing series. We got to get you to call one of those races because it is absolutely spectacular. Montoro is out, and I'm trying to see who we have in there as I scroll down. That's going to be Alejandro Avin Ruiz-Sanchez, who will be in the number 33 off its Jackson, taking on a bit of fuel, and might as well get you ready for the IMSA Radio Network. A little bit of energy being put into the car.
Yes, that's a little bit of energy indeed. It's all measured by the torque sensor in the car. I'm still not entirely sure I understand it, but it's running. If it runs out of fuel, it runs out of fuel. But no, that's not exactly how it works. You could run out of usable stint energy and still have liquid fuel left in the tank. So the teams have to be very careful of that, because there's big penalties if they go over it. But in iRacing here, it's nice and simple. Runs out of fuel, that's it. Alejandro Avin Ruiz-Sanchez for Simifi Esports now in the Mustang. Listen to that. Oh, that Coyote V8. New evolution of this car on the way for 2026 as well. It's had a couple of seasons. Started racing it at the Nürburgring as well, and they've got the man for the job, Frank Stipler, who was one of the long-standing Audi drivers and turned the Audi R8 into a real weapon around the Nordschleife, and that's what they've got their eyes set on with this car. And theoretically, it should work well.
Yeah, no. I mean, I've got to say this. Between Ford and Multimatic, they've really turned this car into one of the fan favorites. I remember when everybody was Corvette Rabbit, still are, but there's no, I mean, look, it's great to hear, you know, the Porsche prototype. It's wonderful to hear the Valkyrie and even its sister Aston Martin GT3 car, but there is nothing compared to sitting in the grandstands at Daytona at 2 in the morning. Not many people around you. Some are still sleeping. And all of a sudden, you hear the roar of that Coyote motor making its way through the tri-oval and hitting a couple blips going into turn 1. It's one of my favorite things about endurance racing.
It's the variety, I think. Just the different sounds of all these different cars. Flat 6 Porsche of Cornton Guinness marching on at the front of the field for SimRC. Team 75 Bernard. 43 seconds to the good from Adam Watson for Briem Altitude Esports. Team he's been with for quite a while now. 210.3 last time by for Adam in the Mercedes. In fact, leader on leader here, SimRC, just being passed by the GT3 and the overall leader, Raphael Renhofer, which you got to think he's earned a rest by now, because he's done at least 3 stints in a row. I think he's definitely earned himself a cup of coffee after this run.
Oh, totally agree. So we'll see what he can do when he's going to pit. Of course, coming across the line, he'll have 7 laps on this stint in the Acura, and it's just amazing how venerable that Acura GT3 has been, and really now leading by 43.9 seconds over Sven Hasse, and still running about a half second faster than second place. So opening up that gap little by little by little. Of course, Sven has to answer the pits here in about the next 7 to 9 laps here shortly. So we'll see if Kahn can close that 14-second gap just a little bit to second place. But yeah, Renhofer really doing well here in that number 16 Scherer Esports Acura.
Yeah, 158.6 last time by. 158.6 also for Zion Kahn. Sven Hasse 159.2 in the Grid and Go Ford Mustang. So the pace is pretty hot at the front of the field. The thing I love as well about iRacing 2 is that you can jump straight on to this circuit with the same car and drive around, and even in favourable track conditions and weather conditions, you look at your lap time and you look at the very top guy's lap time and you think, how is that possible? But at least you can see the difference. You can, you can compare yourself to the very best. You can't necessarily do that in the real world without almost unlimited budget.
Exactly. You don't have to worry about flying anywhere. You don't have to worry about tearing up equipment. You don't have to worry about, the hotel losing your reservation. You can just sit there and go, okay, I'm going to race this car at this circuit. It's absolutely fantastic. So this is absolutely a wonderful series for those who are just getting started. And story I've been talking about with my friends and family. I do another league, and it's kind of a hyper-local league. I was looking at timing for practice, and it was actually the kid of the dad whose races I used to call when I was with a regional touring series. And it's like I was saying, I remember watching him as a little kid, and now he's racing. So you get those neat little stories, before they get up into karting, before they decide to go run, either sports car, open wheel racing with your local club. So you've got that, and then you've got drivers who, you raced against on Wednesday yourself in a different series with Aaron Jongsong and some other very fast competitors. So there's just a mix of talent here in iRacing, and it's really neat to see those drivers who you watch starting come up really become one of the faster pros, quote-unquote pros, in this service as we watch this battle for 5th place in the 992 with Matteo De Feo and Javier Berengel close in battle, 0.8 of a second separate, but they still got to watch out for this GT3 traffic that's coming up on them.
They do, yeah. That's you've got to look in the mirror, and you'll see it also. The drivers will run what's called a relative, so they know who's coming. And some might even work with a spotter as well, just to warn them of what's going on around. Some prefer total silence. Some prefer lots of communication. It really depends which driver you think about. So in just around 20 minutes time or so, we'll do a little switch in the commentary box where I will step out and hand over to the very capable Lorenzo Bonder alongside your good self, Jeremy. You're pulling the double stint with 2-hour blocks.
It's not so bad. I've done, a 4-hour stint is nothing with a partner compared to doing a 12-hour endurance race solo. I've done it in real life, and it's not fun. But it's like sometimes when your producer goes, "Hey, you've got to pull a double stint." Sorry, I'm like, okay, am I working with somebody? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. It's not a big deal. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. And of course, there's also good racing on here too. So that really helps. You're talking about spotters, and I have a buddy of mine who's actually going to spot for another group of friends for the Rolex 24 next week in one of the different rungs that will be here. Not sure if they're going to be on the broadcasted one, but what's interesting is you can run a real life spotter or you can run an AI spotter. I have an AI spotter, and it's the venerable Chris Wheeler, who's my AI spotter. Haven't told him that yet, but that's a fun spotter to have.
Well, I was racing on Wednesday night in a Kelly Moss sim racing event, and Aaron Johnson was racing, and he was winning by a long way, and my spotter kept telling me how good his lap times were, which after the second or third time I was like, I know that, yes, yep, got it. He's 2 seconds a lap faster. Yeah, he's a professional. I'm not.
But here's the thing: how many times did you go off during that race?
None, actually. Just unusual. Every
time he would come out of turn one, he would cop at least a 0x or a 1x because he used that exit there on turn one, right, and just dipped the wheel off.
Well, so. Yeah. No, I thought you meant crash.
No.
So
no.
So I was going for the bonus points of not having any incident points, and then I just slipped over the edge and took one incident point, and then I thought, right, I've got 20 incident points to use, and I just emptied the clip with track limits towards the end, and that did give me a spot, actually. Not in my class,
it did.
But it gave me a spot.
Oh yeah, well, that's because it's right. Come on, but that was actually a very entertaining race because everybody had somebody to race with, except if you're Aaron John Song. You were all the way in Milwaukee while everybody else was still at the track. As we see Berengal try to go around high, wide, and handsome around DeFeo. You can make it happen if you have enough speed through turn one. Indeed, he does, but he needs to shut the door coming on the exit. Not going to make it happen as DeFeo is going to close in, but Berengal has the line going through turn three, shuts the front door, and he's going to get that position. Anyway, back to that race. You guys are going to Road Atlanta next week, and I figure I might as well get some intel on that. We go from the long straights of Road America to the shorter but still aerodynamic dependent of Atlanta. How much training you get in this week?
Hopefully more than I did for Road America. I did more practice in pre-practice than I did before. You see, the thing is, I'm absolutely obsessed with Richard Burns Rally at the moment, and
okay, that's fair.
I'm so into that that I'm not giving myself the time. But Road Atlanta is it's certainly one of my very favourite circuits to drive. Doesn't mean I'm fast there, but I love driving there. It's probably a little bit more challenging in places than Road America. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Easier to make a mistake, particularly up at turn 3.
Yeah. Well, I've got to say this. You better do good this week, because if Ryan beats you 2 weeks in a row, I'm just glad I'm not going to Daytona, because I know that you probably won't hear the end of that one.
The thing is, Ryan's so polite, though. He's not that. He would be the last person to rub it in your face. That's, yeah.
Yeah, he probably just say it in the intro. Hey, good job last couple of weeks, and just leave it at that. I love Ryan. I love working with Ryan. One of the best here in our industry, and we're lucky to have him all around. As you see, this battle for 5th place in 992, Fast Repair and Bite 500. Sitting there is Katarski in the pits for Impulse Racing. Yeah, I gotta say that Kelly Moss series is an absolute blast of a series. Andy and Victoria have something great going on with that. I'm glad that they're doing it, but I kind of wish more teams would do it. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it's I'm really honoured to be invited actually by Victoria and Andy at Kelly Moss. It's very, very kind of them indeed. Now, Falcon Ford, they're normally a very strong force, but it's not been a good day for them, unfortunately. Running down in 10th at the moment. Jonas Rutten at the wheel at the moment. So we've got driver changes going on in 992. Mathieu Deschamps taking over the Delta Sport Porsche 992. But yeah, Falcon, they're not having a good day, unfortunately. Still running a lap down. They do have a quick car. I mean, 157.498. Their best lap is one of the very strongest laps of anybody in the race, but it just hasn't all clicked together, unfortunately. Hasn't gone their way. Adam Watson leading the way in GT4, but due a pit stop, we're on cycle. He's running in 2nd, taking a turn up at the front at the moment for the young racing technician and engineer.
No surprise that Watson's doing quite well here in this GT4 class. Really, the Altitude Frame Esports, they can put anyone in any of their cars, because you got James Boomey, you've got Adam Watson, who's in the car, Dennis Grabowski, who's also paired up with Watson in this 411. You take a look at WSR Esports, and they have a lot of heavy hitters, but don't sleep on Altitude Frame Esports, as they have so many great drivers. We saw last season the WSR Esports Championship. The championship basically went down to WSR and Altitude. So, with James Boomey coming out victorious in that GT3 Championship, which really did go down to the last race of the weekend, last race of the series. So Altitude really has it going on, as you see the GT3 cars slicing and dicing their way through the field. I do believe that is, I'm not sure if that's the battle for position, but Peter, I've taken a look. I just pulled up higher in my timing standings. There's only 5 cars on the lead lap for the GT3 class.
We'll keep a close watch on that. Busy in pit lane as well. Fast Repair in. Diana Perez taking a pit stop in 992. Likewise, Wizards Esports, Michael Zeal. And Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC is the sister car, the 475, in the pits as well for Adam Isaacson. It's Altitude who lead the way in their Mercedes EMG, 16 laps into the stint. And in fact, that's interesting, they've got the Team 75 Bernard car right behind them, but it's the sister car, I think, that's running a lap down. That's right, yes, okay. I was thinking, wait a minute, that's not right, but yes, the Sim RC 475 right in behind the Altitude car.
Of course, lots of dancing here down the straightaway heading into the hairpin. So one of the 992s hit that rumble strip. I keep forgetting that exit curbing there is a little raised coming out of Big Bend, as now you see the 2nd place car. That is Sven Hasse into the pits. Mark Perez also deciding to take a pit stop as well in the number 14 Simifi Esports Mustang. We'll keep tabs on this as the car goes up on the jacks. Fresh Pirellis will be in the car, and I don't see the car disappearing, so Perez will get another stint in that Mustang. Sits in 10th right now, falling down the order. Will fall down the order unless Eater comes out. I don't know. He may not fall out of the order as Zane Khan now makes his way onto a second. Yes, Lorenzo, it's Pirelli's on a Mustang. That's weird for me to say too.
Looks like Michelin's to me from this, or it should be Michelin's if it's Michelin 24-hour series, so it definitely should be Michelin's.
I know one of the cars had Pirelli's, but yeah, maybe I should just go get my eyes checked, yeah.
No, it did. I spotted that as well. I thought, that's not right. Yeah, Michelin 24-hour series kicking off for 2026 calendar year, of course, in the middle of the Middle East Trophy at the moment. Yeah, they're definitely Michelin's on that car. Blue and white. There you go. Of course, the tyre they'll run, slightly different spec of tyre that they run, but same brand, of course, as the IMSA WeatherTech Championship.
Well, so mark one for Jeremy today. Big screw up there. Look at that gap between Renhofer and Khan. It's now a full minute. So Scherer Esports just really logging on the fantastic laps. And I'm going to say it, Peter. Ramiro, our producer, letting us know in our private chat here, there's been no incidents since an hour. Just an entire hour of no incidents, and that speaks volumes to the level of talent that we have here in this 24-hour series, that you know, we can go through an hour without any incidents. I take a look at our race control investigations. There was no action taken about an hour ago from the 12 and the 9:03 incident, but I have seen just a bunch of quick little you know, in track limits warnings, which really not, you know, whatever, fine. You know, as we mentioned earlier, you go off the track in most of these places, like you see the dust getting kicked up, and it'll swallow you quick as Fortin is into the pits for their compulsory pit stop at the 492. But yeah, this is one of those great racetracks where it's not a concrete canyon. You go off track, well, it might be a little bit of a big incident for you.
It will be. Yes, it will be. There's been plenty of examples of that over the years here at Sebring, and yeah, you're right, that does really indicate the quality on show here in the 24-hour series, because Sebring, it's so easy to make an error, so easy to just catch a bump wrong and little spin or what have you, but it's very, very easy to get it wrong. But these drivers are managing it well, and they're doing it at a red hot pace as well. I mean, Raphael Renhofer, he's just been metronomic, and he's been behind the wheel for a couple of hours now, so will definitely be due a good rest. But that Acura does not look an inch out of place. It looks nimble, it looks tied down, looks on rails. Just one of those days where everything's clicking together for Scherer Esports. And Scherer Sport, they managed to acquire the former Phoenix team, which are the most successful, joint most successful team at the 24 Hours at Nürburgring. 7 wins at that race alongside Manthey Racing. And actually both of those teams are based just outside the circuit, so what does that tell you? You need to be a local team to know how to conquer that racetrack.
Yeah, get out there, and we got to test something on there. Let's do a toll lap and get out there, run the short lap as you see your GT4 leader into the pit. So Adam Watson deciding 19 laps is enough for the AMG, and he's going to come back out and double stint. 37.133 seconds, the lap time, pit time out of the Altitude Frame Esports team. That gives Corentin Gunez a chance to get back out front in that Team 75 burner by Sim RC.
Flopping back and forward with Altitude with a 4-lap advantage on fuel. We'll need to try and get the calculators out to see where it looks, because if it means that Altitude could potentially save a stop, albeit a very short one, that could have reduced the 49-second gap that there is right now. Now, not by enough for it to change, but it might mean that the gap is, or the real gap is not quite as big as 49 seconds. But Sim RC, Team 75 Bernard, they are just relentless right now. No mistakes, just grinding it out. Jacob Toff's also in from fourth position in the Mag Performance Aston. He did get past Nathan Paris before they came into the pit. So once again, wait a minute, that's deja vu, Jeremy. The Mag Performance Aston nips past the Adidas McLaren just as they go into the pits.
That, yeah, no surprise there. We've seen how those two teams have just been, they're like magnets to say the least. But, yeah, I think we're going to see that all race long with the two of those cars. And it's been quite interesting to see that happen as Toff's back out. So he will have a double sit. And that's a nice, decent pit stop, 31.701 out of the number 50. So I've got to say, it's been absolutely fantastic to finally work with you after a year of doing some sim announcing. Hopefully we can do some real life stuff, but looking forward to calling your race on Wednesday.
I shall try my best, Jeremy. Yes, good luck for the next couple of hours, and I'll see you all here on RaceSpotTV for the last two with Arjuna Kankapati.
I go get some rest. I know you've been working that voice a lot. That's Peter Mackay of sports car racing fame. And now joining me in the booth is the man, the myth, the legend, the international traveler. It's Lorenzo Bonder. And I know that you've been all over the place. I've been watching your exploits from afar. And I've got to say, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening.
Good afternoon, Scott. Jeremy. It has been great to know that you've been lying about me. I'm not a myth, I'm not a legend, or neither one of those things, but it's good that I can, remove my humble head for once and say, yes, I am something.
Well, you are here, and that's at least the most we can ask for right now. 4:04 left in this race, and we've seen some great battles in and around, but I've got to say, if you're watching the class leaders, you're not going to be watching them too much because you see the big gaps that they have. Share Esport, your overall leader with Raphael Reinhofer in that point spot, over a minute over Zane Khan. Then you go to 992. It's Guniso Taldson in the gridandgo.com Esports 24-hour number 901, who is also the points leader now in the 992 category, 52 seconds ahead of Adam Katarski. Then in GT4, Corentin Gunez still has to answer the call for a pit, but Adam Watson just coming out of the pits from Altitude Frame Esports White, that AMG 50 seconds behind. And of course, the battle of the race so far is the Fast Repair Motorsport and Might 900 in the 992 class, of course being a spec class of the Porsche GT3 992 that you see in your Sprint Challenge and Porsche Carrera Cup classes in and around the world. A very popular race car to say the least, but let's see, when do these drivers have to pit? So Fast Repair is about 11 laps to the good of Hadi Noah Mamasi's lap count. Mamasi pitted 15 laps ago. So if Perez wants to get some sort of overcut there and really keep it ahead, they've really got to do some fast laps here once Mamasi ends up in the pits. Also, real quick, Lorenzo, a little bit of housekeeping. 722 Racing 3 on YouTube asking, hey, could someone tell me how Jacob Magnowski's team is in the 444? A lot of eyes on Magnowski in the YouTube chat, as we've been mentioning. Let us know where you're watching from, what you're doing, how your day's going. 9th place in the Hyperion Racing, Carter James actually behind the wheel of that.
Absolutely. By the way, congratulations on not pulling the Arjuna Kankipati and saying Jakub. And I've been watching. Yes, I do take I have my receipts. I know Arjuna might actually get back on me later, but yeah. So Jacob is doing really good. Yeah, I'm doing a new name for Jacob as it's been a very interesting race for them. Of course, like there was a little bit of a talk before. The GT4 got a 36-hour call-up before going into this race, whereas the GT3 has been running all season long, which is good as a whole package of things, but of course not in the position they wanted to be. I think in the championship as a whole, only 6 points with the leading car, the other one with 4 points, just a single point they have in the whole championship. But of course, just grabbing experience over here in the 24-hour series. Surely the next season they will be coming to try to have a stronger season than they had this year.
Yeah, the 24-hour series, I think, I don't know how it is in your neck of the woods, but here in the States, I don't think it gets enough love as it is. I unfortunately didn't get a chance to see how the 6 hours went today in Bahrain. I know between the Roar next weekend and Dubai, it's going to be tough for me to kind of pay attention to exactly everything that's going on. Oh, by the way, we also have the 24 Hours of Daytona special event for iRacing. So this is the first weekend that we get so much great racing.
Wait. Dubai is also next weekend?
I said Dubai. No, I'm not Dubai. I'm sorry. In 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Well, let me put it this way. I'm right now 3 weeks away from my vacation, so I'm full throttle right now. It's been absolutely fantastic. But thanks for calling me out. I appreciate that.
Actually, next weekend.
No, is it? Let me see.
It is.
Can't be. No.
I just saw it their website.
Is it? Was I actually right?
Yeah, you are actually right.
All right, so at 4 hours left to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen, notch it down. Dubai's next weekend. I'm thinking of Bathurst. Bathurst is now always after the Rolex. That's right.
Yeah, Dubai is always the first race of the year. That is also for the 24, like a 24-hour race, and let me just say, it is criminal, people that are listening to us, and that this race, it only has one sim that actually features this race, not this race, but the racetrack.
Yeah.
To race on nowadays, and I'm not saying like the old sims. I'm saying modern ones, because I'm not grabbing GTR2, which is made by Ian Bell, by the way. But I cannot believe I'm saying that Ian Bell sim that is actually, I can say it's a sim. But anyway, I'm not gonna get into those discussions. But Dubai is criminal that is not featured in other sims because it is such a great racetrack.
Yeah, and Ryan Walker also triple checking as well that it is indeed next weekend. A lot of fast drivers over there. Oh, look at this battle for fifth and 992. But then again, we're starting to see less fuel as the 999 still stays in front. That's the bite 500 of Mateo De Feo, still trying to hold off Perez, and Perez gonna sit back there and kind of bide his time. De Feo and Perez about a lap apart when it comes to pit stops. Now, if you're just joining us, first of all, thank you very much for joining us here on RaceSpotTV. For pit stops, if you're gonna take a pit stop, per the regulations, you have to dive driver's right going into Sunset Bend to let drivers know that you are coming in. Because really, if you don't, it could end up in tears for you and the drivers behind you if you have a clump of drivers around. So this battle for fifth still looking pretty good as De Feo takes a defensive line heading into Tower down the Flying Fortress straight. Actually, that was turn 10 Cunningham. Now we're heading into Tower and a little bit of GT4 traffic to play. Lorenzo, this has been the name of the game for the past couple of hours, not just in the 992s, but also in GT3. Oh man, I don't think that GT4 knows that they've got two fast 992s behind them.
No, but yeah, survived the whole ordeal as he managed to get away, and now Mateo is breaking away from Diana, and just to pick on you, Jeremy, Diana is a hurt. She streams on Twitch, by the way. As by the way, she cannot get any tie anywhere closer as Jeremy is. We'll be right back. So for me, it's a solo rival Lorenzo Bonder, and We'll take you through as a little bit less than 4 hours to go into this race. Interesting to talk about the fact that in 992 in this class, basically the Grid and Go is running away with the championship against the 900 car. It's basically a head-to-head battle, and the 901 doing so far as the Turkish driver Gunuso Tazdalian is breaking away. Meanwhile, GT4. Same stuff with Team Bernhard, 75 Bernhard by SimRC. They're taking the championship back home as you're seeing now basically the action. There you go. There's the other car, the 476 driven by the Frenchman of Corentin Gunes with a very lengthy gap. And this is what I expected, to be very honest, at this point of the race. Like, you know, we've raced more than 6 hours. We know usually the gap, especially in these long tracks of that we have in the whole world. 6 kilometers is this track. That's how long it is, and normally you would expect gaps to be about this big at the end of basically 6-10 hours of racing that we're gonna have left, especially when I'm done commentating and the final 2 hours of this race will begin. And in the lead, Cher is gonna have the maiden victory of the season, as Attitude is gonna come out in second so far. But the most important thing is Grid and Go, the number 2, is wrapping up their championship effort strong, and that's what matters the most. They're gonna be finishing so far in 3rd place within the podium, and with that being said, Sven Haase is gonna tally one more championship under his belt. Not that he had any championships before, basically being part of one of the strongest lineups in sim racing, which was the Bieler Racing Aeronix, you know, team back in the old days. So it's good to see that Sven, which is odd, seeing a Swedish flag under his name. Unusual. iRacing, I don't think he's embracing the ABBA memes though. But yeah, the German is gonna have one more championship under his belt.
Rago into the pits. We saw Luca Alpert come out and still has a 14-second advantage. Zane Khan comes in. Let's see if he's going to triple stint in that number 12 altitude frame Esports Mustang, or if he's going to hand it off. Comes into the pits, sets up, and gets the 4 Michelin tires. I'll get that right. See if he disappears, and then has
there
not
you
disappeared
go.
yet. So that tells me that Zane Khan in for a triple stint, and I would not be surprised to see James Boomy or the other fast altitude frame esports drivers into the pits, into the car here after this pit stop. So Zane Khan down off the jacks. Yeah, thank you, Ramiro. I appreciate it. If that's the worst mistake that I've had this race, we're doing pretty darn good.
Don't worry, you're not Nolan Rempa who confused a Porsche for a Ferrari. Or confused that Porsche was actually Italian rather than German. As long as I am alive, I will never let Nolan run away with that. Shout out by the way, to Nolan. I know he's been busy doing other broadcasts.
So don't get me wrong. I love working with you guys in sim racing. It's a fantastic community. And I will never step away from sim racing because it's absolutely a blast. But, you know, yes, I still have ambitions to go back professionally, but at the same time, I fear mistakes like what I made there earlier with the tires. I'm seriously like, oh God, you can't tell a difference between the 2 tire compounds, or Michelin will have something out for me and say, yeah, no, he's good, but I can't, don't want him in there if he's mistaken us for Pirellis.
If you wanna feel good about yourself, like about that mistake, I nearly said Hankook 24-hour series about.
Oh my God, you're dating yourself right there.
Yeah, I know. I nearly made the cardinal mistake. I know it's Michelin 24-hour series, and I know when Peter said that, it basically clicked on my mind. It was like, now I nearly did a cardinal mistake. Imagine you grab the main sponsor for the official real life championship of this esports championship, and I'm getting it wrongly. What are the odds of people getting on the back of my head and starting, doing the... You never seen... I don't know if this is something that is basically done in the United States. We call it the Polish corridor back in Brazil. Do you know what it is?
No.
Okay. Imagine you and your friends, as we were gonna look what happened with the number 9 with the 900 Get and Go car. Oh, a little bit of a bump and goes around. Oh, a little bit of a dangerous rejoin. I don't know if that was in front of the GT4 leader. Apparently it was. As now GT unit. Also a tiny mistake on turn number 5 as Alda High Forton is gonna do a 180 partial scope and is gonna come back on track. But the Polish corridor back in Brazil is what we call, like, imagine you and your friends. Your friends stay to basically 2 rows. One beside each other, like one side by side, and you have to go in the middle of them. Your friend's job is basically beat you up while you go through the row. That's the Polish corridor. Yeah, go ahead.
I've never heard it called that before. I can't remember, but yeah, we have something like similar to that in elementary school. But yeah, no, I know what you're talking about now. I've never heard it called that. Oh, yeah. That is very interesting. You learn something new every day.
Yeah, I don't know why they call it the Polish corridor back in Brazil. Don't ask me. I didn't invent the term.
Yeah, don't shoot.
What did they call that? Hold on. How do they call that in America, though?
I don't remember. I've got to think about that. Somebody on the chat will know. Ross McFarlane out of the pits, 31.483 second pit stop for the WSR McLaren. And look at that. Oh, there is just something special about watching a 992 just absolutely spectacular, just jumping all over the place as this battle for position here between Byte 500 and Fast Repair continues to go on. We've had several of these battles during the stints where they would cars would just find each other, and it's just a proverbial magnet. You have a magnet on the front of your car and you have a magnet on the back of your car. Bottom of your screen got a battle in GT4 as well, as it looks like it involves one of the Mustangs, Cayman. That's the battle for 4th place in GT4 right now. As we go down, that's between the Williams Sim Race Academy of Kai Dial, the Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC of Adam Jackson. So you got the battle for 5th, battle for 4th. These are the 2 closest battles on the racing circuit. And of course, each class, Lorenzo, has no more than 5 cars on the lead lap. That belongs to the GT3 class. But with Luca Alpert behind the wheel of the Acura number 16 Shearer Esport, I've got to say this, that might be a 4-car lead lap battle, as Jacob Toffs might be falling off the lead lap here momentarily.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would say maybe only top 3 is gonna survive being under the lap. Of course, leader is not gonna lap himself. That doesn't exist. That is highly unlikely, absurd, nonsensical. Lorenzo, what are you talking about? But let's get back to this GT4 battle. This is a good one because I know Williams is fighting real hard for the money, as they have a bump on the T75 Bernhard by SimRC 475. Nearly gets squirrely with the altitude freedom car that was in P2, now in P3, so Saint Con goes past by them. But heated up battle as the car in front is actually the that's the T75 Bernhard. There you go, Ramiro. There you go. That's a battle for P4, and like I said before, the Williams car is fighting for the bling. They are going for that bling. They want, if I remember correctly, if they finish up third in GT4 standings, they will earn 400 euros as part of the prize pool that is available to the teams.
I'm still amazed that Khan was able to thread the needle there between that tire wall and those GT4s. That was an absolutely fantastic move there. You know, just to try and get around. He's got 45 seconds between he and Paris. I mean, yeah, I would have waited, but Khan really threading the needle, making sure that he goes through. That could have ended in tears quite closely, as you know, we still have plenty of time left to go in this race. Race officials investigating contact with the 900. And we'll get word on that, but the other cars involved are the 57 and the 1. See if any penalties are doled out. The last penalty was a time penalty, and that was about 4 hours ago. So it's been a pretty clean race thus far, and it's something that you know we mentioned earlier on with myself and Peter on the broadcast, is just the level of talent in this series as been absolutely fantastic, and I've noticed it from afar, and now as a broadcaster in iRacing this past year, these series are starting to get more and more selective with who they can bring in, because a lot of your top tier drivers have really high I ratings, but those who are in the 2,000 to 3,000, they've been absolutely pretty good as well.
Yeah, not me though. I'm 3.1K and I'm a complete fraud. But that's why I manage a team. I don't drive. But yeah, it's interesting. And I speak from a fact, being a manager that participated somewhat in the 24-hour series esports in their last season, not this one, but the one prior to the break. In TCRs, it's not easy. So you gotta have your lineup set up every day, and this is why there's lots of practices, trainings, and stuff like that for you to get the proper setup in the car. And when your 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Ks cannot step up in your team, and you have those 2, 3, 4 Ks that have to drive on, and they fill the minimal criteria, they must be at least ready to show up and show out. And it's good to see that we have some of these guys, you know, that are not overly infatuated with the I rating, you know, and showing out. That's good to know.
You know, I had the privilege of being one of the voices of the Sim Gaming Expo here in the United States, and I think it was between one of our races and one of a different hosted race that was there. And I remember getting ready. It was myself and Joe Peak were calling the main races from the Sim Gaming Expo, the Challenge Series, and I could hear somebody go, "But what about my I rating?" And I look at Joe, I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, it's great that you're here, but it's a race. It's at the end of the day, it's a video game. If you're going trying to go fisticuffs with somebody, which
Did
also
you just say
almost
video
happened."
game?
I know. I'm probably going to anger a lot of people. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Even if this is a simulation, even if this is a tool. And look, I love iRacing as much as the next user, but you know, at some point, you know, you got to stop and figure, I'm having fun. I don't need to worry about iRating. Unless you're somebody that likes to go balls to the wall and decide to use us as a little bit of a practice for Demolition Derby, which you and I have seen left and right, time and time again. Battle for 9th and GT3 really heating up, as well as, oh, that was a little close, as the 488 of Oliver Jan JS looks in his mirrors and saw, oh wait, I've got the Falcon Porsche next to me. So able to open up just a little bit of a gap. The number 44 is with Jonas Root and Mark Perez falling back in about a half-second territory. So not able to catch that draft just yet. Jacob Barons into the pits as well. But back to my point, look, yeah, some of these guys, it is, a career to make your way into professional auto racing or just run as much as you can. But, it's just for fun. Come on, nobody's getting hurt if they hit a wall, thankfully. The danger aspect of this, for the most part, is taken back. But, yeah, East 83 Raider 3, how dare you? I know, I'm evil, I'm horrible, but part of my real-life job is to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
But can you handle the truth?
Oh, yeah, I can handle the truth. It's just when I talk about the truth, nobody can handle it. Trust me, you should see the comments I get in some of the news stories I write.
Okay, fair. But yeah, it's like, don't. I'm gonna be a little bit more serious over here. I know I joke around with, how dare you talk about this? This is being a game. This is real life. But yeah, no. Let me just remove myself a little bit and go into the serious note. I think there's a little bit of a talk, about iRacing is relevant, iRating is relevant. You got iRating matters everything. Don't get me wrong. If I am going to talk about this, I'll talk this as someone who, I've driven on the when Williams hosted a kind of like a sim racing World Cup of sorts. It doesn't matter much. I think I had about 3.4K when I drove that representing Brazil, but against guys like some that like Marciano and I think I don't know if Sean actually drove for the United States or something like it, but it's like, so people get this fixation that you must have sometimes the highest iRating because you want to face the best of the. Of course, you want to always face the best of the best, but they say, oh, iRating matters everything. I'm probably gonna say it's like you just said, you're there to have fun. If you lose, you cannot be overly infatuated by losing. About 100. Well, let's just say you're the number one car in the split and you crashed out and you're gonna lose a 300 iRating. It happens. If you have the skills, you'll get it back eventually. It's not that your life is gonna be at stake every single time. Surely there are the top tier teams kind of like demand of sorts that you maintain a high iRating because you need to be featured in the top level of sim racing. But that's just like the top 0.1% of racing, sim racing in general. I'm not mentioning going into iRacing itself. It's crazy. So, like I said, if you get there, awesome, great. But you cannot get fixated by it. If you really want to grind for it, okay, you can go ahead and grind for it. But it take that fun away. You want to take the fun away just because you really want to grind official sessions and because you have to be the best of the best of the best. I don't know. I always try to have a trade-off. Oh, if you get there, great, while having fun, that's awesome. But I know people can take that away quite easily, as we saw Jacob going out of the pit box.
Yeah, and that's something that's talked about in the chat. Jacob Magnowski, he's 3.1 thousand right now, and he, in the past 3 weeks, he's gained 1,000 iRating because he started taking his racing seriously. So it can be done, and that's something to think about too. But yeah, like I said, it's probably a pretty controversial thing I said, but at the same time, at the end of the day,
I agree.
That's what it is. We've got a spinner.
Jacob. Hi, Jacob. Bye, Jacob.
Yeah, that was Jacob who with the quick spin, and that happens, and that's the commentator's curse, and we'll stop there. However, we do have a developing situation with the #1 Grid and Go Esports 24-hour series P Cup with Roger Felstad Christensen, one of the points leaders in the 992 class. Stop and hold +10 for incident responsibility with car 57.
Jesus.
So the Impulse Racing by Tam Livery with Facundo Rago in 6th place in GT3. Our first really tough penalty in about 4 hours.
Okay, unfortunate to see Impulse getting a penalty and basically undo this awesome fight they having against Italy.
It wasn't Impulse. It was Grid and Go, the one car in the 992 class.
So Roger actually got the penalty. It wasn't Facundo
Yes.
that got the penalty. Oh, okay.
Unless they've already served it, which they may have.
No, they could have, given the fact they are basically racking up penalties and something like that. Hold up. No, they have been issued. They haven't served it, but it's just adding assault to injury to their entire race.
Okay, I didn't see the. Yeah, I need to get out there. So yeah, they probably got that issued just after they left the pits with Felstad behind the wheel. So next time they go in the pits, they'll have to dive into the penalty box, which is the closest pit box from pit in, and serve that stop and hold +10. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead on your point, Lorenzo.
Oh, well, what was my point? Really? Oh, the Italy against Argentina battle. That was really good. As we're gonna see the coat tires effect getting into place. There you go, a spin. Coat tires and curbs don't go well together sometimes, especially on a BMW M4 GT4. Trust me, I've been there many times.
So Magnowski getting out there, and you know that's one of the things about doing club racing is you learn how a car handles.
Oy.
A little bit of a lean by that Ferrari, and that's gonna draw the ire of race control. We'll see if they get an investigation here in just a little bit, but yeah, that as our good friend Calvin Fish said, a little bit of argy-bargy there through the tower.
Yeah, and don't get us wrong. It wasn't that it was a dirty move from Bonino on Rago. It's just when you are side by side and even though you are giving room to each other, that can happen. That's just racing. By the way, T75 Bernhard by CMRC in GT4. I think I just saw Cunninton Guinness jump out of the car for the Aussie driver of Kieran Harrison. I could be wrong. I think he's saying that Kieran is Aussie.
Yeah, Kieran's listed as a driver of record right now, and of course he's got Adam Watson all over the tail of that 476. So it's Porsche over AMG. If we could take a look at Watson obviously with 15 lap older tires, but still Harrison has to do all he can to hold off that AMG in GT4 as yeah, there it is, as Watson just reeling in that Porsche. It's getting bigger and bigger, and of course ahead of them is that Hyperion BMW of Jacob Magnowski in 9th place.
Yeah, just correcting, Kieran is from the UK. I figured as much. I think actually Finch is from Australia. That also drove for SimRC.
So now Watson has to get around this Williams Mustang while hoping at the same time Harrison has problems getting around Magnowski. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there for the altitude frame AMG coming into the hairpin. We'll see if Magnowski can get out of the way and open up just a little bit of a gap. Also, it's Yentil Van Thielen, who is the first car one lap down in GT4 in that number 477 Williams Sim Racing Academy Mustang. Yeah, they're still single file going through Cunningham. Oh, that was just a little bit close. Wonder how Ancy Harrison's going to get here, but he has opened up a little bit of a gap, but unfortunately Watson has now gotten around the blinking Williams as Adam Isaacson, I should say, into the pits. I saw the J in the I, and Watson flashing his lights at the Hyperion BMW. So we'll get back to that battle here in just a little bit as you see the 7 car there in GT3 trying to get around and trying to get around some slower traffic. Got Ross McFarlane now knocking at the door of the Ferrari. It's a battle for 6th place and the lead in the GT3 class, 1 lap down. Lorenzo, if there's one driver you don't want behind you, it's WSR driver of Ross McFarlane.
No, fast. No, you don't. It's a fast driver, very technical, also very knowledgeable about strategies and everything. So he's going to analyze you and try to find ways to go around you. But just trying to find where Ross is in the whole field. There you go, sitting in 7th place. Yeah, that's right. So he's just going to bide his time and try to find a good spot to attack while taking advantage of that McLaren 7020S GT3 that is actually performing really good in this race. Won't lie to you.
No, he's doing pretty good indeed. And it's just one thing that Ross McFarlane's hoping is that this battle between the 992 and the GT4 really hampers him going into sunset, and I think it's going to, unless Bonino gets deep on the brakes. Of course, now we're starting to see cooling with the cloud cover over the circuit. Right now, Fries Larson into the pits in GT3, so now that window starting to open up for this fastest class of cars. Let's see where we're at, and yeah, so Sven Haas is going to have to come into the pits here in the next lap or so. So yeah, the window for some of these drivers running on separate strategies, they're really starting to open up just a little bit. McFarlane makes quick work of that AMG into turn 1, setting up for Big Bend here. We'll see if McFarlane can make something happen with Rago. I should say Bonino, is Rago sitting back there, the interested spectator in position, and McFarlane not going to make anything happen. He's smart enough not to make a move, but he's methodical enough to try and see where your downfalls are. And yeah, there's Van Haas now coming out of the pits here shortly on the jacks. But yeah, this battle for position here for 6 is absolutely tantalizing.
It's awesome. It's awesome to watch, knowing that despite the circumstances that we have in this race, you know, reduced field of sorts, only 48 cars, and only we would see 50, 60 cars lined up in this field. Still providing good racing, and despite, I would say, nearly 1/4 of the field being already DNF'd, only 39 cars left in the racetrack, we still have battles going on all around.
Well, and take a look at who's out there. We see Thomas Angus Sim Racing. They're still hoping to get back out, as a lot of these drivers still being fixed. So yeah, you've got, here's what we've out of this race: the number 434 Thomas Angus Sim Racing, the 22 MJ Downforce, you've got the 400 Grid and Go Esports 24-hour, their GT4 steed, the Sheja Esports number 90 in GT3. Only one 992 that's out of the race right now, and that's the Williams Sim Racing Academy. Sam JF Hammerstedt behind the wheel of that. TC Esports out in the number 24. Manti Racing Green with Zenith Esports and Instinct Mechanic Racing, only running just a handful of laps They only ran one lap, actually, with Claudio Mack behind the wheels. So still a lot of cars still in this race. 39 competitors running with the field as Manuel Cubo Torres gets into the number 14 as Nathan Paris and Jacob Toft still going toe-to-toe, but Paris taking that number 97 Adidas Racing by WSR Steed into the pits as well. Looks like Adheed Fortin going to be out. Tom Euler in the number 92 McLaren, the G-Unit.DE competitors.
Yeah. And slowly approaching, we're just past the final 3 hours and a half of racing in the season left. It's kind of funny. This season went so quickly, man, compared to the other seasons.
No, it really did. It's
But don't get me wrong. It's like, I know it's somewhat of a new management in the championship. Major props for In the Shield and everybody else in you know, from from World Sim Racing. World Sim Racing and everybody else, you know, for organizing this, taking this from Casper the Court, which still organizing Ivra. Back in the days, Ivra was the feeder series for this, and a lot. And I know Arjuna was talking about, you know, cars not being able to switch tires and such. At the same time, I think Adidas Racing had a little bit of a problem with connection and got relegated back to the pits. But coming back to the championship as a whole, I think I kind of like echo what Arjuna said of, you know, tires and fuel done at the same time. I wish Harry Racing could, you know, have a little bit of a flag that if you clicked on that flag, you could, if you take that off, you could do tires and fuel at the same time. But most importantly, I wish we could have tire allocations. Well, iRacing does have that, but I know it's somewhat buggy, and that can be exploitable. And it's a little bit unfortunate that it can be exploitable, because if that was, you know, proper, we could have a really good championship with strategy battles and all moving forward. Maybe forcing some teams, you know, double stint or triple stint tires, depending on circumstances, just because their tire allocations don't want to allow them to do tires every single lap.
Yeah, I was telling Andy Shield in our chat that battle between Tofts and looks like now it's going to be Lucas Lindquist behind the wheel of number 97. That was an absolute battle that we've had all race long, but Jacob Tofts, the leader of the cars, one lap down. He'll have to come into the pits here shortly. Would not be surprised if Bonino and McFarland come into play, but Bonino one lap less, and there's Bonino going into the pits. So McFarland finally comes around into the pits in the number 07 Racing Steed. We'll see if he comes in, and Andy Shield saying a massive storm ban coming across the eastern U.S. We here in the Midwest actually got that. I had a meeting that I was in on Wednesday, and I had my earbuds on. I was using my Big Money mic, and I pull out my earbuds, and you could hear the rain hitting here. And a lot of the meteorologists here in the States are saying, had this storm been in, like, you know, March, April, or May, this would be an absolute massive storm. I mean, Lorenzo, we got about 1.3 inches in a matter of an hour
of
rain.
Of rain.
Because it was 56 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, we got a lot of rain here. I mean, my poor sump pump's still working overtime.
Yeah, you basically get sometimes the amount of rain that I normally get back in my town in Brazil. For those who don't know or followed basically world news, I think in last year. I don't know if in 2024, basically my town and my whole state got flooded. So because of rain, of thunderstorms and thunderstorms. So it's insane how much the weather is going on nowadays. And if I remember correctly, I think in the US, from I think March to May is a hurricane. I'm not gonna say it's hurricane season. I think it's tornado season, isn't it?
It depends. You know, it's usually March to May in the southeast, and then where I'm at in the Midwest, it's usually the fall where they get the penalties. And we did get a ruling on that contact between the 7 and the 57. Now Lorenzo Castanelli will behind the wheel will have to serve a 5-second penalty, and according to the race directors, car 7 tracks wide and forces the 57 off the track. So that battle that we saw, I had a feeling it would be at least a little slap on the wrist, and indeed it is. So the 07 Racing Ferrari will have to answer that next time they come into the pits.
Your traditional pit stop then for Fast Repair, which is having arguably one of their best races in this championship so far. If you are going to be looking at things right, just trying to grab the standings right here for them. But if I remember correctly, I know they have a very strong team in the 992 class, but couldn't translate that into good results. They're only sitting in 11th place so far, tied with Wizards, Esports, and 3 points away from Havu, and 6 points away from By 500. So so far that result could prompt them, maybe getting 1, 2, potentially 3 spots in the championship, depending on circumstances.
Yeah, it's Diana Perez so far has put in a fantastic stint, still sitting 1 lap down in the 993 class, but this battle for 10th really heating up between the 45 Gringo Esports and 97 Adidas Racing by WSR. What could have been for the 97 as Ross McFarland comes into the pits. We'll see if he decides to triple stint or if he's going to hand the car over. But this battle for 10th, you got to feel bad for the Adidas by WSR, number 97. They had the disconnect, and Lundqvist, I should say, in the car. And El Smithini will be going into the number 23. So Ross McFarland did what he could, and now it's Smithini's turn to see what he can do behind the wheel of the McLaren.
Try to take away a little bit of the disadvantage they got with the issue of the disconnect. As now Fast Repair and By 500 engaged in battles one more time, and the pogo stickiness of the cars, going into full effect. Just trying to think over here about this. I saw you guys talking about a little bit of rain. I cannot talk about rain because I am in Portugal in the middle of winter. It's not like winter in Chicago or something like that, but in here, I'll tell you that much, it's been rain no stop, as Remy Fortin has a issue at the entry. Wow, what an impact. Oh, he's gonna come in front of RD. Bam.
Well, that's racing. Sometimes Callum Brandt, unfortunately, the victim of that. And look at Zane Khan with a nice defense there, and decides to slam on the brakes, heading into the hairpin, and able to save himself as becoming part of a what would have been a 3-car incident. This battle for 5th between Diana Perez and Octavio Rondoletto, 903 and 999. These two teams have been going at each other all race long. So no shock here. And you talk about winter in Chicago, I completely forgot what a big amount of snow is like, because we haven't had a snowstorm in well over a decade. Actually, I can remember the last time we had a snowstorm is I had to actually work in Chicago.
Hold up. don't you? It's been less than a decade. Don't you forget that you guys had the polar vortex in 2019?
That's different from a snowstorm. That was cold.
It is wait. You guys got snow. You guys got snowstorms. I was in the U.S. for the 12 hours of Daytona instead of 24 hours of Daytona. I still have PTSD when I went to the U.S. Oh, great. My first 24-hour race. It was 12 hours because it started downpouring the life out of me inside of Daytona.
Was that one of the last Grand Dam sanctioned 24 hours?
Yes.
I do remember that one. Yeah, we've had some, I think that was the same snowstorm that we got. So anyway, I had to walk downtown Chicago from our hotel to my office. You talk about surreal, walking where there's nobody else out there. That was something else. I think we got probably close to 15 inches of snow that day. And of course, I remember the big snowstorm in 2011 where we got 20 inches of snow in one snowstorm. Doesn't compare to the storm of 1979, which I wasn't even around for that. You're on board with the number 903 of Diana Perez, as they are trying to catch up to Octavio Rondaletto, who has gotten that position in fifth, but still a lot to play for here, as there's a GT3 car between the two of them, and that's given Rondaletto a chance to open up a bigger gap. Trying to see how far back Deschenes is, and that's about 18.6 seconds. So nothing to play for there, but there you go. One of the grid and go Mustangs going around. I believe that's Sven Hasse in the number 2. And yeah, indeed it is the fast Finn making his way around.
That took a little bit of armor, managed to go through.
Hendrik Augustine into the pits from 10th place in the 992 Cup. And looking at the timing screen, nobody really has a chance yet to make a pit stop, but you're looking on board with your 6th place driver and out the back of your 5th place driver as well. Nonetheless, still plenty of great battles here in that 5th spot. Just listen to those flat sixes coming around the big bend, as now heading into the hairpin, one of the favorite passing zones of a lot of these cars, coming down heavy on the brakes, and you hear the blip, blip, blip as the cars going down, shifting. Jan Winter is into the pits, 55-second pit stop out of the number 960, sitting 10th in the 992 Cup class. But this is the battle of the race so far between the 999 and the 903. Rondaletto able to get around Perez. Has one lap fresher tires, Perez does, but still not be surprised to see these two try and pit around the same time. But here in endurance racing, you definitely want these cars to, pit off sequence and try and jump others. A couple of pit stops are going to be watching for here in the next couple of laps. Luca Alpert, your overall and GT3 leader, and Zane Khan sitting in 2nd, and then number 12 Altitude Free Esports Mustang. You'll also see Fanduco Rego in the number 57 Impulse Racing by Tam Livery having to answer the call there for the pit, as well as Jonas Rutten in the next couple of laps. So we'll start to see the GT3 pits open up here. That pit window just shortly. Oh, look at the jump of that 992. And let's see if Perez has anything for Rondaletto going into turn 1 to 2 car lengths, and Perez closing in, looking to the inside. Does Perez get out of the brakes a little bit deeper? No. Rondaletto able to keep that gap and actually open it going through turn number 1, as Noah Eder comes into the pits from 10th, I should say, as Lindquist gets around for 11th. Now, with Lindquist having to get back into that number 97, He gets about the same amount of tires as Cubo Torres, same amount of lap tires, I should say, as Cubo Torres. And expect your leader share in the Share Esport number 16 Acura of Luca Alpert having to come into the pits any moment now. But you're seeing Perez wants that fifth place back, stalking, slowly coming up on Rondeletto through the braking zones. But Rondeletto able to get a better exit off of the corners. That 999 Byte 500 992 Porsche coming around. You see the onboard with the 903. Just watch the entry, especially coming into Tower here. You'll see Perez get on the brakes just a little bit later, close in, and not that time by because the momentum is on the side of Rondeletto. Adam Wright coming out of the pits, 31.9 seconds. The pit stop time out of there, as Wright will fall one spot overall to Impulse Racing's Francis Liska. But with the 12-hour race, you don't have that much in terms of battles, to say the least. But you have a handful. You know who's been battling throughout the race. We're starting to get to the end of the race where the team managers are starting to decide, okay, well, this is what I want to do. This is how I'm going to do it. As we've got another time penalty that will be issued, a stop and hold plus 60 for the 458. The 458 of Callum Brandt. Here's what race control says. 458 dives into braking 414, spins the car into the barriers. So there was a little contact between Callum Brandt and Remy 14. So 14 right now into the pits, trying to repair that damage. Callum Brandt will get a stop and hold plus 60 on the next pit stop. We still have three-time penalties that have yet to be served. And I'm wondering if we're going to get an extra penalty. And, race control sending a message. Once you can prove, it's interesting now that Delta V is trying to lobby for a little bit of a longer penalty. We'll see what happens here. As RD SimSport also trying to lobby. I've got to say, I know I've heard stories over the years, especially IMSA having the instant messaging, IndyCar going into instant messaging between race control and the teams, and I've heard the lobby. Heard the lobbying is quite interesting. Matthew DeShenis is up into the pits and back out. Tobias Grunkoder out of the pits in the number 57. You've also got Zane Khan into the pits. Luca Alpert with a 31.399 second pit stop. So we'll see who goes into the number 12. Zane Khan triple stinting essentially here in that Mustang. And he's into back onto the Jackson. James Boomey, your defending WSR champion. Pro champion, that is. He's back in the 12, so we'll see if he is going to quadruple stint or if he's going to triple stint. Dennis Grabowski sitting in second place in the 411, and Boomy. It's Boomy time, ladies and gentlemen, as he gets back out there. Take a look at this WSR McLaren and Lorenzo. I'll say this. There is going to be that penalty, and there will be possibly another penalty handed out to the 414 and the 458 as there's another investigation, but the 458 will get a stop and hold plus 60 for their involvement in that crash in the hairpin.
It can't get any worse, can it?
I would check the team channels because, yeah, it's going to get probably a little bit worse.
Yeah, something like it. Just unfortunate.
Well, that's racing. It goes back to what we were talking about, my controversial comments, as Rondoletto and Perez still going neck and neck with one another. The WSR Esports McLaren is also pretty quick out there, as Alice Matheny trying to work his way into 6th place. Oh, Rondoletto's blinking as well.
Yeah, it's still on the track though. Scary moment for Rondoletto. Because I know that Ramiro wants the buy 500 to do well in this race, so the Argentinian team can actually have a strong outing this round. Had a promising round at the very beginning of the season in Barcelona, though couldn't capitalize.
Battle for 5th heats up between the 23, the 57, and the 7. You see Matheny getting around Gruncoder. Of course, Gruncoder has a little bit fresher tires as the temperature is coming up to speed. Look at that, man, side by side through the hairpin, and that's how you do it. Of course, you use the GT4 as a pick 3 wide, headed through Fangio Chicane going into Cunningham. Oh, talk about strategic, and that thump you heard were the cojones, as Castellani will go into 6th place. Gruncoder falls all the way back to 7th.
If Ramiro can go back one car real quick and focus on that GT4. Is that GT4 who I think it is? Is that Kieran that is driving the car and saw that 3 wide go in front of him and basically all the life out of him maybe have flashed out in front of him?
We'll see what happens here in the in the coming laps, but wow. So the 57 falling back on speed. Gruncoder, of course, as we said, still trying to get that car up to speed, and here's the replay.
As we go down the hairpin, goes impulse. My focus is on that the T75 Bernhard by CMRC. Sheesh, goodness me. I wonder if that's actually Kieran that is actually driving the car, if it is on the sister car that is driven by Adam Isaacson that is in it.
Yeah, the 476 is Kieran Harrison behind the wheel. He's got 14 laps on this stint, so I'm sure they're thinking about pit stop. But then again, the 7 still has to has that 5-second time penalty coming to them for incident responsibility, and they've got probably 11, 12 laps until they have to pit. So try and get out front, get as much gap as you can, and yeah, just make sure you stay out in front. You got to get a 5-second gap so you don't lose that much time in the pits.
Yeah. But I think at this point of the race, with things how it is going, I think it's like, I don't think pits are going to make a whole lot of a difference unless it is an extremely close battle, as I think there's a little bit of a skid coming out of the 07 car, driven by Castellani, and managed to keep the car on the racetrack, though, which is the most important.
Well, looking at sector times, as we dive a little bit deeper into that, he's running just a little bit faster than Matheny and Gruncoder in Sector 1 and Sector 2. So, yeah, Castellani told, hey, you know, we've got that penalty. Let's get out there and try and open the gap the best we can. Stop the bleeding before it gets too nasty. Off a sunset bend, the 7 comes down the front straightaway to complete yet another lap. As Matheny and Gruncoder are side by side for position. You see them back there in the background. 1 to 2 car lengths separates those 2 cars. And Matheny, not a driver you normally associate, I've seen on WSR, but then again, they've got so many fast shoes to where you just put one in there and they can run the same pace as everybody else. Lucas Herman in the number 89 BS competition into the pits as well, 22 laps a stint there. So I don't think we'll see the window's not opening yet as Herman kind of running off strategy for this race. Won't lose too much position, just time on the track as Elias Raika is the next driver in that number 89.
Yeah, and talking about the 89, a disappointing way to end the season for the BS competition team. A team that was fighting for the championship pretty much at the end of all things. And at the way this race is going, Falcon is in P8. They are standing in P14 right now. So as now they are, as Raika is coming out of the pit box, they might actually get bumped to P3 in the standings. Just with how bad the situation is in terms of difference of points from P3 to P2 at the current stand. They are separated by 6 points. I'm just gonna do the mathematics. P8 gets, I'll get you that in a little bit. P8 scores 8 points, whereas 14 gets 2 points. I would have to go back and just grab over here the details for GT3 and say that who has the upper advantage in comparison to the other team in terms of podiums. But I think that it goes in the way of BS competition. They have 2 podiums and Falcon has 2 as well. But I think BS has a 2nd place, whereas Falcon I think doesn't have a 2nd place. But I'll get back on that for you.
Let you dig that up, and we'll watch this battle here for position still. And there's going to be, let's see here, they've actually caught up to the Mag Performance. Is it the Mag Performance? That's one of them. It's one of the Mustangs up there. It's not Mark Culver. Let's see who that is. As I scroll down into, might be the Simifi Esports number 33, but been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. I've well admitted it. You can't always be right 100% of the time. But this has been an absolutely great race so far for the WSR. In spite of their problems, the McLaren sitting with a spot to get into the top 5. Take a look at their championship standing so far. They're sitting, that is the number 23. A little bit lower in the standings than they'd like, 12th. But if they can get around the 57 and stay one ahead of them, they are tied in points and 11th. So if they can get ahead, they might be able to jump up 1 spot. Taking a look at your point standings thus far, as I kind of do stuff in my head. Sven Haase opening up a bigger gap for the number 2 Gringo Esports machine. They're 2nd place overall, but leading the points. 2nd is the number 89 BS competition. They're 4 laps down after falling into trouble here during this race. You see Behrens and Ruiz Sanchez into the pits as well. Ruiz Sanchez looks like going for a double stint. Behrens for another stint as well, Lorenzo. So right now, should things stay the way they are, Grid and Go Esport could be walking away with a 2nd place and with a 2nd place trophy in one hand and the GT3 championship trophy in the other.
Yeah, and lots of bling in the hand. If they get the championship, it's about 100 euros they will achieve for the whole team.
Nice little payday for the season, for a season championship, but still plenty of time. We're under 3 hours left to go in this race. Thanks for joining us. My name is Jeremy Scott. You've got Lorenzo Bonder alongside, and hey, to finish out this race, guess what? You're going to have Arjuna Kankapati and Peter Mackay. So they'll be able to stretch their voices and get ready for the next couple of weeks where they will join the IMSA Radio Network for live coverage of the Roar and the Rolex 24. Some of us will be sitting back here and calling some races in their place. That's okay. There's the overall leader, the number 16 Scherer Esport Acura. And Peter and I mentioned, Lorenzo, that, it's not a car that you see in the service that much. A lot of drivers, they'll use the Mustang or they'll use the Aston. Not many use the BMW, unless you're our friend and colleague Paul Smith and decided to do something different, which I've heard he may be doing something different for WSR Esports this next season. I can't wait to see what he runs. But not many people use the Acura that often, if at all, because it's an older car, and you don't. The only time you see it now in real life competition is just in vintage.
I'm trying. Hold up. Give me a sec.
Okay, if you're doing that, let's go through the class leaders real quick, though.
Go on.
So Romero in 992, we've got Adrian Gerke leading in the 901 gridandgo.com Esports 24-hour series P Cup 2. How convenient, right by the Altitude Freem Esports Mustang of James Boomy, but they've got a 28-second lead. I'm sorry, a 55-second lead. And that's probably about the lead that they've had all race long. So Grid and Go looking pretty good here in the 992 class. You move over to GT4. And since he's been behind the wheel, it's been Kieran Harrison in the 476, Team 75 by Bernard Sim RC. They've got a 1 minute lead over. This is weird for me to say this even. They've got a 1 minute lead over the number 411 AMG of Dennis Grabowski. Think about that. Jacob Magnowski, who the chat loves absolutely, in for a pit stop, and I have a feeling that he's going to double stint this round in the number 444 Hyperion Racing BMW. Hyperion Racing, though, they've been really coming out of their own the past couple of seasons. I know I had a chance to meet the team at the Sim Gaming Expo as well. Nathan Deering doing a great job managing that team, and we're starting to see more and more of Hyperion in some of these bigger races.
Yeah, I was saying before, I think Hyperion is a team that managed to build themselves as a unit that goes slowly through the ranks, taking their time, and I think they're slowly getting into the knocking on the door of fighting top tier teams, I think, tooth and nail. I think in my point of view, I think they lack a little bit more, maybe a little bit more firepower to truly go to toe to toe with the top level of competition and get featured within, more frequently within top fives and things of the sort. But it's a team that surely has lots of the potential going forward. Hope 2026 they can find the stride and that extra stride and maybe move forward. But yeah, good to see that those boys are being featured more and more into the ranks and into series like this one.
Oh, and that's the thing too, and that's what we talked about earlier on, how you build a good team like this. You get that name recognition like a Grid and Go, a WSR, a BS competition, a Red Bull. And by running these big events like this, by having these faster drivers who are out there, So that's how you get this competition, and it's not a surprise. Nathan's a darn, he's a really darn good up-and-coming, almost said broadcaster because I talk about up-and-coming broadcasters way too much of my colleagues, but a really good up-and-coming team manager. And you bring in these drivers, El Smithini, the American, look at how good he's doing, holding on to his own in the WSR McLaren. That's it kind of goes in the same hand. you have these fast drivers who are getting noticed, and you don't necessarily try and cherry pick, but you start to have these talks. It's no different than in real life racing. I'm going to use the Will Power example. Penske Racing, they sat there knowing that they had their only race winner, who has not signed a contract extension. Well, then you've got Andretti saying, hey, there's the chance that Colton Herta might go into F2 so he can run F1 with Cadillac at some point. You might want to keep your options open. And they do. Herta goes to Cadillac. Penske doesn't sign, Power, so Power signs with Andretti once, you can sign with whoever period begins, and that's how you get those musical chairs. No different here. You do have people talking.
Yeah. But then again, if I go into the discussion of of Power not signing for Penske and going to Andretti, I think it's a good move for Penske. I think they needed to get a. It's crazy for me to call Will Power a medallion though. Okay, but look at how old is Will Power? I think Will Power is 44 years old. So I know it's awkward for me to say 44 being an old age, but for nearly top level sim race, for top level racing, especially in a series that demands a lot of the physicality. Of course, not like F1, but it's still very hard for you to drive, which is IndyCar. It's complicated, and IndyCar, the age average, I think, has diminished quite dramatically over the years. I'm trying to think, besides Power, I think the only full active driver who's over 40 could be Scott Dixon.
It is, but here's the thing. I see your point, and I raise you Scott Dixon, who is still a threat to win each and every championship. You take a look at the previous seasons. Why did Will Power fall off? Because he had, he was trying to take care of his wife at the time. Well, now that she's healthy, he goes into a new season with equipment that is starting to fall off, whether it's because, we saw the cheating scandal at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which, oh, by the way, who was the first Penske driver to win a race at Penske? It was Will Power. So I see your point, but I'm going to raise you those points as well. It's going to be interesting to see how Will Power handles a new team and a new challenge, because that 26 team is absolutely fast. They are fantastic. They just have some problems in the pits, and if there's anybody who can fix it, well, it's going to be Will Power. Battle for fifth heats up for 992 once again. Octavio Rondaletto, who's having some blinky issues a little bit, still holding off Diana Perez for position as they work their way around some GT4 traffic. That's one of the Mustangs, as we see Adam Isaacson coming into the pits for the sister Team 75 by Bernard Sim RC cars. Kieran Harrison just coming out not too long ago, 7 seconds ahead of Dennis Grabowski. So Grabowski able to close that gap, but he's still got to answer the pits here in just a little bit.
Yeah. And talking about Grabowski, it's cool to see that that old. It's awkward for me to call also Grabowski a no guy, because he's been since forever in sim racing at the top tier of driving. I think the world iRacing World GT Championship. I don't think he drove for Blank Pond back when Blank Pond was actually the main sponsor for the championship as a whole, the GT championship. But he's been around, and it's good to see that you can still teach a no dog new trick, as Chris Shorter is in the pit lane for the Impulse, but rather more importantly, it's Team Floro by Impulse, and he finally reaches his stall for his service.
So Chris Shorter is going to be in the number 457 Team Floral by Impulse. Okay, I see. My timing decided it wanted to get a little wonky there. So according to the tower and my timing, that is going to be your leader. Let's see how far he gets ahead of Harrison here in just a little bit. Still taking on fuel. And now Harrison and Grabowski have leapfrog Shorter. So this battle, though, for 5th in 992. Let's see when they need to pit. Ron DeLetto's going to have to pit here any moment now, where Perez will have that extra lap in the bank. One thing we haven't talked about, and I haven't talked about this race either, are positions gained. Looking up and down the grid, your highest climber since the grid is the number 57 Impulse Racing by Tam Livery. Right now, Tobias Gruncoder behind the wheel, up 11 spots. You got to go back to the Hyperion Racing of Camden Craft, the number 94, up 9 spots. A little bit more housekeeping as well. The second, oh, look at how close the 903 has gotten down the straight. He's going to pop to the outside. We'll talk about that housekeeping just a little bit more. That's Diana Perez trying to look high, wide, and handsome going into Sunset Bend, but not going to make it happen. You definitely don't want to be on the outside of those bumps, especially in these 992s, because that tire wall will eat you up right there, and you'll end up in a big crash. Okay, so back to this housekeeping. There was a second investigation between the 414 and 458. Race Control has decided to wipe that from the board, so we still have to see stop and holds from the 1, the 7, and the 458.
That's good to know that that apparently at least branched off, and we can carry on with this battle so far, which is a pretty good battle, as Diana Perez is gonna try to look on the outside. And I was actually taking a quick look at this. Rondoletto had a very massive run, I think potential understeer coming out of the corner, and had a small dink into the tire barrier, and more importantly, didn't get any damage out of it. But just coming back to my topic, which about, you know, age. I know someone posted about Andre Lauderer, you know, being 40 years old and still driving strong in the world into WEC. I think WEC is a different story, okay? Because I don't think, I know there's a lot of physicality, you driving a hypercar and something like that, but I think there's a little bit of a difference of, you know, pushing that. For example, Bourdais is 46. He's driving.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, I was going to say Sebastian Bourdais. And take a look at he just retired too. I'm picturing a blank, and everybody's going to chastise me for it. Please do. Jenson Button.
Yeah, Button was over 40 last year. Kobayashi is going to be 40 by the end of the year. He's 39, so it's like I think depending for. At a certain point, I think for these kind of, you know, racing, the age factor is not so much of a huge factor. It's odd for me to say this. For example, Castro Neves drove for Meyershank in NIMSA, right? He and Helio is 45, if I remember correctly. Well, even worse or better, depending on he's 50. But it showcases how good of a driver can be and how fast someone can be regardless of age. Rubens drove Le Mans for the Jumbo team in 2017, if I remember correctly. Was by far the fastest driver of the team. So I think depending on circumstances, the age can be overcome by how the equipment and all, and it's easier for you to extract faster laps on a very regular basis. comparison to other stuff.
Yeah, but who is the oldest winner of the Indianapolis 500, and how old were they?
Isn't the oldest one Emerson Fittipaldi?
No.
Mansell?
No. Mansell never won the 500.
True, yeah. I thought he actually won he won IndyCar, but he never won a 500. I remember.
Correct. He won the IndyCar title, but he never won the 500. That title goes to Al Unser Sr., winning the Indianapolis 500.
I was going to say that.
Yes,
I was going to ask about Al Unser. He was 52. Wasn't he 53?
And Romero coming in after I mentioned him. Trying to see the age here on Wikipedia. I know I'm daring. I think he was in his 50s when it happened. Give me a second.
I think he was 53. Oh wait, never mind. He was 40. He was 47 officially by then.
Okay, 47. Yeah. I hope his grandniece Lonnie isn't listening. If she is, sorry, Lonnie.
Hey, there you go. The oldest one is him. It's him. The youngest one is.
You gotta go back. You gotta go back ways.
Yeah. Do you know who's the oldest one to win the 500? Don't look at Google. Don't you dare looking at Google.
Yeah, the oldest obviously is Al Unser Sr., but the youngest was Troy Ruttman.
Yeah, how old?
He was he 21 or was he 22? He's in his early 20s. I know that much.
22.
Boom. See, if I ever get onto the IndyCar broadcast, I can easily. I keep telling people I can dance with the best of them, but I'm shifting my focus more to sports cars because, man, I forgot how much fun these are. Look at who's opened up a gap there in 6th place. It's in 5th place, I should say. It's Ellis Matheny. You're watching the battle for 6th place between Nicholas Hida and Tobias Gunkoder. Of course, Lorenzo Castellani coming into the pits. And I think he's going to serve his penalty. He doesn't have much time left to serve it. Callum Brandt did serve his penalty. As you see on the left-hand side, that pit time is that pit time is definitely longer, to say the least. So we'll see that change over here on our race control board. There's a stop and hold plus 60 for incident responsibility out of the 458. I know that they were going back and forth with race control to see if they can get the other team that was involved a longer penalty in and of itself. But look, they're still trying to fix it. So, Remy 14, you saw how much that they may be done. Yeah, they are done. I don't know. They might be done for the race.
Yeah, could be done. By the way, I was saying, now that we're going into this age gap stuff, do you know who the oldest winner in the history of Le Mans is?
That I do not know.
I was taking a quick look at this. Luigi,
it's not Mario.
No, Luigi Cinetti in 49.
Okay.
He was 47 years old, 11 months and 9 days old. The youngest one, believe it or not, Alexander Wurz is the youngest driver to ever win the race.
Huh. That's interesting. The more you know.
I didn't know that. 22 years old, 4 months and 1 day old. But and I think this is a record in my point of view. I think Cinetti's record can be broken, to be very honest with you. But then again, I know Bourdais is in a very bad spot because I don't think he's going to be staying for that long at Cadillac Jota. Depending on circumstances, of course.
Right.
he's 46. Cadillac is still running strong in the championship. The lineup is that mix of young and old, because Bamber is 35, Aiken is the only 30. I think Stevens is 34. The youngest driver, I think, is Norbanato. I was going to say Nato or Alex Lynn, but they're in the 30s as well. So the youngest one is actually Aiken, which is insane. But it's not like they're going to be featured in top-level competition the entire time. And it's not a team that is going to be fighting close tooth and nail against the Ferraris and also and the other ones, right? So it's complicated for seeing someone to break that record.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Bourdais, he is still a fast driver, to say the least, and we are dealing with some technical difficulties, so we apologize. Lorenzo, looks like you and I are going to be doing podcast style here. But either way, we have, Bourdais is a very fast and capable driver, to say the least. So I would not be surprised to see him in LMP2. Obviously, he's got that LMP2 ride here in the States in IMSA, so he can still contend for class wins in LMP2. Would it be great to see him in the hypercar? Yeah, it would be. But again, like you said, age is going to be a limiting factor for him. While we're away, real quick, before we left you, it was Luca Alper with a 1-minute lead over James Boomey, and Sven Haase, who's 22 seconds behind. God, that sounds so familiar. So that's your podium overall and in GT3. You take a look at the 992 class. Adrian Gerke, your leader there. He's got about a 56-second gap between he and really two other cars. And Impulse Racing number 34, Franzik Liska, and the 28 Team Checkmate Wallach Group, I should say, Conrad Zierbeck. You take a look at the GT4 class. Kieran Harrison, Dennis Grabowski, and Chris Shorter, 1, 2, 3 in that class. But Harrison still holding on to that 1-minute 7-second gap that you on the circuit for GT4. Some of your battles that we've been watching include in the 992 class. Look at Octavio Rondaletto holding on to a 1/10 of a second gap between he and Diana Perez. That's 5th place in the 992 class. And you still got El Smithini, Nicholas Hita, and Tobias Guncoder, 5th, 6th, and 7th in GT3. So still a lot to play for. Championship battles are still pretty tight. Race Control confirming that the 7 and the 458 have both taken their penalties, but the one car in 992 have not taken on their penalties. I'm Jeremy Scott, Lorenzo Bonder. In just a little bit, less than a half hour, we will send it off to the great Arjuna Kankapati and Peter Mackay. Well, they will bring you home. But Lorenzo, so far, we've seen an absolute spectacular race.
It's been great. It's been a really good final round, more clean than I initially anticipated. But I think I mentioned at the very early portion of the broadcast when I was on. I think this is due to only having three car brands. There you go. We have live pictures back on. But never mind. And a Sim Race Sweden is around the start-finish line. Okay, that's a new spot for you to be vertical.
Well, you're vertical there for the start of the race, before you set off for the 12-hour. You don't want to be vertical there for the beginning part, during the middle of the race. So we'll get that back up and running here shortly. We'll get timing for you as well. There's the Falcon Sim Racing up ahead as, just still plenty of close racing action. You see the number 94 Hyperion Racing Aston Martin. Last we saw Camden Craft, and Camden Craft still behind the wheel of that machine. There is of the 992 class, I believe. Let's see, is that the class leader? Let's see who that is. And yeah, some tight battles here for position as you see the McLaren going to the inside. That is, and still a tight battle there between Ellis Matheny and Nicholas. Is that Nicholas Hita? I believe that's going to be Nicholas Hita. See if I can see who that Mustang is.
The Mustang is the...
Oh, that's actually out of class battle right there. Yeah.
But that's not class battle. Not in any instance.
So, still the WSR Esports McLaren. I almost caught myself in said Mercedes working around and trying to get through to keep the Hyperion Racing Aston behind. As you can see, we're still trying to work on getting Tiny back up. The hamsters, they're getting fed, they're getting rejuvenated, and the wheels will be turning here momentarily. As there's some great battles in and around. We have that GT3 battle that looks like that's the Falcon battle right there, with one of the AMGs right behind.
Yeah, and we were talking about, if Falcon finishes up tying points with BS competition, I think BS still takes the P2 spot, so they wouldn't lose the position after all because of the wins. Falcon hasn't won in this season. They only had 2 third places in the season as best results. So in the tiebreaker, the first factor is wins, then is podiums. So in that sense, BS competition has better results, even though they only won 2 races, and that was the 2 races that made them be within the podium. Because after that, I think their best results is 4th place. So this is why they haven't been back or something like that. But yeah, that's the reason why BS would take it away, 2nd place in the case of a tie with points against Falcon.
Well, there's your points leaders in GT3. It's the number 2 Grid & Go Esports Ford Mustang. What a great race they're having. Bottom step of the podium, Sven Haase behind the wheel of that car, as they are the ones who have put the lap. Looks like that the WSR Esports McLaren trying to at least get themselves close to that lead lap, but I've got to say they've not put too much of a wheel wrong here in this race. It's been quite interesting, to say the least, working their way around. And yes, Grid & Go really coming onto their own. But I've got to say this, with Scherer Esport only 13th in the point standings, they're having an absolute fantastic race here at Sebring.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the fact that is a team that, if we look at things, how their season has went with a car that is so underappreciated in comparison to other cars. At the very beginning, we would say, oh, okay, this NSX was a really good car. I know Honda dropped the factory support at the end of 2024. And now, like you were saying, goes into legacy racing of sorts, and we know that I think the Japanese brand car is going to be now the Toyota moving forward. Toyota or Lexus, whatever you prefer, right? Even though I'd rather have a Toyota than a Lexus, doing just because of the pedigree. But it's still good to see that they're doing a really good job so far. But point-wise, I think they probably wanted to be better. They're only sitting 13 in the point standings right now, with 18 points. WSR Esports with the number 23 is about 11 points ahead. So it will be a very tough climb for them to be within, top 10 positions in this championship.
Race Control investigating incident between the 412 and the 937. So we'll see how that works out. Car 1 still sorry, 901, Adrian Gerke, your leader here in the 992 class. Car 1, the sister car, still has yet to serve a 10-second stop and hold penalty. They don't have much time, though, as they have to get it done by the next pit stop or face a penalty, to say the least. They have until the end of till Arjuna and Peter have to come on, but not good that they are not serving the penalty. I know that they weren't too happy about the penalty to begin with, so we'll see what happens here on this next pit stop for car 1. But the sister car doing all they can to stay ahead in the championship. Of course, they're the 1 and the 901 both tied on points, but right now, if things were to end as they are now, 901 would walk away with the 992 championship.
Yeah. And just to give a little bit more clearance, right? Because when you say 1 and 901 being cars within the same class, I'll just correct the people and clarify that the 1 car is the 900 car. They only registered that with the wrong number because the number 1 car registered with the number 45. Right? It was registered with the number 45, and thus caused this whole confusion of, you know, with the numbering and such for everyone in this race. So this is why the 900 car, or 1 in distance race as a whole, hasn't been pleasant to begin with.
Well, it's a 900 car in your books, but the 1 car in your hearts. Or if you really want to get into it, it's the 900 car, or the 1 if you're nasty. On to GT4 and that points championship. Really, the 476 right now being piloted by Kieran Harrison, doing all they can to stay in the points lead. It's a 70 at the beginning of the race. It was 76 points ahead of the number 400 Grid and Go Esports with 67 points. But Kieran, the driver from the UK, really putting on a show. A minute 9 over Dennis Grabowski. We know how good Grabowski is in the GT cars, and if you're putting that much of a gap and opening it, you're doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned this before. This team has been one of the best teams in sim racing for quite a while. It's been a great farm of sim racers, right? But more importantly, in my point of view, it's been a team that, for GT4, has been one of the primary teams. As Sherrick comes out of the pit box, now driven by Raphael Renhofer. But always in GT4s, they had the talent to match it up to any team in the world, and they're showing as such why they should still be respected as a team, despite not having the same talent they used to have back in the old days with Johnny and Diogo Pinto and so many other drivers, right?
Yeah, that's a long list. Renhofer back into the car. James Boomy coming in to the pits as well. So we'll see what he's going to take on tires. I can't see him single stinting this unless they're going to save his time and getting in. Yeah, Boomy still on the jacks. Michelin's going off. Michelin's going back on. So we'll see James Boomy back out for a second stint. It'll be interesting to see once we get into the final couple of hours of this race who will be in that 12 car, as Sven Haase now back into second place. Haase needs to come into the pits, and now that we've reset our timing, it's kind of hard to see who's going to be coming in. So once again, we're kind of flying blind as the Swedish driver sits there in second place, 56 seconds behind Renhofer. And you know, the more we talk about how, I don't know, okay, it's been a long race.
I'm picking on you. Sven is German.
Oh, he's German. Okay. Sorry.
It's all right. It's kind of like we were talking before about Sven and other drivers, like, for example, Brendan Hyperstar, right? Or Ben, or if you don't know who Brendan Hyperstar is, is Brendan Lichtenberg. That he calls Hyperstar. That is his switch handle. He drives, I think, for I cannot remember the island. I know Arjuna. If ask Arjuna whenever he's around or something like that, he will tell you, because of course Brendan being one of the main pillars of the IndyCar community. But I know there are like people driving with the Saint Domingue Principe and Principe flag or some other very interesting flags. I think I don't know if it is the Sandwich Islands that he's actually driving on. So it's something like absurd, because iRacing allows us to do that.
Well, if Arjuna listening, if you could just give us the Cliff Notes version in the chat, our private chat, that would be absolutely spectacular. Falcon Sim Racing Mustang into the pits as well. Hida with another stint under his book. It's a matter of time before we see Sven Hasse, Mark Culver. I have a feeling that Culver is going to be coming out of that number 50 Mustang. He's double, triple stinted. So Jan Winter in and out of the pits as well. So GT3. That was weird. GT3 pit windows opening up. I think we said Paul Smith too many times, and he decided he wanted to jump in. So hi, Paul, if you're listening, good to see you, buddy. You don't have to worry about racing at BMW that everybody's going to see.
You read what I said, right?
I did, yeah, that's why I laughed. Here's Sven Hasse sitting in second place, getting around some traffic, going through the Fangio chicane, heading towards Cunningham. It's a couple of slower cars. One of them is a Williams Mustang, I believe, yes. That he'll have to get around to GT4. And then you've got one of the AMGs in GT3 that Sven has to go around. And, look, here's the thing. Grid and Go are doing all they need to do right now to stay in the points lead and potentially win this title. They've got 2 hours and 20 minutes that they have to keep the nose clean on that Mustang. And I know that, we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, Peter and I, how good the Aston Martin, the Evo version has come along since this past season. However, the Mustang is a tank. So the only thing you need to do is just keep it on track. And look at who's coming back out. It's the 937 of Oscar Fredriksson after a 6-minute and 15-second pit stop. The Sim Race Sweden Esports, after contact on the front straightaway, is now underway. We'll see if there was any sort of penalty regarded in that. And there will be a time penalty for the 412. It'll be a stop and hold plus 30.
Yeah. And like me and Jake, we were talking about, I think, how important I think this championship for Grid and Go. I think they were needing a championship like this. Of course, it's not like the IMSA Global Esports Championship or the iRacing Indy Pro Series that we're having right now, or the Porsche Esports Super Cup, or the Tag Heuer Porsche Esports Super Cup that we might have when soon, trademark. We don't know, but it's going to happen. You don't release the new iteration of the Porsche 992 for nothing. Tinfoil hats all around, but I think they need a championship for them to, properly build up confidence and say, okay, we got a belt. Now let's show that belt to other people and let's show who we are properly. I was talking about their lineup. Their lineup is huge. I think it's one of the biggest lineups we have in sim racing, if not the biggest lineup in sim racing that we have going on right now. So they have the numbers, they have a lot of firepower to bring the fight against top tier competition. Surely, has the loss of Aaron Vasquez might be very, you know, impactful for the team? Maybe, because Aaron is arguably, he's not only the highest I rating in sim racing, in iRacing, but an extremely fast driver on his own. Will they feel that? I think they will. They cannot say they won't, but do they have the people to maybe compensate for that? That's yet to be seen. For example, I think we're gonna see the first true test of this year when the 24 hours of Daytona goes on around the VCO 24 hours of Daytona.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. It's that time of year where drivers are, you know, trying to find where they want to go, where they want to be. So it's, you know, we're starting, you know, the rollback, the 24 hours of Daytona, that's the first true test of drivers, you know, changing hands. So it's going to be interesting. I don't think we're going to see as much turnover this year. Maybe next year. We'll see what happens. And I'm keen to see how this all plays out. Elias Raika into the pits, 31-second pit stop. We've yet to see Sven Hasse, although I expect him coming in any moment now to answer the call. Connor Franson into the pits himself, and you know, he's not going to come into the pits this time by. That was Sven Hasse, that is. Now here's Mark Culver. A team that we really haven't mentioned too much is it says Sheza Esports. Well, that's because they are out of the race in 43rd place. Speaking of teams we don't mention much. And Manatee, that's another team that hasn't been mentioned too much either. So there's been a seismic shift here in the past season within the service, where you're seeing teams and drivers shake around so much. Jacob Barron's into the pits for his compulsory pit stop. But you know, that's something that Arjuna and Peter, they'll chat about it a little bit later on down the road. But yeah, we're seeing a seismic shift in the service.
With some of the, like these, what we would call traditional teams losing ground to other teams?
Yeah, basically.
Like Manini? I'll be very honest, it's kind of to be expected. I think, don't get me wrong, I think Manini has still very good core, but I think I would go out on a limb and say their prototype team is a little bit more of a core than their GT3 one. No disrespect to Team Matka, Riot van der Grijp and else, but I think in comparison to their heydays back when the Green Army was going really strong, about 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and then the shift starting to slow, you know, that the momentum, I think, were starting to slowly fade away because their better drivers were being nabbed by other top teams, and they couldn't find replacements, you know, or younger drivers with the same drive, and they couldn't translate the championship efforts they were having on. So it's a little bit unfortunate to see that. But yeah, I don't know if it is a seismic activity though. I think that's just how the momentum is. It is going on nowadays in racing. I was talking about maybe the, you know, monopoly of the, let's just say, the Tag Heuer Porsche Esports Super Cup having only 3 teams. Like, I know the grid is about 40 drivers, but the majority being dominated by Redline, Goenda, and Grid and Go. At a sense, you can see that it's kind of like bad, but then again, that's just how the momentum is nowadays. And other teams have to kind of like be smart and catch up of sorts to try to break away that hegemony, if you want to call it that.
Gabby Montoro back into the number 33. Pit stop underway. He is down off the jacks and going. Kieran Harrison. Look at the gap that he has so far. A minute and 9 seconds. 4 cars on the lead lap here in the GT4 class. You take a look at 992, and I'm only seeing 2 cars, a Grid and Go Esports number 901 and the number 34 Impulse Racing with Franzik Liska in the pits, and we're starting to see more and more GT4s in. You saw on the right hand side of your screen, Fiercely Forward Pink number 412 of Connor Franson actually back in the pits. That's interesting. And Hyperion Racing, Greg Conaway is into the car. Jacob Magnowski running just a couple of stints. On to GT3, and we're now down to 3 cars on the lead lap. 2 hot shoes in the GT3 class with Sven Hasse and James Boomey, and Rafael Renhofer, who really has been I would almost say he's been the anchor for the Scherer Esports team, as he's been the one who has helped get up to a 54-second lead that the Acura has over the rest of the field, as Chris Jensen comes into the pits, and I think he's going to answer that call for the stop and hold plus 10. He has to before he comes to the pits, or else they will have to do one more pit stop just before the time runs out. Now, normally in iRacing, you have maybe just a couple of laps to answer it. Here in the 24-hour series, you've got a bit of time to build in there until you have to answer or get a stricter penalty.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna look that into the rules and regulations again, but I think once you are given a penalty, you have to serve that usually in about 100 minutes. So that's 1 hour and 40 minutes. So that's just how big it is. You have time, but I've seen teams actually going over the limit, and whenever that happens, the penalties actually doubled the original penalty. So you could actually face yourself up to 2-minute penalty depending on how egregious your penalty was, and if you didn't elect to take it.
So yeah, confirmed through timing, I should say, that penalty has been served. A lot of track limits still coming out here in this portion of the race. There's Matthew Deschennes in the 992 class, sitting 7th. Of course, you still have the one Grid and Go Esports Porsche battling the number 999 of Octavio Rondoletto. So Rondoletto's caught up to 4th place in class. Of course, that also part and parcel to that penalty that still has to be issued. So this battle basically is going to be all for naught. Once Mamasi comes into the pits, it's going to be a stop and hold plus 10 for that one car.
Another penalty for Grid and Go?
No, this is the one that they still haven't served from earlier on.
Oh, okay. I was getting concerned. Then again, tiredness and a little bit of a jet lag. Yeah, they still have the penalty to serve that penalty. A little bit of a bad momentum on a race that was already bad from the start. And somehow they are still within the relatively, range of the top 5.
I mean, taking a look at the standings, yeah, it's going to hurt them, but they'll still be, in 7th place by the time they come back out on the pit stops. So 6 in one, half dozen in the other, but with that 100-minute gap, with that 100-minute gap, gives you time to strategize just a little bit as you see the back of the grid and go. Number 1, Amasi, trying to hold off Rondoletto, who really has been absolutely spectacular behind the wheel. That 999 Byte 500 992 Cup car.
Yeah, good battle as Rondoletto is bringing the fight on to the car ahead. And let me be very honest. Rondoletto is a guy that not only is very good on what he does in the Porsche Cup, but also, some would argue, the most complete. All right, I'll be very honest. I often rate. We know that we have Filipa, Juan Blainat, and many other Argentina like Agustin Canapino and such that are very good, right?
Yeah.
I cannot remember what Canapino's OVI rating is, but if I remember correctly, Rondoletto's OVI rating was close to the 700s. So
wow.
At one point there was, at the very early days, I would say about 2016 to 2018, even 2020s, 2021s, there were talks of, who could be the South American that could come into maybe the roads, into NASCAR, into the NASCAR eNASCAR series, right? Mm-hmm. And there were talks about maybe Rondoletto being that guy. Rondoletto, very complete driver, outstanding performer. There you go. Rondoletto's oval rating is 7,384 I rating. And there were talks of maybe Rondoletto being featured into the eNASCAR. He even did, I think, the Road to Pro series at one point. And didn't manage to get through, but he actually had some solid results.
A little bit of housekeeping real quick. The 412 gets another penalty. 5 seconds stop and hold for pit lane infringement. Kieran Harrison in and out of the pits. It was a 37.7 second pit stop. You'll have Lorenzo and I for about the next 6 minutes as we let Arjuna and Peter kind of come to their senses here. Still, so yeah, Kieran Harrison 13 seconds ahead of Grabowski, who still has yet to hit a pit stop. So really the class leading, points leading GT4 car still looking good. So Kieran, I think, was on a triple stint right now. Still waiting to answer a pit stop for Sven Hasse. You also have, but still, lot of battles left to play for. Obviously, we've been watching the battle between Mamasi and Rondoletto here, but again, Mamasi still has to answer a pit penalty, I should say, a stop and hold plus 10, and that's got to be served here as we trying to look at everything. It's got to be served extremely shortly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just because I'm having fun on our commentators chat, and I had to pick on a little bit on a situation that is actually was developing, but right now is solved. But yeah, good race so far. Good end of the season. Hoping that the next season they bring back TCRs, bring back the TCRs. You gotta give the TCR some love, Andy. I know you're listening. Bring back the TCRs, because I actually I did try to sign up for the season originally in the TCRs, believe it or not, but because there wasn't a lot of signups, it eventually got away a little bit. But I know because there are new cars coming. The Cupra, I think, is coming next season. I think it might bring back some of activity and life once more into what was once a very healthy environment in the touring cars.
Oh, there's so many touring cars that really are absolutely fantastic when it comes to the service. And yeah, once the Cooper gets up, it's going to be it's going to be game on. Camden Craft into the pits in the number 94 Hyperion Racing BMW. So we'll see if he's going to stay in the car as well. As they're 24 seconds on the good right now with just about 3 minutes left. Lorenzo, once again, as always, love working with you. It's been spectacular. As we finish this stint, any final thoughts?
It's been great, man. It's been great to, be here one more time. I haven't been here for the Mugello and Monza rounds, but it's good to be back once more here in the 24-hour series. Looking for the next season. Eventually, Mr. Scott Jeremy, I hope Mr. Kankipati Arjuna and Mr. Mackay Peter can actually take this away, and with Grace Dowell and Grace at the very end, and hoping that the deserved winners come out on top. As some of the fights are kind of like dished out already, of sorts, if we're thinking about the whole scope of things in this race.
Yeah, I have a feeling that some of the classes have been doled out. Sven Hasse now into the pits for Grid and Go. We'll see if he decides to stay in. I have a feeling that he will exit, and we'll see another driver in that number 2 course making his way into the pits. We're on board with him, and he's on the jacks. Let's see if the car disappears here in just a couple of seconds, but the lack of disappearing leads me to believe that Sven will have another stint behind the wheel in the number 2. So James Boomy will leapfrog him here in just a little bit, unless Boomy decides. Boomy's 10 laps to the good when it comes to being in the pits. The car comes off the jacks, and yeah, there we go. See, I'm not going crazy. There was a Mustang on Pirelli's, and it's the Grid and Go Mustang. See, I'm not crazy, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll let Peter Mackay and Arjuna Kankipati take that away and explain why there is a Pirelli car right there, and why other people are running with Michelins.
Yeah, they're smarter than I, so I will let them talk about that.
Yeah,
don't
please don't add me.
24-hour series, folks.
That wonderful voice is the one and only Arjuna. So I'll let you rest for about a minute and a half. We'll do some more housekeeping. You see that the 411 is in the pits. Adam Watson now in the car. You also have Adelheid Fortin, who is out the GT unit.de 492. Here's a replay. The Wizard Esports, and yep, just a spin. That'll happen there in turn number 3. Slight contact with the wall. They've been finding the wall here left and right, but nonetheless, it's been absolutely fantastic to be a part of this wonderful series, and cannot wait to see how it goes down over the next 2 hours, I should say, as you see this battle between Castellani and Cubo Torres. These two have been locked in battle most of the race. But for now, I'm going to end just a couple seconds early, give it to the two gentlemen who will bring you home the rest of the way and give themselves another good warm-up for the start of the 2026 U.S. sports car season. It's Peter Mackay and Arjuna Kankipati.
An interesting championship showdown here, the 12 hours of Sebring, and glad to be alongside of my good friend Peter Mackay. It's not like we just spent 3 hours together or anything, because in the background, Jan Winter has a slip-up running on towards the Almond Straight. But Peter, a couple of hours since you have last been here, many more hours since I was last here, and at least in your opinion, not much has changed in the last handful of hours.
The consistency of these drivers just blows me away. How they're able to just continuously cycle through, keep running the laps on one of the most difficult racetracks there is, because it's so easy to make an error at Sebring and to be quick constantly, and that's exactly what's been delivered. And for our race leader overall, Scherer Esport, Raphael Renhofer, has been putting in the hard yards and slowly but surely building that advantage that they have, which they have pretty much a pit stop in hand now. They could even just dive in now and come back out no problem. So they've really built up a good lead in that Scherer Esport Acura. Likewise in 992, Adrian Garrig for Grid and Go, putting themselves in a great position to take that championship victory. Team 75, Bernard Bice MRC, same thing. I mean, the guys that are at the front of the field right now, actually with the exception of our race leader, are looking like they're in the place to win the championship. But Share Esport, the way that they're performing right now, you almost can't believe that they're not in the hunt for the championship because they've been so good.
Absolutely. Here is a look at Jan Winter just out wide and in the grass early, never really getting the car turned in. I mentioned this in the first couple of hours, but there will be a spectator stand where you would be able to watch that incident for this year's 12 Hours of Sebring coming up in just about 2 months' time. What's happened to the World Sim Racing Esports McLaren down towards turn 7? Disappears on our screen. Some technical issue, it would seem.
That would be a real pity after such a good day for the team, of course, winning the TCR category 1-2 in the Roar before the 24. In fact, Ross McFarlane was jumped straight out of that car, pretty much straight into the World Sim Racing McLaren. It was quite amazing.
Oh, poor guy. And you jumped in straight away into the booth as well, so no rest for the weary in either regard there. Talking of these last 2 hours, not much in terms of fights, and so plenty of opportunity for you to ask us any questions if you want, as we close on what has been a quite entertaining return of this 24-hour series Esports Championship. And to answer the question that Jeremy Scott was posing slightly earlier, the reason why we have some cars on Michelins and some cars on Pirellis, well, the legacy of iRacing, there were some machines that were built at a time when Pirellis were the de facto GT3 tire. Some of the other machines have been added in the era when iRacing has worked a lot more closely with IMSA. Now, you can make them all run on Michelins, but you have to enable the IMSA branding pack, so something that we don't have here today. Back to that McLaren, if it did have technical issues, seemingly holding on rather steady in 7th. That's not often you can say that when you disappear from screen for a meaningful amount of time, Peter, and don't lose your track position.
Yeah, it shows that you've put the work in before. Simifi Esports running in the wrong end of the top 10 of where they want to be right now. The Adidas McLaren right in behind him. Adidas, they are at the moment, they've just come out of the pits. So they've got a few cars ahead, which will then have the pit and they'll circle a little bit forward. But Mag Performance, they're having a good job. They're up into 4th at the moment.
Remember, they had a penalty for impeding in qualifying, so have done a good job to bounce back from that. Held them back in the early stages of the race. Good exit onto the Almond Straight from the McLaren. That Simifi 4 not going to be in a position to defend in towards Sunset Bend. The move made rather easily as they slipped their way on through. And of course, for Simifi Esports, who started the season off with a win, albeit for the 33, definitely not ending with the sort of form they would have wanted to show. A bit of damage to the front end of that number 14, which could very well be compromising their performance. That was something that, Peter, inside of the opening 2 hours of the race, we noticed on the Williams Sim Racing Academy Ford Mustang GT4, which did lead at various stages in the first couple of hours, but increasingly the left, the front sides of the car got beaten and banged up, and slowly the pace dropped off, and that is what enabled Team 75 Bernard by SimRC to grab an early lead. It really shows the importance of keeping your nose clean in these races.
Exactly, yeah. Well, there's a pretty brutal look at it. It's will really slow down the straight line speed. The aero doesn't work properly, can cause all kinds of problems. So it's so true. Yeah, this is a category of motorsport where it is about keeping the car clean, trying to win. You very rarely see cars win these sorts of races battered and bruised. Generally, the car crossing the finish line is usually in pretty immaculate condition. Underneath that might not, we've heard of stories plenty of times in the real world of cars that underneath are pretty second-hand, but generally bodywork-wise, they very rarely do you see a winning car come to Parc Fermé in less than good condition.
Especially at a track like this, like Sebring, which is, you know, the slogan is respect the bumps, the internals take a working, and that's why many a manufacturer comes here to test their car, including the brand new Lamborghini Temerario GT3 that will debut at the 12 Hours of Sebring in a couple of months' time, and then maybe joins the world of iRacing not far after that. The sole Lamborghini Huracan that we've seen this season, not in the field, the Fast Lane RT crew, red and white entry that's unfortunately been a bit of a magnet for trouble on occasion. Shame to see their season and a couple of other teams not show up for the final round of the championship, but it's a long race, and so a lot more preparation needed. Mac Performance, you mentioned them cycling through the field quite nicely, down to pit lane for Mark Calver.
Calver only taken back over from his teammate Jacob Toft. And can they threaten for a podium? They're certainly in the mix. It wouldn't take much ahead of them to be able to do that. A pity for the 97 Adidas Racing by WSR McLaren, which had a connection for power outage, I think, at the wheel there. So that cost them a lot of time trying to get back going again. They are still in the top 10, but down the wrong end of the top 10, when earlier on they were up the sharper end of the top 10.
Again, not losing as much ground as maybe they could have, but that's partially a function of the lack of safety cars. Lots of pressure on the back of Lucas Lingfish, 3 laps out of pit lane, as Niels Rotel in the gridandgo.com second GT3 machine. That's not the one that's seemingly on course to grab the championship in an hour and 52 minutes time. Big send by the big Mustang, and well, nicely done, nicely judged, but maybe also light on fuel relative to that McLaren as they exit back onto that straightaway. That Simifi 14 machine, 2 laps out of pit lane, trying to close back up to the back of the McLaren. That gap opened up slightly through the pit stop sequence.
Didn't go with their Ford Mustang running towards the sharp end of the field. Sven Hasse has been busy behind the wheel in that machine, that blue and yellow car. Up towards turn 1 now. A little bit of traffic to deal with, a little bit of GT4 traffic to contend with. It's amazing actually how well those GT cars are running the bumps there, because it is properly bumpy through that, particularly through turn 1. You're so fast, and the car's trying to pogo on the right hand side all the time, and it's amazing how well they're riding the bumps, the GT3s through there.
The cars, you know, they're always being developed. As much as the BOP helps to balance them out, the small improvements that can be made, especially in drivability, which is where suspension in particular is driven from, those are crucial things. A Ford Mustang Evo package to come this year for various teams campaigning it around the world. Still a somewhat limited rollout as 07 Racing see the flash on through and not really a defense put up there. Trying to stay out of trouble is one of the Team 75 burnered by SimRC machines. It's always precarious, I feel, when you're working through that tight end of the track, because it really does funnel up as you work towards tower turn, Peter.
It does, yeah, and that's what it makes it very, very tricky in multi-class racing scenarios, where, yeah, when it narrows up, you've got to be pretty aggressive to get your way through without losing too much time. And with the 992s as well, they're very, the Porsche Carrera Cup car, they are, as we can see very vividly here, equal on the straights to the GT3 car, but it's under braking and through the corners where the GT3 makes its lap time.
Can
so
you imagine,
in a
Peter,
multi-class scenario is so tricky.
Can you imagine that's with a 5% power cut to the 992 car?
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Imagine without that, it would be flying past the GT3s in a straight line. Now with the addition of the ABS and the traction control that they have on iRacing, as much as they are more limited in downforce through the corners, they will lose less time relative to the 992.1 generation. And Peter, we kind of brushed around this topic on the iRacing Raw, which you and I were on the broadcast for slightly earlier today. But the 992 class introducing the ABS, aligning the car a little bit more with the reality of modern sports car racing, where GT3 cars have embraced ABS well and truly nowadays. Do you think that's for the detriment or the betterment of the driver as they develop through their young career?
It's a good question. Yeah, so the new version of the Porsche Carrera Cup car, which is known as just simply as the Cup, 911 Cup, it will be fitted around the world with ABS in every category, whereas the current car which debuted here at Sebring in 2021. So it's been on the market five years now. So it can be run with or without. Now, some championships choose to use it, some don't.
Oh, sorry, Peter.
In North. Yep, go on.
That was Matthew Deshane in the Delta Sports Sim Shop Porsche Cup car that was off at John Beyond Ben. So we'll get a replay of that at some point. But just noticed that awkward place to find yourself off the road.
Yeah, that's not easy at all to rejoin there. Yeah, so Porsche decided that with the new car it would be ABS across the board, and you know, one of the reasons why the Porsche Carrera Cup North America chose to have ABS, as we get the look of what happened to Matthew Deshane over the curb, and I just got unsettled there as he put two wheels over. Yeah, the reason why they chose ABS is because they wanted to develop drivers in the way that well, there's two reasons actually. One is drivers who have got their eyes set on GT3, and another two spins. Drivers who have got their sights set on GT3 will be in ABS cars, and we don't have GTE or GTLM cars with no ABS. So if you're going into GT cars, you're going to be using ABS. So it's best to get used to it. Switch for 8th position. Adidas, is it? Oh, side by side, 07 Ferrari, not going to let it go easy here. Around they go, and we're going to have inside line. We're coming towards Cunningham Corner, the Adidas car. Lundqvist finally gets it done, does he? Yeah, nearly. Round through by Green Park.
But this is where it tightens up, and I think if you're on the inside, you can slide your way through and keep an eye out for Simifi. By the way, Grid and Go, they were light on fuel, and so Niels Rotel has dived down on towards pit lane and left with fresh tank of fuel and 4 tires as well, and back out onto track already. Sorry, Peter.
Yeah, so basically so one reason was developing drivers to go through to GT3, but the other was the owner drivers, the gentleman drivers, it's much more friendly for them and much easier for confidence. And that's now been rolled out across the whole range for the new car. Now, I understand in this race we're still using the old car.
No, so this is the new car?
It is the new car, okay.
Yes.
So that makes the braking a lot easier, because that was one thing with the previous car. You really were a much longer braking zone than the GT3s.
Yes, no, that's why I bring it up, because it's not just ABS on iRacing, but they've enabled traction control as well, which I find it's not what the Carrera Cups are going to be running, but it is going to be interesting how drivers adapt to the change. A lot of positive feedback. We can see one of the battles on the bottom of your screen. But one of the feedback that, of course, some of the drivers have noted is, while most of the suspension handling is feeling nice, there's specific moments, and I wonder if that's one of them, where things can get slightly exaggerated. It's Octavio Rondaletto with Diana Perez really looking fast in the, fast repair motorsports machine. Hoping not to have a fast repair down to Sunset Bend, because this is a hellacious place to have a crash. Blind entry as you sweep your way on through. And watch for Perez to try and roll the speed and cut back underneath here. Or maybe just go around the outside. No, going to run out of space there as they sweep up to the Williams Sim Racing Academy Ford Mustang. 3 wide towards the line and pinch slightly towards Kai DL. Diana Perez, you can clearly see, though, is faster and wants to try and find the way through up towards turn 3 on the inside. Not quite through. And this, Peter, is a battle that's starting to cost the two of them lots of time.
It is, yeah, they're battling for position really hard. It's, big change there. good move from the 903 Fast Repair Motorsport car to get that move done on the Bike 500 car. Down towards the turn 7 hairpin. Yeah, he brake way later in that new car with that ABS.
Similar sound, of course, the flat 6 Symphony coming out the back of the Porsche Cup car. Now, they are a good 20 seconds back from the grid and go machine. Now, why do I bring that up? Well, that car is going to lose 60 seconds, I believe, at the end of the race. And so, keep yourself as close as possible surely is going to be the target. 07 Racing defend now from the 14 Simifi machine. Lucas Marrero is there. They're not quite able to pull alongside on the entry up towards turn 3 with the traffic holding them back slightly. Good thing about endurance racing, when you start the race with a good 48 cars, 10 hours, 15 minutes in, there's still some battles around the track, Peter.
Yeah, plenty going on around the circuit. Getting a top 5 to finish off at Sebring would be very, very good to close off that. So it definitely matters, that's for sure. Bouncing through Sunset Bend, really tricky corner. So many different lines you can take through there. Don't think I've ever found the correct one.
Is there a correct one, or is there just one that you hang on to, basically? I do remember when I was here at Sebring with some of the Prodigy Racing League iRacing drivers, they were all telling me after they did their first laps in a radical around the track in the real world that they didn't think it was bumpy as they thought it was going to be, which I don't know if that's true or if that's a bit of, you know, the confirmation bias where you build it up to be such a high level, and when it doesn't rise to those heights, you kind of get disappointed. 07 Racing, a poor exit, maybe checked up slightly by the traffic, but once again, gonna defend the inside. We'll see if Marrero can set something up with some more GT4 traffic in front of them. That's the Altitude 3M Mercedes of Adam Watson, sitting second in class out of pit lane about 9 laps ago. And Marrero is going to jink to the inside late. That's bold, but that's what you have to do sometimes here at Sebring. A great look from up above as they roll the speed through the corner, and the Ferrari continues to frustrate.
Making a real nuisance is that green Ferrari alongside Lucas Camba Morero for Simifi in that red and black Mustang, the Spaniards in that car. 07 heading down towards turn 7. Now through Gurney Bend. Ferrari versus Ford. That's the wrong way around. You've got to say Ford versus Ferrari, don't you?
Yeah, it just has a better ring to it, doesn't it? What a great movie. Our race leader has been in and out and continues to hold on to the race lead. Such is the gap they have been able to establish to the rest of the field. It is still Raphael Renhofer in the Scherer Esports Acura. You know what? They were the only Acura all season long, and clearly they are getting some sort of reward for their slightly unusual pick, because the Acura seemingly has got it all out on track right now. The sun beginning to set as well. We started this race in the dark. We'll end it in the dark as well.
Do you know, a lot of people said they didn't like the Ford versus Ferrari movie.
Who were these people?
I enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed it personally. Matt Damon, you know, I'm always happy to see him. Christian Bale, a kind of Hollywood blockbuster cast.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I didn't like that you could tell that Daytona wasn't Daytona, it was Auto Club or whatever, but only the Formula One movie has ever really been able to do that correctly, right? So I'll forgive them for that.
Yeah, I mean, it still had the Fast and the Furious 15-speed gearboxes and just the even slightly bigger squeeze of the throttle on the Mulsanne straight. That is bad, but it was an enjoyable watch. A lot better than the Ferrari movie anyway. I really didn't enjoy that. I thought that was cringe central.
I have avoided watching that because I heard the very same things.
Yes, save yourself. I don't think your toes can naturally actually make that shape. They curl so much at points.
Okay, you know what, though? I think I might have you beat. Before I tell you what the movie that I think might be worse is, the Ferrari movie, as much as you may not have enjoyed it, Peter, 73% on Rotten Tomatoes, okay? So, it's acceptable. It may not be...
Democracy is flawed.
Agreed. I'm not disagreeing with you there. That 73% both audience and critic score, so it's pretty averaged out across those two, right? The Lamborghini movie, though, on the other hand, 6% critic score.
6.
Yes.
Oh.
Single digits, and then 51% audience score. So we are dipping into low barriers. What happens here, by the way, between the Acura of Scherer, who, remember, are a lap and a bit ahead of the Ford Mustang behind for the Falcon Sim Racing team, but body language is always interesting to watch in these sort of races.
I think it's just giving a thank you for letting them through. Just a little, yeah, flash, wiggle. Yeah, a little bit of communication. Also, that Acura smiles. When it comes up behind you, it's smiling. It's got a smiling face. Look at its grill. The grill, it smiles.
It's not a car we see often in the real. Oh, I do see what you mean, kind of. It does have a Pixar-esque vibe to it.
Yeah, it's a happy car. It smiles.
I can see the character already.
The Ferrari film may also have been lifted up, in fact, yeah, carried by Penelope Cruz's performance as Mrs. Ferrari.
What about Adam Driver as...
Oh,
was he Mr.
dreadful.
Ferrari?
Oh, just dreadful. Absolutely
no.
dreadful. I mean, well, I don't think it was him. I don't think he was dreadful. I just think it was really bad. It was like, you know, actors who aren't Italian speaking in English but with an Italian accent, which just sounded just stupid.
The cringe Italian kind of accent as well. No,
so cringe. It's like, oh, it's Taruffi. Let's go and eat some pasta. It's like...
It's when they're trying to play a caricature, excuse me, almost of the accent itself. Yeah,
exactly. Really bad.
Something that popped through on race control sheets, by the way. Car 900 failed to serve the penalty for incident 44. Rule number 1: never make race control have to re-enter a penalty, especially when it means that it's automatically doubled. So what was a 10-second penalty for that Porsche Cup car is now a 20-second penalty, and so realistically, Fast Repair are going to be automatically promoted to inside of the top 5. Bike 500, Delta Sport Sim Shop, there are some decent points that they could still grab, and why is that important? Because, well, Delta Sport Sim Shop were in a fight for the top 5 coming into this event. They're trying to leapfrog the likes of Williams Sim Racing Academy, who are the only car in class that will not see the end of the race. So every position, every point, Peter, is going to matter. This is the only round of the championship which cannot be dropped from your season. One drop round from previously has been factored in.
Almost like the double points, isn't it? But the other way around.
Yeah. You know, we don't have double points for this finale, but there's the extra jeopardy, which you are quite correct, makes it a bit more, if the championships were closer, made it a bit more interesting. The problem was, basically after the first hour of the race, we were kind of settled for the most part. And the only interesting championship really was the 992 class, where we had 2 cars come in tied on points. One of them misregistered and had a 60-second time penalty to be added at the end of the race. It almost gifted the championship on a mantle to the 901, but don't forget they still have to finish the race, and hour and 35 minutes left to go. They are in currently the ascendancy with a dominant gap. It's actually a full 2-minute advantage they have, because the car behind is also going to get a 60-second post-race time penalty.
Certainly, that's a painful one. Very painful one, I would say. It's so annoying to have that hanging over you too. Really annoying.
And for 12, imagine, for 12 hours, Peter, and not just the 12 hours of the race, but qualifying, all of practice, because as soon as they joined this race session, they knew they made the mistake.
Yeah, that's really annoying. Really annoying. Change for Fast Repair Motorsports, Diana Perez changing out for Ismail Habib Jimenez in the number 903. Heading from 5th place. They've got the right tyres on.
They do, and they also have the red wheel nuts denoting the left side of the car, and the blue wheel nuts will be on the right side of the car. Brand new Michelin tyres for the prototypes, which we don't see here racing in the 24-hour series Esports Championship, but iRacing did add in a new release just after the turn of the new year, and those will be featured. The new tread on the, or not tread, pattern I should say, on the slick compound of tyre, featured in the iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO. Next week, catch the action on the iRacing Esports Network. Our team at RaceSpotTV ready to walk you through all of that. Peter, will you be around, part of the commentary crew?
For which event?
The iRacing Daytona 24 next week.
Good question. Good question. Don't know yet. I may well be doing some curling commentary next weekend. Yes, so I don't know yet, and I wish they would give me an answer, given that it starts on Thursday.
It's just normal for this world, to be fair.
Yeah, so hopefully I'll be able to come in for a stint or two.
Good, because obviously the week after that, you and I will be at Daytona in the real world for the Rolex 24, kicking off the 2026 IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Here comes Lucas Herrmann. Unfortunate incident earlier in the race for Elias Riker in the BS Plus competition car, which finished second in the previous 24-hour series Esports Championship, which have to go all the way back to 2023 to find record of. But unfortunately, came into this event second in points with momentum on their side after very, very handy mid-part of the season. But with the Falcon Sim Racing team being up in 5th position, BS Plus being all the way down here in 14th, seems as though BS Plus will finish this season 3rd in the championship, which may not be what they wanted, but given how they started this season off, which was really struggling to say the least initially after the first couple of races, not all of them going their way. At least they fought themselves back into touch. The problem in a 12-hour race, Peter, is with no safety cars, one small slip up at this level, and it's tough to fight back.
Yeah, that's it. That's so true. And BS competition, it's unusual to see them. It's unusual to see them not right up the sharp end, because there's such a presence in global sim racing. So they really do. They really are not in the position you expect them to be. Definitely not. They're a really, really strong outfit, and they won at Monza, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, so they won last time out. So, and which was no surprise at all. They did it in a kind of canny way with good fuel strategy, but they're always up there wherever you race. They'll always be strong. So yeah, not the season that they wanted, but you can give them a free pass on that one. They'll be back.
And again, you can't complain too much for the 3rd place in the championship if that's how it does end. But
yeah,
again, everyone wants to win. That's the ultimate end goal. 8th in GT3, still very much in question. Alessio Bonino given no room to breathe by Lucas Camba Marrero. Once again, onto the Almond Straight they go. And now I think that Ford Mustang indeed is going to pull alongside and use that V8 Coyote engine to make it difficult in towards Sunset Bend. The Ferrari thinks better of a defense. And then a big send around the outside. You've put yourself in a precarious spot, though you push yourself off into the marbles. And officially, Simifi grab 8th on the road.
Now, can they pull away from the Ferrari, though? That is the question, because they've been kind of stuck in there for quite a while. And for the number 14 machine of Lucas Camba Marrero, try to pull away from Alessio Bonino now. But that Ferrari's been a bit of a pest for them throughout the last few laps. Whoa, big slide there coming out of turn 5 onto the straight along round Gurney Bend and down towards the hairpin. But whoa, that was a big, big slide when they asked for the power.
these drivers often will turn down traction control because the logic is that once you get into that band of power where it needs to kick in, once it spools the power down to save you, well, you've lost a lot of time. And so right foot traction control is maybe more appropriate for many of these drivers in the way they approach the balance of the car. Flash the lights. I don't think that's necessarily going to help, but that is another GT3 machine that will make way potentially out of Tower Turn. Hyperion Racing and Floyd Kerr in the number 4. This is an uncomfortable place to make any moves, and one gets through but the other does not. That's exactly what the Mustang wanted.
Exactly so. Yeah, now able to make a little bit of a break, hopefully, from that Ferrari, and try and get a little bit of gap between themselves and the chasing pack. And as we get closer as well, we're now pretty much one stop to go from here if you've got a full tank on board right now. Is there about a 45-minute stint, roughly?
Yes. Although what's the track temperature now? There's one thing that I noted wasn't going to change too much, but it might drop off slightly as we tail off into the rest of the sunset, 22 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I think 45 minutes is probably apt. Remember, for today's event, we have a 75% or so fuel capacity across all 3 of the classes. And so GT3 and GT4, 42 to 45 minutes has been right around the number to expect. A great look at turn 7, where there's a great viewing spot, the hotel off on the left. Sit in the pool, catch the racing action. Although Sebring in March, Peter, can it be quite nippy, or are we guaranteed warm weather in a couple of months' time?
Well, it's usually pretty roasting at that time. Normally over 30 degrees, but it's an intense heat that you get at Sebring, and normally that puts the track temperature through the roof. And what it means is, because the race finishes quite late at night, it finishes after 10 o'clock at night where it's dark and the temperature is cooler and the track is cooler, you need to set up your car to do its best work then, because of course the way that the safety cars work in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, where the last couple of hours you likely get a safety car, and therefore it's a shootout, and you need a car that is at its absolute prime in those conditions. Therefore you set up a car for cooler conditions, so therefore in the heat it's usually a nightmare, but you've just got to then try and survive. So often the pace that shows during the early part of the race sometimes doesn't, often it doesn't actually translate to what's going on at the end of the race.
Can you imagine what's going to happen when... So iRacing's now introduced rain. They've mentioned in a couple of development updates that they're working on some of the race control processes behind the back, which my interpretation of that is hopefully safety cars coming at some point or another. Can you imagine the chaos that is going to come to an iRacing special event, or even to the 24-hour series Esports Championship, Peter, when we start to introduce those dynamic factors like safety cars?
Yeah, my concern with that is I like the idea in principle. My concern is that you end up like what it's like when you're racing on an oval in either NASCAR or IndyCar or whatever, and it's just constant full course yellows, and you've spent the majority of your race behind the safety car. So anytime somebody spins, the full course yellows comes out, which would become very tiresome very quickly, particularly in some of the lower splits where that's happening more often.
Yes,
I think if there's someone has a big accident into the barrier, or if there's 2 cars that have an incident at the same time and that triggers it, fine. But I think you could run the risk of it. You've just been sitting behind the safety car the whole race. You've got to be very, very careful how it's actually rolled out.
Agree. Remember when rain first released, it was super intense as well. That first Sebring 12 hours, because that was the special event it debuted with, was torrential to the point where even the likes of Josh Rogers found themselves struggling at times for grip. So we'll see how it rolls out, and if everyone who was asking for it still feels the same way afterwards. GT4 pit window has opened, but I do think that the Williams Sim Racing Academy crew may have forgot to come down to pit lane, and Kai DL required a tow to return to the pit lane. That is, well, to quote our friend Lewis McLean, suboptimal.
Yeah. The other way you could look at it for full course yellows is you could just make it random.
So there are some championships. I'm thinking of the V8 Supercars, V8 Scops community in Australia, that they have a manual safety car. Kieran Harrison, by the way, dived down to pit lane. And if there isn't an incident that they deem worthy of triggering their manual safety car, they have a manually thrown caution that is randomly generated pre-race. So, you know, that could be interesting to think about. So this is listening on board.
Oh no,
Ponies with no juice.
Oh dear.
I mean, we've made this mistake before, at least I have, in this commentary booth. Fortunately, I was doing it when I was leading my 7th split of the 12 hours of Bathurst a good 6 years ago. 7 years ago now at this point. Oh, that's a long time. Oh, that's a long time ago. Happened just before the last stint of the race. Fortunately, I was able to reset, roll back out like DL's doing right now. Still in the lead of the race, fortunately. Kai DL has dropped from 5th to 6th, I believe, so has not been as much damage as it could have been. Have you made this mistake before, Peter?
Oh yeah, loads of times.
Oh, yeah, it's a rite of passage, I think, in sim racing.
I think so. I think to be honest, you've got to, yeah, you've got to do it if you want to call yourself a race. It's a bit like, what is it they say? You're not a real petrol head unless you've owned an Alfa Romeo. Personally, I think that's nonsense. But you're not a real iRacer until you've run out of fuel.
I mean, I agree with the latter part of that statement. The first part, I mean, that's like saying to be a petrol head, you have to go out, stand in the cold every day without a jacket just to torture yourself. It's unnecessary pain. Pit stops plenty. GT3, 992, GT4 as well. Marvin Strell's taken over from Kieran Harrison in the 476. Adam Isaacson's into pit lane, and the other of the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC Porsche Cayman GT4 machines. And meanwhile, continuing just to run laps as though it was a Saturday stroll, Raphael Renhofer in that Scherer Esports number 16. 54 seconds clear currently of Sven Haase, who haven't talked much about that grid and go Ford Mustang, but Peter, they are on course right now to win the championship. They needed 5th or better. They're ready to go a couple more spots higher than that.
Yeah, they're looking strong at the moment, grid and go. They are doing everything that they need to do, but they've not been anywhere near the overall consistency of performance that Scherer Acura have had today. It is unusual talking about Scherer. I mean, it was a bit of an adjustment when Scherer went from Audis to Porsches, or a combination of the two. And yeah, to talk about Scherer with an Acura, it's very odd. But it works. It works. I like it.
Livery does look good. Previously, by the way, through the season, highest finish was 2nd back in the Abruzzi 6 hours of Silverstone. But I mean, every other race, they have been no higher than 18th position. So this is great to see them able to put together 2 solid results. A team that, if they strung the whole season together, might have been in for the championship hunt. Sven Haase is into pit lane for what will be the penultimate time today. And talking of records, the record for this number 2, 2nd in the opening round at Barcelona, 2 wins on the bounce at Silverstone and Misano, 11th at Mugello, but bounced back with 2nd at Monza. I mean, that is the caliber of consistency that a championship winner needs.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah, sometimes it's not about how many wins per se, it's more about just grinding the results and not making the mistakes. That's often the real knack, is not having the off days. And yeah, Grid and Go have they've just been relentless, haven't they? and they have not let up all season long. And they're an hour and 90 minutes away, and you think about it, you know, over 10 hours of racing, really having to grind away, not make the errors under pressure. It's I'm sure it's been a nervy 10 hours or so, but they're getting towards it now. They're not there yet. They need to keep going, but need to stick in, and they'll be there.
Well, the type of season that the only question they'll really have is, well, how could we have avoided that one result outside the top 10 in those second place finishes? What could we have done to potentially grab a win? And sometimes the answer is nothing, right? Peter, you and I were talking about this in the iRacing Raw. Sometimes traffic isn't your friend in a particular race, and you don't get the rub of the green. And that's motorsports sometimes. And in this field, we have 48 teams that entered. Only 3 teams are going to walk away as winners. Whereas if this was the Premier League, if this was the NFL, of our 48 teams, maybe 24 of them could win on any given weekend.
And that shows you the depth of the field, doesn't it? You know, doesn't it? It's how strong this championship is, and how many great squads they brought together. In comes the Adidas Racing by WSR McLaren, Lucas Lundqvist up on the jacks, new Michelin tyres going on. Nathan Paris switches in.
Might be the
Am I going mental, or was Nathan Paris not in the row earlier as well?
No, I think you're thinking of Paris Charles.
Okay, I am going mental.
Who was
yes,
in that
okay.
LMP3 class and had the unfortunate incident into the Le Mans chicane where he's hit with by his teammate, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's
correct.
okay. Yes, okay. I'm just making sure my memory worked, because on any given day there's a 50-50 chance about that. Look at the number of pit stops, by the way. So from here, you don't need 2 full stops to get to the end. You need 2 stops where you can shave a couple of seconds off in terms of the fuel that you need to fill up. Very close on the blend, though. And straight into a fight of track position is Nathan Paris, although that is the Simifi 33, the Gabby Montoro-driven car that is 16th in the class right now and 6 laps off the leader. Good look on the left side to see the pit stop counts. Now, I don't think those are fully accurate because we had that unfortunate technical issue that meant we restarted our graphics slightly earlier today, but gives you a sense for who is yet to make their penultimate pit stop of this race. Anyone who shows us 1 rather than 2 is likely to be down onto pit lane sooner than everyone else, right, Peter?
Yes, theoretically. Theoretically so. Yeah, we're sort of... Nobody can get home from here. 45 minutes is the kind of final pit window opening from there. And the thing is, Scherer Esports, they've built up such a gap that even if they weren't looking great on the pit stop cycle, they could actually pit and still come back out again. You know, takes about 50, I call it a minute, to come in and out the pit lane. So, and they're a minute and a half ahead. So they're in dreamland, really. Whether their strategy is working or not doesn't matter. They've done the hard yards. And Raphael Renhofer, he's put in the majority of the heavy lifting, you have to say, as well.
He has done, of the 190 laps, 132, so yes, quite correct. Oh no, I think I'm reading that incorrectly. He's done 190 laps. Luca Alpert, his teammate, has done 132 laps, so yes, has done the lion's share of the driving, but I can read the screen on my text on my screen a little bit more clearly. Here comes 07 Racing. They'll jump into queue behind Niels Rotel, so that Ford Mustang is now up to 10th position. And 07 Racing just waiting now for that Simifi Ford Mustang to head down pit lane and potentially resume the battle once again. The sun is continuing to set, though, Peter, which at this particular track, given its flat nature and relative lack of buildings around, does mean often it's shining directly into drivers' eyes. As what's happened here to another one, don't tell me they're on out of fuel as well. Yeah.
It's a Porsche, yeah. It's strange that they're all getting it so wrong.
Maybe it implies that there's a specific number they were trying to hit and they flew too close to the sun. The other alternative is they just forgot to pit, which is, you know, sometimes the simplest answer is the best answer.
I've done that before in a Le Mans charity race, actually. The LMP1 Porsche. I missed the pit entry at Le Mans and then jammed on the brakes, locked up, turned around, came over, got a penalty for cutting over the pit line.
No.
Oh yeah, all that. But then if I'd kept going, I basically Frank Bieler, because short of being in an Audi, I was basically Frank Bieler because I made the same mistake he did.
Again, can happen. It can happen. Here
Yeah,
comes.
it can happen to the best. And the worst, as the case may be.
Indeed. Here comes Lucas Moreira into pit lane. No driver change for him. Relatively close, I'm expecting, with the 07 Racing Ferrari. Niels Rotel, I think, will already be down the road in the Ford Mustang. But off and away for Moreira. Where does 07 Racing's Ferrari bleed out in comparison? I think is just down the road. Yes, the gap holds at about 1.7 seconds. So nice sequence there from Lucas Moreira, who actually taken a bit more fuel than the Ferrari did in this pit stop sequence. So expect a shorter stop for the Ford Mustang when they're back in about 45 minutes time.
Yeah, so one more stop to go then, and they'll be home in this 12 hours of Sebring. One of the real ultimate tests of endurance motorsport. To get to the end of it is an achievement in itself, but to get a good result, a podium, maybe even a win, a big feather in the cap, a big shiny multicolored feather.
I'm looking forward to seeing the couch burning in March, Peter. I've heard a lot about it.
Yeah, they've grown up a bit. They've stopped burning motorhomes and cars and stuff like that. Just the couch. I mean, it's an old couch that's probably, it's not as if they're burning a brand new couch.
No, it's not. It's a couch that's past its sell-by date and has been taken to Sebring with the express purpose of being used for 3-4 days and then never seen again.
If anything, it's actually environmentally friendly because then it doesn't go into landfill. It's incinerated.
Oh, I love the spin that we're finding on this. It's also providing some
warmth.
warmth.
Fans are saving the world.
Yeah, if it's a cool Florida night, which it can be, you know, we're just saving electricity and needing to heat anything up. So there's multiple environmental pluses from the ceremonial couch burning at Sebring. The Ferrari really has closed, by the way. Remember, it takes a lap or so for the tires to warm up. One of the changes that has been introduced inside of the last 12 months on iRacing. Now Alessio Benino fills the mirrors of the Ford Mustang up to turn 3. Not going to be close enough.
Not quite. Our leaders should be in, or not quite their final stop, but not far off it. Raphael Renhofer will, I would think, be stopping in the next, I would say 6 laps. So yeah, they'll need full stop and then one little splash and go to the end. The thing is, it can go wrong. Any little disagreement in traffic and that's it. But a minute and a half back to altitude 3M Esports.
Well, and
Grid and Go in the same kind of scenario. They've got nearly a minute in hand to Impulse Racing.
Well, and for Raphael Renhofer, you can't relax just yet because we've seen it in races past on iRacing where sometimes there's an issue getting all the fuel in. And suddenly the car needs to return to pit lane. At that point, suddenly Altitude 3M would become a threat for the race lead. Sven Haase would be too, because he's on a different strategy to James Baume, and he's going to have a much... I'm trying to reason my way through this right now. I think Sven Haase only stops once more in this race, while James Baume is going to stop twice.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, the Altitude 3M they've filtered through to second on the pit stops, but in real terms, Grid and Go are the second running car, I think. Because, yeah, it's going to be 15 laps at least. It's half an hour, which then takes you to, 40 minutes to go. So, one more stop for Grid and Go, and for now. Ooh, there's a chance that if Altitude could save a lap or two, yeah, you never know. They might be able to stave off, but they've only got 19 seconds in hand to Grid and Go. But they're in the conversation as Jacob Toffs comes in to the pits. The Walter Hayes race winner. He's got the wrong tyres on though.
Yeah, no.
Needs to have Michelin's. Michelin 24-hour series. Come on, Jacob.
We'll gloss over that. We'll gloss over that. The car goes up on the jacks. Now, he is in one of the newer cars on iRacing, to be fair, in the Aston Martin. So maybe we should ask the question of whether we should supply Michelin's as standard on all cars on iRacing. Although I think that's a question maybe out of our pay grade, out of our scope. Here comes Toffs. Now, short pit stop, only 26 or so seconds, so 5 seconds shaved off the fill time, and he emerges 5th on the road, a full 8 seconds clear of Impulse Racing by Tam Livery. So top 5 on the cards, looking like, for the Aston Martin.
Looking like, yeah, so kind of one full, maybe not even a full pit stop required. Just certainly one more trip to pit lane required from here. And probably not a full stop at that. That's got him topped up and ready for the run to the flag. I thought you could change what tyres the car's got on it via the paint.
To do that, you technically the paint options are somewhat limited, but the real way to force the Michelins is to enable the IMSA branding. So you'd have the IMSA license plates, which we don't necessarily want.
And you can't cover them up?
As far as... It's a good question. No, you can. You definitely can, actually. So maybe that's a thing to think about. There are other things it changes as well. So, you know, maybe an option, though. Peter is just a good friend of Bibendum, Mr. Michelin. And boy, do we have some stories about Mr. Bibendum.
Including when he got found out in the corporate bathroom as well.
Oh, poor Bibendum. He lives a tough life, to be fair. The only person warmer than some of the drivers sitting in their race cars on the grid is Bibendum. So praise to him. 15th is up for grabs for Gabby Montoro. Now, heartbreak for him, given started second on the road. But great to see the endurance racing spirit digging deep and finishing off the season as best he can, and looking very, very strong as he's caught up to the back of Carl Frederick Herzog. Now, with some of that GT4 traffic slowing their exit on towards the Almond straightaway, looks relatively easy. Here comes Montoro, looking the long way around down to Sunset Bend.
Oh, and got a little bit of GT4 traffic to negotiate first. They come at the end of the Almond straight into Sunset, holding that line tight, bouncing away over the bumps there for the Norwegian squad. But looks like it's a move there. Yes, it is. Simifi go through then on the RaceSpotTV car.
Here's Rotail going to jump to pit lane in the second Grid and Go car. Now, this is penultimate stop territory. We'll see if it will be a slightly shorter fill. Marvin Strel leading in GT4. 65 minutes away from the championship. Same story for Adrian Greiker in the 992 lead for gridandgo.com. While in the GT3 class, it's Sven Haase in the number 2 Grid and Go machine. Running third on the road, that's doing enough to win the championship if things hold as they are. A lengthy season as well. One that dates back all the way to August the 17th of 2025 when we kick things off with the TFR LAB 6 hours of Barcelona. And Peter, because the first 5 rounds were all 6-hour races, you're allowed to drop one of those from the championship. It made things really difficult for teams who weren't close enough coming into this final round of the championship, because you needed the top teams to have a bad result, to have a hope of the championship, and they have not done that here today.
No, they've delivered under pressure when it's been required. And there's nothing really more higher pressure than trying to get a good result out of 12 hours of Sebring, because there is a lot that's out of your hands. And so easy to make a little driving mistake as well. It's a real drain on the brain, this place. That's why we all love it. Race week at Sebring is a long, hot week, but wouldn't really have it any other way. When it comes down to a shootout, you know, in the dark at the end of the week, it's just, there's not much like it, actually. And think how much drama we've had over the years at this place in the dark.
Some of the MX-5 finishes we've had here as well have, yeah, spectacular. I believe that I've heard the quote that 24 hours at Daytona is as tough as 12 hours at Sebring for the driver. Now, Peter, for you as the commentator, having experienced Sebring and Daytona, which one do you prefer? And yes, I know that is asking you to pick one of your children, effectively.
Well, no, that is a good question. It depends. I mean, Daytona, of course, but it being a 24-hour race, sleep-wise for the commentators, it does make it a little bit more challenging. But of course, it's the heat at Sebring is pretty intense in March, which does make it tough. And I think it's because you're probably doing more hours in the day, if you like. So you're doing the majority of the 12-hour race kind of straight through. So by the end, your brain is just fried. So if you hear us commentators not at our best or talking absolute rubbish in the last, even more rubbish than normal, in the last 90 minutes, that's why, because our brains are just done by that point. You think it's another 2 hours beyond Petit Le Mans, and trust me, those 2 hours really make a difference. By the end, and of course you're at the end of the race week too, so you are really, really done by that point. Not done as in fed up, as in your brain's just not got any more left to give. So yeah, it's a really cerebral challenge. So imagine when you're trying to, I mean, that's just sitting talking about it. Imagine driving a race car. Oh.
And all the, it's not just the drivers too. I want to give a shout out to the crew members who effectively have to be up once an hour to change tires and fuel, and then if anything else goes wrong, be ready to respond on the call from the pit wall. So, you know, there's lots of hard-working people down on pit lane, and so yeah.
The hardest one to work on is an LMP2 car, because it's in every 35 minutes.
Oh.
And that's without full course yellows.
And I shouldn't forget, I distinctly remember when I was introduced to endurance racing in many ways by the Truth in 24 documentaries, and I forget if it was Lena or who's the other race engineer whose name I'm now forgetting. Yes, but they basically said, you know, we don't sleep for not just the 24 hours, but the 6 to 8 hours before the race even starts, because you wake up, you're preparing to get ready to go to the drop of the green flag, and only then does the clock and the 24 hours start ticking.
That's right, yeah. And at Le Mans, when you're starting at 4 in the afternoon, that's very true. Daytona's not so bad, where we start, you know, usually just around lunchtime, which helps on both ways, because it means you get going during that. You're not hanging around that much during the day, but also when you see daylight, you're not far from the end. So Daytona's definitely an easier one, I would say, or less hard than Le Mans in that sense.
There is something about getting through the day when, yeah, I've heard stories. Is Spa the one where they start at 5 local?
I think so. And then, of course, you've got the safety car in the rain all night as well.
Yeah, that is rough. That is hard work at the end of the day, right? No. Meanwhile, we have ticked into the final hour of not just the race, but the season as well. Champions just needing to hold on now as we increasingly see the sunset. Headlights required by all drivers at this point. Adrian Greiker on screen with a 55-second advantage over Adam Kotarski in the Impulse Racing machine. That, let me go and do some championship calculations. Always dangerous when you entrust a commentator to do that, but there is a real possibility here. I think Impulse Racing could grab second in the points.
They could, yeah, and they've earned it. They've earned it today. They've been really, I mean, they've kept Grid and Go under pressure the whole way through.
So the number 900 and 900/1, because they joined with the wrong number, they are currently 4th on track. Now, they will have a 60-second penalty at the end of the race, which currently drops them to 6th, but could drop them to 7th if they find themselves in any sort of misfortune. And I think they'll take tires potentially in the final pit stop of the race. But if they finish 6th, just for the sake of the argument, Peter, what actually happens is we have a tie on points for 2nd, and now we start working through our tiebreakers to see who grabs the point championship position.
Let's get Lorenzo back. That's his department.
Oh, I've taken his responsibility at this point over. So I'm working away mentally, and we'll get to that. Here's a look at the replay. What's happened to Altitude 3M? Remember, 2nd on track for James Baume. Oh
no.
Worrying moments. Oh, and eventually, oh, that was long.
That was a big dropout, yeah. So is that internet connection, do you think?
Oh yeah, hopefully nothing more than just a temporary blip. Meanwhile, it's not Raphael Renhofer that's going to see the checkered flag for Scherer Esports. Luca Alpert's going to get a chance to contribute a few more laps here, Peter.
Yeah, he's going to get the glory stint to take it over the line for a win. 57 minutes, and it's pressure to add on as well. Raphael Renhofer's done all the very hard work all day long. So yeah, he won't want to chuck it away, but I'm sure that's not going through his mind. I'm sure he's just ready to go a little bit shorter pit stop, perhaps. Yeah, ever so slightly. But they'll have one little splash to go before the end, and Altitude will be in any minute now from 2nd position. So I think they're going to need a little splash as well. They're maybe just a couple of laps short of being able to save a stop.
And meanwhile, Sven Haase, another 10 laps before he's due into pit lane, and so definitely no extra pit stop there. The gap 20 seconds between James Baume and Sven Haase. Is that going to be enough for the Grid and Go machine to leapfrog its way up to 2nd? I've reviewed the tiebreaker, and so for the 992 2nd place position, the fact that Grid and Go have won a couple of races this season is going to mean they will win any tiebreaker. Now, the danger for them becomes if they do lose any more than about 10 seconds, well, suddenly they drop to 7th, and it will be Impulse Racing that finish 2nd in points. Busy on pit lane. It's not just Altitude Esports, but also into pit lane. It's the 57 Impulse Racing Mercedes.
Norbert Leitner bringing that car in, the number 57 Mercedes. That's a pretty successful combination, a Mercedes with a 57 on it. Windward crew, totally dominant.
Off and away they will pull. And the Windward Racing crew that we saw their esports outfit jump into some of the GT3 racing at the end of last year, and so hopefully we'll see a bit more of that, Peter, moving forward. It's always great when we see those real-world teams increasingly getting involved in sim racing, and naturally so, not just because they had to, but because they want to.
But I think that's a big difference. Yeah, very big difference. I mean, we saw obviously there was, this series, lots of series had to keep the relevance in the COVID time. Oh, Hendrik Augustine, into the nose and into the barrier. Dear me. Yeah, I think we saw certain series where drivers were mandated to compete, and some took it very seriously, and some didn't take it very seriously at all, and it showed. And yeah, I think now if you've got teams that enter because they want to be there, you have to admire this from Carlisle Esports as well. They you know, how often do we see it in virtual motorsport where someone will just flick turn right into the path of an oncoming car? But a proper Austin Powers job there. Oh, and there goes the hood.
Well, the first time I watched that incident, I was worried he was going to slide directly into that sort of retaining wall and kind of T-bone himself. So damage could have been a lot worse, as now Impulse Racing, cold tires, let's not forget, take this shortcut out through Jean-Mion Bend, and that's going to mean they now have a slowdown. Speaking of, slow down that hood flip. 10 out of 10 from our style point judges.
Definitely top marks for doing a very, how do you say, making sure there's enough room for everyone to go by as they were doing about a 15-point turn to get back in the right direction.
And speaking of the exit out onto the Almond Straight, that's a awkward place to find yourself getting lost, a bit close to the active part of the airport. But Carl Frederick Herzog, then a slightly unsafe rejoin, and I wonder if that Ferrari is not going to be too happy about that.
Possibly not. No, possibly not. But you know, you get lucky if you're going to go off anywhere at Sebring. That is probably the place to go off, because that's the one place where there actually is some runoff. Most other places, you know, it's grass and then skip, bump, bang, wall. And there's other places where it's like
Just
straight
wall.
off the track, wall, just wall.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's old school, very old school in places.
Well, I was trying to, me and Ewan were briefly mentioning about the old layouts of the Sebring International Raceway, and Brian Till was talking to me at one point about the turn 7, where now we've got a bit of runoff, as Greg Conway in the Hyperion 444 that got called up on 2 days' notice is down on pit lane, and our good friend Jacob Magnowski back in the car. I say good friend, Peter, because when we were talking about Jacob, who was making his very first esports racing start today, earlier, one of his friends put into the chat, Jakub, and I assumed that I was mispronouncing his name, and so I corrected, you know, always willing to correct my name. No, he was just making a joke, and I egg on face.
Yes. 51 minutes to go. We're not far away from being able to pit and get all the way home. And I like it, this sort of atmospheric, hazy dusk we've got here.
It's not dissimilar to what they had that one Super Sebring weekend when, was it the qualifying for the World Endurance Championship? There was some stunning pictures that emerged from that. Look at Alpert slips past some of the traffic. So grid and go, they're the car that we're basically watching for now, Peter. You talk about almost being on the cusp of pitting and making to the end. Sven Haase 14 laps into the stint. He will be the next GT3 car on the lead lap or inside of the top 10 that makes their way into pit lane, and hopefully for the final time today.
Well, it's tight. It's certainly tight. I wonder actually if they might need a splash, Arjuna. Maybe.
I think they've still got another 5 laps at the very least to go, so they should be okay. Lucas Herman, on the other hand, slightly compromised strategy as a result of their crash earlier on through turn 1. Down to pit lane. They definitely will need a splash and dash. There is no question about that.
Yeah, from now, if you're pitting now, you're probably on the edge. But yeah, once you go, I think that 45-minute mark is a good barometer of getting home. Look at Alpert, 159 flat last time by. Everyone sort of hovering around the 58s, 59s. Not quite the same pace that we saw earlier on. In fact, we're not actually quite on the same pace that we were about 3 hours ago, where the track temperature was higher, strangely. Maybe everyone's just trying to get it home.
tiptoeing their way around. Track temperature, I was just trying to click through on the screen, still at 22 degrees Celsius. So even with the sun having dipped just below the horizon, and with the clouds now very much making their presence known, 5:46 virtual standard time. We will see the first part of the night running just as we get to the checkered flag, which makes things a little bit easier for these drivers in terms of spotting their references. There's not really many battles on track. The closest two cars is 6th and 7th in GT3, 2 seconds covering the pair of World Sim Racing machines. One the white and black, one the gray and highlighter yellow. Fundamentally, I think we are seeing a lot of the attrition playing its part as well, because just 37 cars left on track, Peter, which around Sebring, which is not the longest track around the world by any means, but it's still pretty spacious. It means there's lots of open air for these cars to be running around.
There is, yeah. That certainly helps a lot. When we started with 48, it's a bit of more of a different story, but yeah, 37 should allow the traffic to thin out quite a bit more. And also, when you think about it as well, only 10 GT4s, whereas you mix up the GT3s and the 992s, they're more similar pace. So the actual, you know, how should we say, the flow of traffic isn't going to be quite as strong and continuous as it would be if it was, say, prototypes going through on GT3s.
You and I were commentating on that iRacing Raw where there was element 3 GT4 and touring cars, a somewhat unique combination, but it was interesting watching the interactions in the prototype, which somewhat struggled in a straight line, somewhat similar to what we're seeing with the GT3s and the 992s. A bit of assistance, of course, with that power cut. A couple of pit stops, Adam Kotarski in and out for Impulse Racing. That was tires, rather, fuel only, no tires, 35 seconds. Whereas Adrian Greiker is in the lane right now and has just hit his box, and we will watch the time on the right-hand side of the screen, although it disappears because there's a driver change, so Ganoso Tazdelin is going to jump in. Do you risk leaving the driver in without changing tires, or, Peter, is this going to be the full service 55-second stationary?
Well, I think they've got the time in hand, and if you don't need to risk it, I think you do take that extra tire if you can. Full service. Going on to Tazdelin.
Interesting, actually. Just 34.9, so indicates no tires taken.
Okay. So they're wanting to keep that time in hand with 45 minutes to go. Must feel that there's plenty of performance left in the tire.
I'm kind of on your side, though. There's no risk of really staying stationary for 20 seconds longer, having a 30 seconds lead. Although, I do find it interesting that would be a decision that sometimes you'd wonder in the real world if it was a club racing championship, as an example. Or are they saving money on their tires? In the world of sim racing, we're very fortunate that we don't have to pay for race tires, which can cost as much as $4,000 for a set of Michelin tires. And so, ooh, that's a slow Simifi car now. That is the 33. Have they forgot to come down pit lane? Is that a third car inside of 75 minutes? My goodness.
I've never seen that. So many in the same race, and in such a small space of time as well.
Right.
Surely not.
It makes sense it would happen now when they're pushing it a little bit more, but still, at this level, that is a surprise. And yeah, just listen.
Not even close.
Well, maybe he gave up relatively quickly, hoping that the time to tow the car back would be less, proportionally slower. But this is where, if I'm, the time to tow is probably somewhat proportional to where you are around the lap if I'm thinking about how iRacing have implemented things. So if you tow at the start of the lap, it probably takes longer than if you towed halfway through the lap. The question is, how much time do you really save? Probably not that much.
Yeah, that is an odd one. I think they were maybe trying to get another lap, because if they pitted now, they would be very, very close to making it or not without having to take another splash and dash in the pit lane. So maybe that's what they were trying to do, but yeah, weird. We've had quite a lot of, I mean, I'd say 3 in the space of what, an hour?
Yeah, about 75 minutes, yeah. That is unprecedented from any of my memories. Here comes the 23 with Andrew Carone, the Canadian, 2.6 seconds in front of the sister car for Nathan Paris, +7 for the Anitus Racing by World Sim Racing Machine, even with the internet issue that they had about 30-40 minutes ago. So proving that their long run speed has kept them out of trouble for the most part. Gabby Montoro stationary for 2 minutes and counting, and for the team that won the opening round of the championship, albeit in somewhat controversial fashion. There was a 5-second penalty between them and the Grid and Go machine that is going on to win the championship. Ultimately, a rather sorry way to end the season off.
Yeah, it is. It's not the way you want to go out after such a long season as well. You know, starting back in August, it's yeah, it's a long way to here at the beginning of January. But the good thing about, you know, in virtual motorsport is there's always another competitive opportunity round the corner. You know, just next week, Daytona 24. Before you know it, it's Bathurst, and this is just sports cars we're talking about. You can mix so many other things in there too, but that's it makes it easier to get over the bad days.
You take the good days when they come, because they are fewer in number than the harder days, that is for sure. 42 minutes left to go in the final round of the season. Humidity has risen as well, as someone in chat noted, so lap times a little bit higher with the engine power dropping in proportion. Is this a 4th?
No way.
I need to go get my eyes checked or my ears checked or something, but my
No way.
word. Speechless.
I don't understand is what, there's no need to risk it, because
They're
you could have
safe at this
pitted.
point, yeah.
Yeah, that makes no sense at all. And then he's
seemingly
back up to
still
speed again.
Yeah, no. Was he?
What? I'm stumped with that one.
Maybe that's a technical issue rather than a fuel issue. So sometimes we have actually seen something like this before, where your wheel stops shifting, because I did notice he was stuck in the same gear. I assume that was him staying in the highest gear possible to save some momentum. Maybe what he needed to do there was just unplug the wheel and plug it back in, the old IT trick of turn it off and turn it back on again.
Could be. Yeah, so maybe it wasn't fuel. I mean, 3 was pretty ridiculous. 4 would have been totally farcical, cars running out of fuel.
Yes, I had to find some sort of plausible explanation to maintain belief in society. Because, again, 4 inside of the hour would have been crazy. 40 minutes to go. Remember, anyone who pits from here can make it to the end. And so, crucially, Peter, that does mean Altitude Free M Esports, James Baume, their hope of second place, I think, dwindling. Grid and Go, Sven Haase. Inside of the next 2 laps, they'll come down to pit lane for the final time this season, and then they'll be 40 minutes away from the championship.
They will. Now, Altitude, they're going to... Yeah, of course, they need to pit to a pit stop as well. So, yeah, Grid and Go, although they might drop briefly behind Altitude, that they will then take back that second position. Either way, a podium is good enough for them. to take the championship in that Ford Mustang. The great package, actually. It's a great endurance racing car, I think, because it's really friendly to drive. Nice, you know, nice longer wheelbase, big V8 up the front, nice tractable power delivery. It's a car that it wants you to do well. I find it's one of the best cars on the service to just get in and drive and be confident with it straight away.
It was interesting, obviously, on its initial release when the pressure, the airflow over the rear was doing some funky things, so had to resolve that. But we did get some details revealed about the Ford Mustang GT3 Evo. Some changes expected to some of the dive planes to have a bit more consistent aero performance across the variety of tracks that they compete in. A new brake package introduced as well, as off and away from pit lane, not just the Hyperion racing car off in a moment's time, but more importantly, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, the 476 car, also now 38 minutes away from a championship. Their sister car has thrown Alex Moore into the seat for the final stint of the season, and off and away they blend back out into traffic as the sun continues to set. But yeah, always going to be interesting when you talk about Evo packages, because ultimately, Peter, we're looking at an Aston Martin Evo, at least were momentarily. All these manufacturers are finding those small ways to make the experience that little bit better.
Yeah, and like you say, opening the aerodynamic window that the car can be tuned into as well is really helpful for a variety of reasons. You think of the global environment that the cars are sold around and raced around, every corner of the globe, so it needs to work in, you know, really kind of cool, wet conditions in somewhere like the UK or Belgium, and then also in the, you know, crippling heat in Asia or here in Florida, for example. So it's that's widening that aero window is so important to try and get the car easier to set up and easier to drive in every condition. And now, of course, you know, these cars are so good, they're finding little marginal gains everywhere to try and keep up. And then I think the fact that it is the car that they compete with at Le Mans, I think that definitely drives things as well.
Helps, and of course, a Ford hypercar program in the works. Battle in the GT4 class as Vulcan Fastens by GlassTech Racing and the Williams Sim Racing Academy machines. The boxed-in front end of that Ford Mustang through all the contact. Now, the Entel Van Thielen at the wheel with Marius Hibmer behind. They are fighting over 5th on the track right now. No matter where Williams finishes, they will grab 2nd in the championship by my very amateur calculations. And after the mid-season slump in form, regrettably, which took them out of championship contention, they have mounted a late season comeback. First at Monza, now here at the final round of the championship. In both of those rounds, to be fair though, Peter, they have also been involved in plenty of contact, so has not been all easy by any means, and they are 1 lap back from the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC machine in front of them. So don't worry, they aren't fighting for position right now.
And Team 75 Bernard, in contrast, they've just been pretty perfect, haven't they? They've just ground away, not made the mistakes, let the others make the mistakes, and do it with such a strong pace out there as well. In fact, both of the Team 75 Bernard cars on 1 lap pace have been really strong, but it's the 476 car, the championship car, if you like, that's been the one that's really done the great work today. 35 minutes left on the clock. They're nearly there to close out on a high.
And what a season for them. 3 consecutive 2nd place finishes, 2 wins on the bounce coming into this race. I mean, finishing no lower than 2nd. Their sole blip actually on the season was, Peter, when they forgot to tell the organizers of their replacement driver, and so the late replacement meant that they had to start from the back of the field, excluded from qualifying basically. No problem, they drove from the back to the front of the field. It was the first race they won that season. It's almost like the penalty gave them that little bit more incentive to push.
Yeah, that little bit of motivation, and they've not looked back since, really. and holding a strong lead. I mean, you got to take your hat off as well to Altitude Free Esports today as well. They're a really upcoming force in sim racing, and you know, some great drivers that have come up through the WSR ranks and through World GT and things like that, and you know, now they're competing at a really sharp level, you know, with some of the top names in sim racing, and they're right there. Look, they've got a car up there on the podium in GT3, car on the podium in GT4. It's a great job.
Absolutely. And when you're a smaller team as well, you know, you've got to remember that often you have less resources than some of these bigger teams. Like, take Williams Sim Racing Academy as an example. They also had a GT3 entry entered in this championship, but they had used a good 10 or 11 drivers in the first 5 rounds of the season, and you're only allowed to use so many drivers in this championship. And so when they needed to nominate a few more replacement drivers for this final 12-hour race, they were, well, unable to compete because those drivers were not available who had competed previously in the season. And so, you know, smaller teams often working late into night after, you know, some of them are at school, some of them have 9-to-5 jobs. It is a hard grind in many a case, but great to see them get their rewards for what has been an impressive effort. Alessio Bonino in the 07 Racing Ferrari, a brief technical blip for him. What that really will have done, though, is cost him time relative to Simifi Esports. Remember, at one point, they were fighting with the Ford Mustang. 27 seconds stationary. It's not a full pit stop needed at any point moving forward, off and away for the final time today.
Hopefully no more technical issues either for that squad. And enough fuel on board. We don't need anybody more running out of fuel. I know they didn't, but we don't need any more of that. Hopefully the calculations have been done. Jacob Toff's also in the MAG Aston Martin from 4th position. And it should just be a little splash and go required for them as well.
How do you know?
See, I do like the look of that. I like the look of that latest Aston.
Oh, no, I do love the look of the Astons. The V12 engine from the Valkyrie may sound a bit better, but this car looks sharp. How do you know Massey not taking tires? And so that's important because they have built up a bit more of a gap to Delta Sports Sim Shop in that 992 class, and so now it should look as though once penalties post-race are applied, Grid and Go will be 1 and 2 in the 992 championship. Still 32 minutes left to go. Watch the blend here, though, because, Peter, it is a precarious merge. You're blending onto the exit of a corner at speed with cold tires in many cases, fortunately. Jacob Toff's clean air now to build his speed back up.
Back on the move in that V8 Aston Martin Vantage. Yeah, I really like that new design. It's not really new anymore, is it? I mean, it was 2 years ago that Evo kit was first debuted at Daytona. Remember, on the Magnus car, they had a podium straight out the gate with it.
Well, you know, the modern sports car cycle seemingly is getting sped up. We only had 2 years of the Mustang before an Evo kit for that. Was it 3 years of the Porsche GT3 before Evo kit was around for that? Badged as a new car, effectively, but it is an Evo kit, if you ask me. And then you compare that to one of the cars still on the grid in the Inter WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, going into its 10th year of homologation. You've got the Lexus, which, you know, shows the benefits of the BOP system, Peter, to equalize these cars from effectively now different eras of GT3 machinery.
Yeah, I think, though, they are really reaching that limit, though, when you look at what the new cars have in terms, you know, the ABS, traction control, sophistication, which helps over a stint. So, you know, you can maybe get it to run, you know, similar pace over a lap, but over a whole race, the newer cars, I think, do come into their own. I remember listening to Rob Huff talk about driving the Bentley at Dubai last year. And of course, we are all absolutely delighted to see the big Bentley racing. It's such a cool car. I mean, I think the coolest GT3 car, the Bentley Continental. But it was really, really struggling against the latest kit from Ferrari and from Porsche, BMW, etc. Because it just didn't have the same sophistication in the ABS and traction control which the latest cars had. So yeah, theoretically, maybe if you switched all the systems off, it could potentially be balanced in. But the latest cars still have that edge, I think. And I think, yeah, for Lexus, their drivers are on record saying they are really keen for their new car to arrive.
One more year.
One more year, at least.
Might be a long year, that's for sure.
Like Gran Turismo 2 is, yeah, next year.
When it comes to these GT3 improvements, though, it's not just on track. We should acknowledge that, right? It's off track as well, where the packaging on the Ferrari 296, it's what won it a 24 hours in the Nürburgring. The fact that when the rear end went up and needed to be replaced, it was a couple of bolts here and there, take the old one off, put the new one on, kind of reminiscent of what Audi pioneered in their dominant run through Le Mans. So, you know, all the packaging improvements that get made, those can't be done in Evo improvements, can they, Peter? Those have to be new model generations, and so that's where I think there's a lot of excitement for the brand new, whether it's Bajaj's Toyota, Lexus, not quite sure, but for that new car coming out.
A GR?
But that could be Bajaj's both a Toyota and a Lexus as well, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the Toyota, it's not going to be the Toyota Gazoo Racing World Rally Team, it's just going to be the Gazoo Racing World Rally Team this year.
Oh, you're right, I did forget about that.
Endurance team is the same, which is it's unusual.
So is the manufacturer now considered as Gazoo?
Well, it must be, but the team is called Gazoo Racing Team, but I think the car is still called a Toyota.
Okay, that would make a bit more sense.
So the Gazoo Racing Team run a Toyota.
It doesn't help get me any clarity on whether the new car will be a Lexus or a Toyota, but it at least clarifies what the entry itself will look like in the World Endurance Championship. Big bounce over the curbs, and I do like that about this part of the track. You can lean on the curbs to shortcut and also help rotate the car if you've set it up appropriately. Mark Fletcher, as part of the Altitude team ownership, says celebrating tonight if it stays like this. I bet, Mark, I bet.
Very much deserved, I would think, if that's the case. And with Dennis Grabowski in the car, also Adam Watson can't hit anybody from there, from the pit wall.
It will be a double podium as it stands right now for the team. And so, yeah, we were singing their praises, the evolution of one of the up-and-coming teams, and some healthy rewards in their direction. Still Williams Sim Racing Academy and Vulcan Fasteners keeping each other close in the GT4s. The only other battle on track right now is between the second of the Grid and Go Mustangs, which is due a pit stop in the next couple of laps, and 07 Racing's Ferrari. So really nothing closing up in these final stages for the time being. There's Additus Racing. Nathan Paris is 2 seconds in front of Simifi. Nathan's really lost a lot of ground to Andrew Carone as of late.
Interesting there. Yeah. It's Altitude in for what will be their final stop. James Boumé. Quick splash and dash.
Probably changing the Michelin tires as well, though, I would wager, since you can do it for free. Although, given that there is time to be gained by not changing tires, I wonder if he will elect not to. If it's anything shorter than 24 seconds, I don't think it's a 4-tire stop, and I think James Baume's gone with no Michelins into the final stint of this race, and so that means they'll be warmed up. He's going to leave pit lane. 17 seconds back from Sven Haase in that Grid and Go number 2, but he's giving himself a fighting chance at the very least.
That he is. Yeah, that he is. Grid and Go, they they can go home on this. But yeah, like you say, he's putting himself in the conversation. I mean, well, this would be certainly a cause for celebration if James Boumé were able to run down the gap to Sven Hasse. That's a big ask. That's a big ask, I would say. But like I say, if possible, if it were done, it would be reason for big celebration to run down one of the fastest drivers here at Sebring.
I mean, all it takes is a couple of slips off the track for Hasse, and second could be in question. I think fundamentally, with 24 minutes left to go, Hasse's main focus is the championship. Finish 5th or higher, and no matter what anyone else does, that will grab the gold. For gridding goes number 2. And in the other 2 classes, our race leaders are 24 minutes away from winning their championships as well. So, as the sun continues to set, it's a very hazy sunset as well, as Peter called out slightly earlier. It has been a remarkable way to close out this season, Peter. Maybe not as much excitement as you and I may have wanted, but ultimately, all of this racing stretched out across 12 hours. So many stories to close out this 2025 season.
Yeah, there has been. It's those who have needed to come to Sebring and do the job, they have done. They've not cracked under the pressure, and as we said, it isn't really much greater pressure than going and executing a 12 hours of Sebring. It's really tough. I mean, the only one I could think of really is executing a 24-hour Nürburgring. That would be beyond that challenge, but not much else, which says a lot. And the level of perfection required is hard to even describe. I mean, I'd challenge anyone, any casual iRacer like I am, for example, to start with go and do a private test session, fill the car, full tank of fuel, GT3, and if you can get to the end of that tank of fuel without crashing, you felt like that was an achievement. I had to drive well there. Try doing that 12 hours. It's another level. It's quite amazing.
And then try doing it at the pace that these drivers are doing as well, because they are doing a consistency that is hard to believe. The glowing of those brake rotors in the waning light that we have available. 12 hours at Sebring isn't enough to require a brake change, is it, Peter?
Question. I can't remember, I honestly don't remember. I think it's been done before. Well, actually, yeah, I tell you what, one reason why Porsche won the Sebring 12 hour in 2008 with their LMP2 RS Spider was because Audi had to keep changing brakes, and they did not know why, because normally they said they don't have to change the brakes in 24 hours, but they had to change them a couple of times with some sort of issue. Daytona, usually it's into the second half of the race, you'll see brake changes happening, and we even saw it with Windward. They've done it the last couple of years where they've changed the right front first, and then they'll do the left front at the next chance.
Interesting. So 12 hours here is enough. I guess I
think so.
There are enough heavy braking zones that would make sense, because there's enough corners where you're going from high to either low speed or even scrubbing off some of the speed and still carrying the momentum through a medium speed corner. So yeah, this kind of would make sense. Fortunately, another one of those factors we don't have here on iRacing, although there are some platforms that do simulate brake fade and needing to replace brake pads, and making your choices about that strategy over a 24-hour period. Another one of those things where a lot of iRacers may want it, but beware of what you ask for. 20 minutes left to go. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Peter Mackay. And got to give a shout out, Peter, to the team at World Sim Racing who have brought back this championship after a year's hiatus. The team behind the scenes, well, Casper de Court, he got a job working with the real 24-hour series. Kind of limited his time in the virtual world, and so Andy and his team behind the scenes have picked the baton up and really ran with it. It's been great fun.
Oh yeah, Casper is a brilliant guy. Got to work with him quite a lot on the Michelin 24-hour series, and been working with the company for a little while, quite a while, and now he's one of the main guys in race control, race direction, and he does a superb job of making sure that the series, the real life series, runs cleanly, fairly for all the competitors, because you've got to remember there's a lot, it's very high stakes, there's a lot of people spending a lot of money, you know, I mean, Creventix basically, who run the 24-hour series, is about the best value racing you can get in a GT3 car or a Porsche 992 if you want to go endurance racing, but it's still big money, whatever. Even just turning a GT3 car on costs a fortune. So you have to look after your customers, which is what the series do, and a lot of that is what Casper does behind the scenes along with the rest of the team, and making sure that it's a fair, competitive environment for all, because you're dealing with quite a spread of experience of drivers. You've got some people who are in their first season of GT3 racing, and you've also got factory drivers in the series. So trying to balance all that together is not an easy job, and Casper and the team do a top job of that. And it's great that there is such a high quality virtual variant, which we're seeing right now. And yeah, the guys at WSR do a top job to make sure that the virtual 24-hour series has the same standards that the outdoor version of it does.
Includes a couple of prizes from the partners at Cube Controls as well. So some great partners that have come on board. The team at Next Level Racing doing a giveaway in the last round, actually, to the fans. So opportunities for our viewers to be a part of that as well. On board with Marvin Strell, 75 seconds clear of those behind. Very well now. And call these the nighttime conditions, with the sun and the haze combining to dim the output of the sky. Simifi and Adidas Racing, I was just keeping an eye on this. Nathan Paris and Luca Marrero, only a second between the two of them, and this is the fight for 8th position. And remember that the Adidas Racing team are trying to grab every point they can as they try and grab 5th in the championship, away from who? Well, the team directly behind them.
And they'll be so frustrated knowing that they shouldn't really be in this position. It was the disconnection of the power cut, excuse me, that really caused them to be back this far. But it's sim racing's version, I suppose, of a technical failure. And I suppose, yeah, total power outage is like an electrical failure, isn't it? Or the battery goes flat in the car, the alternator breaks down.
They don't often have those sort of technical issues, fortunately, like they do in the real world. Transmission failures, engine issues. However, we have our own class of failures. And I always go back to the story of Max Verstappen in the 24 hours of Spa, when he was leading as part of that Team Redline lineup. His brake pedal literally comes apart on the sim rig, and he has to pull to the side, use the wall to slow him down, and Lando Norris jumps in to take the car to the checkered flag. But it's just that reminder that even in the world of sim racing, nothing is guaranteed until the checkered flag, with 15 minutes to go. Now, Scherer Esports will owe us a pit stop in the next 2 laps. However, remember, it's a splash and dash, and Peter, they are 15 minutes away from the first race win of the season.
They've deserved it. They really do deserve it. They've been so strong all day. That Acura has just been like a locomotive, just plugging away all day. Down into the 57s actually on the previous lap. 58.1 last time by. So look at Alpert's pace is still really strong. I mean, they're getting close actually. They're nearly a lap ahead of everybody right now. They will need a tiny little splash to go to the end. So they will finish on the same lap by the look of things as the Grid and Go car behind them, but nearly putting a lap on the field at this level. That's impressive and requires you being perfect all the way through the day.
And the introduction of safety cars at some point could make that interesting. Now Marrero's made it around Nathan Paris. I wonder if there's limited room to defend in the late stages here. Balance of the McLaren maybe slightly compromised. Already a couple of car links built up there. It does look as though Simifi will grab this position in the championship. I say fifth, it might end up being slightly different, but these teams ended equal on points today. Whichever team finishes higher, grab the better finishing spot, of course. In terms of the season as well, Peter, it was interesting when the schedule was announced. The traditional season finale flipped on its head and now became the season opener at Barcelona. But the addition of Misano and Mugello, which obviously the series and the real world have plenty of history at, but two relatively new tracks in the world of iRacing. Well, one of them brought plenty of rain, the other brought plenty of chaos. Two really interesting races halfway through the season that drivers had to do a lot of learning around.
Well, Mugello is really one of the greatest tracks to drive in the world. Particularly the second half of the circuit is just awesome. The kind of helter-skelter nature of it, on camber, off camber, there's all sorts going on. Misano, I can't say is my favourite circuit in the world. It's pretty flat. It doesn't really do much for me, to be honest. Yeah, I'd give me Mugello over Misano any day of the week.
How's the catering though? That's the important question.
Well, for Michelin 24-hour series, it's the same both places, which is good.
So no disappointment there at the very least. Short pit stop for Luca Alpert, no tyres, just the 12.3 seconds of fuel, and off and away it will still be a remarkable 75-second lead once things stabilise out.
Metronomic for Scherer Esport in the Acura. It's bizarre, isn't it? Because the Acura is a car that's kind of aged out now in GT3, but it's one of the more recent cars on iRacing. It's a strange paradox, really.
Yeah, it's a car that, I mean, I don't think it particularly ever got much love in the real world, if I'm being completely honest. And it's somewhat faded into the relative obscurity of sim racing as well. But it was evident when a team like Scherer picked it that they felt like it was going to be quick. That no matter what the balance of performance was going to shift around, that this car would have a chance. And so, you know, it's a combination of the package they've put together, but also how they've been able to execute on the day. Fundamentally, that has seen them deliver here. I'm not sure how much more we're going to see the Scherer Esports label, because both Luca Alpert and Raphael Renhofer also competed at the end of last year as part of the relatively new EMM Esports effort. So might be one of the last times that Renhofer and Alpert get to fly the flag for Scherer Esports, and what a way to do so. It's a lovely livery as well, as Norbert Leitner splash and dash for him too.
Norbert, the Hungarian ace, very strong driver in various machinery. Been with Impulse for quite a long time, actually, hasn't he?
Yeah. I think most of the team at Impulse have had lengthy stays. When you're a part of a healthy environment where everyone's having fun and enjoying their time in sim racing, why would you want to leave? Much like I think it's true in any walk of life, isn't it?
So true. Yes, so true. That dynamic that sometimes is very difficult to put your finger on why. Sometimes it's when the right combination of people come together. I'm sure it is a very happy camp at Impulse. You can always tell that with companies as well, I think. When you've got a high staff turnover, there's normally a reason for it, and a low staff turnover, same reason. Yeah. For example, my local racetrack, Knockhill, there's an incredibly low staff turnover. The team there have been there for a very, very long time, but then lots of, it's not like it's the same group of people and it's a closed shop. There's still opportunities, but that the company gets bigger, it grows. And I think a lot of that comes down to the environment they have there.
Sometimes I think the biggest sign of a good environment, as Jonas Rutten rejoins the track and directly in front of Jacob Toffs. Now, we've got a fight on for fourth. Toffs all over the rear end. Mag Performance feeling invigorated as we stretch into these final 10 minutes of racing. Up towards turn 7. Remember, Jonas Rutten will not have taken tires, so his full contact patches around him will be up to temperature already. He won't be weaving, trying to build that temperature back up. Toffs thought about a lunge up the inside and does shove his nose through. Roll the speed around the outside, put the power down nicely. Drag race down to Cunningham Corner that the Falcon Sim Racing car should just about hold on in. But Jacob Toffs is going to now try and shape up the long way round.
Jacob Toffs. Oh, the lights have gone off. The lights have gone off. What's happened?
Oh,
Jacob
no.
Toffs' headlights have gone off. What on earth has happened here? I've never seen that before. Not in iRacing anyway.
That's a first for me too, Peter.
What's going on?
And you can see now the bumper is actually sliding around, so somehow it's got detached, and I hope it's not going to get stuck under the front wheels, because that could be dangerous.
That's very odd. It didn't look like there was huge contact between them either. Jacob Toffs now driving completely on muscle memory.
Reminiscent of, what was it? Was it Ranger van der Zande at Petit Le Mans 24? That's not comfortable. And now he'll be fortunate that he's got a 36-second back to Andrew Carone. 8 minutes, all he's got to do is keep it on track. There's no meatball flag. He's not going to be forced to return to pit lane.
Got to drive around Sebring in the dark, and this is, if this happened at Daytona, not a big issue, not a big problem. Sebring, it is so dark around the back of the circuit. This is now when you drive on muscle memory. Oh my word.
So, a little bit of
Well,
contact.
what's it Lightning McQueen says? Race cars don't need lights because the track is. Oh wait, no.
The bumper has gone flying in turn 3, by the way. Here's the onboard. I mean, it's so innocent and so quick.
Is he getting that stopped? I'm not sure.
Mag Performance will argue that Jonas Rutten slightly comes to the left into the braking zone.
You could make
and
that
then
argument, yes. Yeah.
Falcon Sim Racing would make the argument that you've just made.
Now, is there... But this is a really bizarre part. Is there actually some form of illumination coming forward? Now, on the outside, we're looking at it, and there's no lights coming from the headlight, which is not giving him forward illumination. But on board, is he, in his sim rig, is he getting lighting from the onboard camera? That's the bit that it might be a quirk, might be a bug in the simulator.
So, it's possible. And maybe Mark Fletcher can confirm for us, actually, if he's... Not Mark Fletcher, excuse me. Who was the Mag Performance member in chat? Was Mark Calver, excuse me. It's been a long day and far too many hours in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth for anyone's ears to endure. But Mark Calver, if you are still there, let us know if that's a bug or if he is indeed having to drive, effectively channeling the Force. I know it's not quite May the 4th, but it's very, very difficult. I agree with you, Peter. This is not one of the tracks where I'd want to have no lights. Daytona could probably just about get away with it.
Yeah, definitely Daytona you can get away with it. I think it actually happened at Daytona to one of the to actually more than one of the LMP2 cars where they lost one light, and they said, yeah, Daytona not a problem, Sebring absolutely yes, a big problem.
Yeah. Race control, by the way, I have no doubt we'll be taking a look at it. They had a 1 hour and 40-minute period without a single protest. Oh, they were having it relatively easy. And then in the final 10 minutes, the 51st incident report of the day. I say incident report because it also included 7 things, excuse me, from before the race actually started, from qualifying and before that.
No, he's got no lighting there.
Oh no. Race control have intervened and have told the 50 mechanical black flag please restore your headlights.
Oh dear, that is such a shame. What a bizarre scenario.
Again, we've seen a lot of firsts today, to be fair, Peter, for two fairly experienced commentators in the world of sim racing, and I'm sure there's more fun for us to learn about next week in the iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO. Will we see dive off to the right-hand side of the track this time by? I can imagine the team manager, the drivers making the argument that, you know, we've just got 2 more laps to hold on. But indeed, it will be a forced mandatory pit stop. The mechanical black flag, and what was looking like a good top 5 run might just have come to an end.
That's absolutely gutting, and yeah, it's like you could make 2 separate arguments in terms of, did the Falcon car move across in the braking zone? Yes. Moving under braking? Definitely. Changed line under braking. So the lights are back on again.
So the question is, how quickly will they be able to release the car?
Maybe send it back out again. Try it.
Yeah, because Andrew Carone is just about to take 5th over, but after that, Norbert Leitner's got another 10 seconds. So here they go. It's going to be 6th. Will it be 7th? Release from the limiter. Where's the Aston Martin merge relative to the Mercedes? Oh, it's going to be a good 4.5 seconds in front. There comes Leitner, the Hungarian.
So there's 1 position drop then. That's a shame for Jacob Toffs. It could have been worse, but very strange. Yeah, you could make the argument that the Falcon car moved across on the braking, definitely. But then you could also, like you say, the counter argument is saying, well, there was, you know, the Aston Martin wasn't going to make the corner. In fact, might have run straight on down the access road. So, I wouldn't want to be, like I say, wouldn't want to ever really be in race control. It's a hard job to call things like that.
Absolutely. The benefit of the modern race car is I think you can fix that issue a bit simpler, because it looks as though the bulb assembly was part of the front clip that got replaced. So that's one of those things that the magic attachment points have all the electrical hookups already wired through, and so relatively simple. We will see the white flag out next time by, the final lap of this 2025-2026 24-hour Series Esports Championship. And it's not just Luca Alpert that's going to be thrilled with the effort from Shera Esports, but a chance for our champions to finally relax, Peter. One final lap, they've done all the hard work, and they can finally start to breathe just a little bit.
Nearly there after 12 hours of racing. Wow. And one of the most metronomic, dominant performances you'll really see. They've not put a foot wrong. To build up such a gap over a quality outfit like Grid and Go, a soon-to-be championship-winning outfit, of course. It's not going to be a championship for Shera Esport, but what a way to close off the season, and 1 lap away from a 12 hours of Sebring win.
And our poor flagman will wave the white flag for a full 2 minutes as Shera Esports begin their final trip around Sebring. He's had the best view in the house as Barney, the flagman. He puts the metronomic right arm to work. Our champions, let's take a moment to celebrate them. Sven Haase, gridandgo.com, 2nd in the GT3 class. And then, of course, leading class competitors in 992 and GT4. Grid and Go and Team 75 Bernard will end off on the highest of highs. Team 75 Bernard with 3 consecutive victories, 2 second-place finishes to open up the season. Grid and Go, of course, part of a dominant effort in both GT3 and 992. Peter, fundamentally, in the return of this championship, questions about which forces would re-establish themselves, well, it's Grid and Go, Team 75 that enter this new year on a high. They
do. Yeah, they enter the new year there, but it started midway through last year. It's kind of a strange thing to say, isn't it? Kind of the irregular way the season works, but they, yeah, would you rather finish on a Sebring 12-hour win or a championship. I think you've got to say the championship, but a Sebring 12-hour win is pretty close. It's one of those races that you just want to stamp in your book. It's every top endurance driver. Without a Sebring win, are they really a true great? No. So you've got to have that Sebring win.
Given that they started all the way down in 9th position and have risen up to 2nd, I think Grid and Go still be relatively happy with the final effort in the season that they have been able to string together. But while they've got their victory lap and the championship lap to come out of the final corner, it is a well-earned win. Shera Esports picked the Acura, and the only team brave to do so at the start of the year. It pays off with a win in the 12 hours of Sebring to open up 2026, but to close the chapter on a new era in the 24-hour Series Esports Championship powered by World Sim Racing. Wait for our next class winners and championship winners to come to the line. Some celebrations incoming already, it would seem, from the Shera Esports team. And of the 48 starters, 37 will see the finish, and all of them now look forward to some time away to recharge the batteries and to regroup, to return better than ever for the next season in this wonderful championship. After trading the victories back and forth in the 992 class with their 6th car, Grid and Go entered with 2 cars tied on points in the final round of the championship, but it's the 901 that enters in an incident-free season finale to be crowned the 2025-2026 24-hour Series Esports Champions, Peter.
Grid and Go, they've been the absolute powerhouse in 992 this season, and they finish off with yet another victory. Big respect to Impulse, who ran them all the way today, keeping them under pressure, saying, if you guys mess up, we're right here. But it's Grid and Go that have taken, quite rightly, the 992 category.
And just one last champion to celebrate after a couple of second place finishes and then 3 wins on the bounce, all built off a exclusion from qualifying. They were ready to respond, and boy have they. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC once again on top in the GT4 class.
What a job from Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Again, not putting a foot wrong all day. Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guinness in that car as well. Marvin Strell. What a day. What a day they've had. And they win by a healthy margin in GT4 to take the title.
Missing the fireworks that I was waiting for at the end of this race. iRacing does simulate them. Now, we unfortunately were not treated to the display. We will grab a look at our provisional race results. I say provisional, there's only one incident that is worthy of a review, the contact between Mag Performance and the Falcon Sim Racing team, and then some post-race time penalties in that 992 class. But no change for Luca Alpert for Raphael Renhofer, putting Scherer on top to close the season off, while Grid and Go in the number 2 grab our championship in class with another podium finish. James Balmy for Altitude 3M 3rd, a double podium across 2 classes. I know that Mark Fletcher's about to have a fun evening of celebration, while the Jonas Rutten and the Falcon Sim Racing Ford Mustang drops a couple of spots from their starting spot, but in 4th at the end. World Sim Racing's best McLaren 5th, with Andrew Carone at the wheel of the white and black entry. Mag Performance then 6th, with the late replacements of the headlights being enforced, and Impulse Racing by Tam Livery 7th, in front of Simifi 07 Racing and the sister Additus Racing by WSR Machine. Grid and Go 2nd, Mustang in 11th, with Hyperion 07 Racing BS Plus competition. Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford, the 33 Simifi Mustang, and then Hyperion's number 4, all classified at the end of the race, seeing the checkered flag, while DNFs for M&J Downforce, for Sheza Esports, Thibaut Courtois is number 24 Mercedes, and then of course Raymond Sheffers in the Maniti number 78. There will be a chop and change of of a big amount in this 992 class. I'll try and keep you updated. Ganoso Tasdellen, no change for him. He'll win the race, he'll win the championship. But there will be 3 consecutive 60-second time penalties behind him. And I think that will end up promoting Byte 500 up to 4th. There'll be no change, though, between Impulse Racing and Team Checkmate Wallat Group. Fast Repair Motorsports might slide up a position as well, while Delta Sports Sim Shop, Wizards Esports, Carlisle Esports Cup, Sim Race Sweden, and then the early retirement of Williams Sim Racing Academy, costing them a top 5 finish in the championship. Last but not least, GT4, where Marvin Strell, Team 75 Bernard, built up the dominant championship advantage. They break in front of the likes of Altitude 3M and Team Floral by Impulse, while Team 75's second car finishes 4th. Williams Sim Racing Academy, 2nd in the championship, 5th on the road, just in front of the Vulcan Fasteners Glass Tech crew with GTUnit.de. Hyperion's 444, which was called up on just a couple of days' notice, in front of Checkmate Simline and the RD Simsport Porsche and Mercedes pair. Behind them, a couple more in the used car lot, fiercely forward. Delta V Racing's BMW, Thomas Eng Sim Racing, Grin and Goes, number 400, at one point a championship contender, and then Zenith and the Instincts Mechanic Racing crew. Well, as our champions begin to enjoy their celebrations, let's not wait too much longer for them. Instead, let's catch up with our race winners. Luca Alpert, Raphael Renhofer standing by with Peter Mackay.
Luca, Raphael, congratulations on what was really perfection today here at Sebring. Tell us how the journey of the race was for you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a very, very good one. I think we were already quite optimistic with P3 and quali. Usually this season's the qualies haven't been quite there, so I was quite happy with that. And then taking the lead in the second hour, I knew that we had good pace, and usually in these races it's just all about not making a mistake, and that's what we did today. So yeah, worked really well, and really, really happy to end the season like this.
You guys went for the Acura, which was an alternative choice to most of the rest of the field. You know, some places it works, some places it doesn't. Clearly today it worked really, really well. What was it about the package that worked so well for you guys today?
Well, I think we are used to being the underdog, and being the underdog also can give you sometimes a little, like, what is it called? A little advantage
motivation
over the other cars. And I think if you're really good at something special, which the Acura seems to be in the 24-hour series at least, you can make it work, and I think we got that today.
That you did. And where do you go from here, guys? Because, you know, it's a great, not a championship win, but a great result for a win at Sebring. What's the next target for you both?
Well, obviously this not just the end to this championship, but also the end to our time at Scherer. As I think Arjuna already mentioned it earlier, we already did IMSA Esports for EMM. And we agreed to finish this championship together with Scherer, so that makes it even more special to finish it in the way that this project deserves. I think we've both had some amazing years at this team, so I would also like to take this moment and say thank you to everyone at Scherer who's given us the chance, like 3 or 4 years back, to put us into the team. Yeah, I think it's been a great journey, and to end it like this is really, really amazing. And well, looking forward, I think we've got a great package with EMM, and it's amazing that our core group of people can keep working together even though it's in a new environment. So yeah, I mean, the goal is to go onwards and upwards. Daytona up next, I guess.
Yeah, 1 week to go until the big one at Daytona. Guys, congratulations on a superb Sebring 12-hour win today, and the best of luck with the new opportunity as well.
Thank you very much.
Let's catch up now with our GT4 winners, because they jumped in slightly earlier. So let's catch up with our Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC crew, Marvin Strell, Kieran Harrison, and Corin Tengunes, in a season in which you finished no lower than second in the races. Quite remarkable. And Kieran, I'll kind of start with you, because It was the race in which you first entered this championship, in which you had a qualifying exclusion, and boy, did you fly your way to the front alongside of Corentin. What's it been like working together as a crew and just having that sort of pace and the confidence to know that even with no qualifying, you can achieve race wins in a series like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously great. It was actually because of my late entry. I suppose that we forgot to tell the organisers that we had that grid penalty, but yeah, that one was a good race. The last two have been a little bit more kind of chill. It's just been other things have happened to the other cars behind us, and we've just sort of driven our races. But yeah, it's always nice to drive with these guys. We've all got good pace, so yeah, it's been fun.
And Corentin, I know, Peter and I were commentating on the iRacing Raw before this, and we were talking about how there's not as much TCR driving nowadays, and you have established yourself here now as a GT4 contender as well. How are you enjoying that transition? Another championship racked up, and once again as part of this great Team 75 Bernard crew.
Yeah, I mean, this year was a great era, I guess, but yeah, I found GT4 really enjoyable to drive now. Obviously, as a Porsche fan, I like driving Porsche, so it was a bit of an obvious choice going with a GT4 in the Porsche. So yeah, it was really good fun, and obviously knowing that the guys like Marvin did really good as well with a GT4 in the Porsche back in the days was obviously a good choice to go with GT4. So yeah, really enjoyable. I don't know if I'm gonna go with another car later, but yeah, for now GT4 is really enjoyable. So.
And Marvin, for you, we had the big update to the GT4 class last year with the tyre model, bringing it a bit more in line with the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. From your perspective, what's that done to the class? Because it's obviously one where, you strip the downforce off, you're a lot more reliant on the tyre, on the mechanical grip as well. It looks like a really fun car to drive.
Yeah, actually the new tyre model made it a bit more challenging. Like when you do a small mistake, you lose a lot more time than before, I think. So you need to be really careful and set up the car pretty good.
Well, congratulations, guys. A great season, and enjoy some time before next week's iRacing Daytona 24 when you dive back into the grind once again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And maybe last but not least, let's catch up with our 992 championship winners. Adrian Greiker, Ganoso Tazdelen standing by with Peter.
Congratulations, guys, on a great win and a championship as well. The perfect day. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you very much. It feels amazing right now after full of 12 hours. We are so happy to finally get it. Like in the last two rounds, we were so unlucky with some circumstances, but we get over it and we got the title and the last round's win.
Sebring is a place where it can easily go wrong too after that bad luck in the previous round. What was the mindset like going into the race today? Because everyone knows how tricky this circuit can be.
Basically, we just hope for good luck in first. In qualifying, it all went so good that we got the pole. Then we just tried to make 0 mistakes with Adrian, which also paid off at the end. Like no mistakes, no crashes, no penalties. That was the actual key to win this race.
Before we let you go, you've got that championship in the pocket now. Are you going to come back next season and defend it?
Well, let's see. We want to, because we have so much fun and so much learnings and competition this season. Hopefully we will try to be in there again next year.
Well, we'd be delighted to see you back again. Congratulations on a brilliant day here today at Sebring and a well-deserved championship. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And all our championship winners, the team earns a Cube Controls wheel, so congrats to them. Share the prize money pool as well. But Peter, a great way to close out the year as we look at up above the glorious sights of the headlights carving their way around the Sebring International Raceway. We had some incredible 6-hour races, an incredible 12-hour race to close things out. But, these drivers are looking forward to the off-season, looking forward to the championship returning, and jumping back in once we dive into the thick of the summer.
Yeah, we're looking forward to a new season when it comes around. And yeah, what a way to finish it off here today at Sebring for this 12 hours. And, you know, it's not long to wait until the big 24 hours of Daytona, the one that everyone wants on their CV as well. The drivers are certainly going to be razor sharp coming out of this season, going into those special events.
And well, for our team behind the scenes that has made all of this possible, thank you so much for your company. Peter Mackay, Arjuna Kankipati, walking you through the final couple of hours, but a big team that makes it all possible. Jake Sperry, Lorenzo Bonder, Brad Dalton, Jeremy Scott. 12 hours of racing, and of course our producer Ramiro Cisneros behind the scenes, keeping all the action coming to you. The off-season will fly by. There's so much more sim racing to come here on RaceSpotTV, but for our champions, and for all in the 24-hour esports series, a chance to breathe and relax. For now, so long, goodbye. We'll see you next time.